forever change the European landscape. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
Thank you very much, Grabs, and quick shot. Here we are, game 3. We've already talked about it, backs against the wall. Grabs still feeling good despite this 0-2 state that G2 find themselves in. But I'm curious, how do people at home feel? Are the G2 faithful out? Are they strong? Are they ready to back up their team? Or is it everybody a Misfits fan now that they're 2-0 up in the series?
Seems like everyone would be a Misfits fan. There's usually some fair weather friends when it comes to these teams, and when you get the fan vote out there. And of course, with the heartbreaking loss for G2, when you have such a big early game advantage and it turns around like it did in the last time, it's really tough to sort of claw your way back and get yourself in the right mindset.
Remember that like G2 as an organization in Europe for a long time were considered almost the villains. They were the kind of bad guys, the people that upset some of the fan favorites like Fnatic. They were the team that when traveling internationally could never quite live up to the own expectations that they put upon themselves, but last year that really began to change, and this year they've been one of the big rivals and contenders against Fnatic, even with a brand new roster. But the thing for Misfits is they've always just been the surprise. They've always been the underdogs. They're the team that everyone underestimates, yet they come into situations where they're expected to fail, and then they just surprise. It happened against Fnatic, it happened against SKT, and it might be happening again. And this just causes so many fans to just get behind Misfits, because everyone loves an underdog story. And it's strange to think, because Misfits were 9-0 at the beginning of the split. So it's so strange to be saying that, but considering their second half, it's a little more understandable as to why G2 were considered such heavy favorites in this best of 5.
And you also have to remember the history now of G2, why people put so much faith in this team, even when they did have a little bit of a shaky second half. When it was Misfits down, people often believe in G2 because this is a team, as you mentioned, that have been at the top. However, we're going to have to hold that because bot lane looks like we may already see an early gank coming in.
Yeah, Maxlor level 2 start on the spot side and are trying to go right on it.
Trying to shut down. Draven looking for a first blood here. Wadid just trying to stop anything from happening. Flash is starting to come out, buying a bit more time. Wadid is going to get stunned up. TP's now coming in. They need to get a kill. Wadid flashing for his life. Mickey X wants to get another one. Hansama, can he get it? Is he going to get one more? First blood! A beautiful start to the game for Misfits.
Absolutely incredibly. Divide the map at level 1. Take complete control. Zone away G2 from the tower. There weren't even level 2. Hjarnan and Wadid were stuck at level 1, and the play from the Poppy jungle absolutely works.
Fantastic early game from Misfits. If we ever said Misfits could have a best start to a game, this would be it. Getting Hansama ahead on his Draven off the back of a level 2 Maxlor gank is the perfect way to start.
There were so many mind games too from this entire play, with Maxlor invading with the rest of Misfits at level 1 to clear 2 camps away and then come straight on down here. And of course, Hjarnan, he's trying to turn back around because they have the teleport coming through to make it a 3v3, but Wadid is still level 1, still too squishy, and the early game damage on a Draven cuts through him.
And Maxlor flashes in to take tower aggro to allow Hansama a little bit more time to actually get underneath and secure that kill, because if he tanked 2 tower shots, that might have been a 1-for-1. So nobody ends up dying on the side of Misfits. Hansama gets an early kill. He's now sitting at a 700 gold lead.
And there were so many incredible micro pieces of that play as well, because Hansama actually started the game with a red sweeper. He got a ward cleared right off the bat to hit level 2 a little bit earlier. They invade on the red buff and then have Maxlor walk straight down into the bottom lane where they know Jankos can't be there to defend from that dive.
No, he's not going to do it.
No, you can't do this to no man. It's backside. You got to have some mercy, Alphari.
How many times has Alphari got to do this before people start saying, yeah, maybe he is one of the best top laners in Europe? Wonder proved a lot when he went off to Rift Rivals, but since his return, he's not been able to do that bot lane. No, not quite able to find anything.
Every time anything lands in this bottom lane, you get a little bit nervous because this is a Draven that cashed in first blood really early on, so didn't get too much use out of the passive, but it's one of the most snowbally characters in the game.
Not just because of the passive, but also because of the massive CS lead he currently has. He is pushing in 2 waves here, so Hjarnan's going to be able to recoup some of it, but double longswords on top of the kill is just making it so hard for Hjarnan to lane comfortably.
Now, Flash was used for Hansama, and that's not going to be up for another 2.5 minutes, which means that Jankos, hopefully he can get level 6 in that period of time and look for a gank down towards this bot side of the map, because Wadid still has good setup with the Alistar, they still have decent damage with the Varus, and when you pair that up with the burst that a Nocturne ultimate can provide, maybe G2 can turn this bot lane back in their favor.
Yeah, and Rai is for G2 as well on perks. Once he hits level 6, there's a lot of tools they have to rotate down bottom side. And you remember last game with a very similar style of composition, that was the play for G2 to sit around here to punish this bottom lane if they ever walked a little bit too far in.
Now they're going to look for another aggressive play. Mickey could be in trouble. Hansama, though, going so much damage. Look at what he's held far. Maxler is going to leap in. There's the hammer shot. Gets him with the shield. The Captain America finish.
That was so well played from Maxlor, charging forward, not even onto it, but just to get in range for the hammer shot into the buckler kill. And this whole bottom lane situation just falling apart for G2.
Oh no, he's just gonna keep it going. Jankos doesn't even get the chance to use his spell shield. He uses the fear, but it's too little too late. One more auto!
Hansama is 2-0-1 in Game 3 against G2. Cast your minds back to Paris, ladies and gentlemen. Cast your minds back to when Hansama picked that Draven in Game 3 and G2 shut him down. This time round, Misfits are 2-0 up. Hansama is 2-0-1, and Misfits want to
They're coming back again!
Maxlor. He's unrelenting. The TP's now coming in too. He's just waiting for the opportunity to find the knockup. Hansama still managing to stay alive thus far, but he's going to take one more tower shot. He is going to get taken down. G2 doing what they can to fire back, but Wadid, I don't think it's going to be enough. Alfari is just too tanky. The minion block not going to stop him in the double now for Maxlor.
They've got everyone in the bottom lane. Everyone. Misfits is back. They're looking to 3-0 G2 right here to knock G2 out of the playoffs. The first time in their organization's history that G2 could potentially not make it to the finals. And it's all off of this incredible play from Maxlor and the bottom lane of Misfits.
And gentlemen, I cannot believe my eyes, the aggression coming out from Maxlor. This replay brought to you by Acer Predator. You can see how confident this man is.
And it all started with Wadid trying to set up a play for Jankos to come into the bot side of the map. Mickey was the one to actually kick off that aggression and thinking, okay, we can turn this around in our favor. Then Maxlor joins up late to the fight. And after securing that first kill, they go for more. Look, just max range of that E coming out from Maxlor secures the stun. Hansama then has enough damage to find the kill. And then Hjarnan thinks, okay, I can come back. This is fine. We can end up turning this around, especially with my support here. But no, the TP comes in.
Yeah, Maxlor is always there. Gets the perfect angles to make sure that wall slam is a stun. Gets it onto Hjarnan before land onto Jankos. And of course, the TP from Alfari just to tank this turret and make sure they can get another kill is just the cherry on top.
Now, unfortunately, Hansama took tower aggro. He ended up hitting Hjarnan just before anyone else on his team could, which means that he was CC'd long enough that he ended up losing his life. But he got so much gold off the back of that. BF sword plus a Vamp Scepter. Observers, just quickly swap over to the gold for us and let's have a look at the difference.
Oh my God, 1,500 gold. There's a 2K gold lead for the side of Misfits. Almost all of that is Hansama, the Draven cashing out his signature pick coming through. And if you are a Misfits fan, this is the most beautiful Game 3 you could have ever dreamed of. And for G2, you do not get a go next. This is it. It is do or die, and you are up against not only this team composition, but this massive gold lead.
Yeah, that's a lot here for Misfits, and of course, Maxlor not gonna stop, wants to make sure that his bottom lane still has protection. He can continue to play around this as Senkux starts the movement down into this bottom lane.
Now, you talked about this player, and but I feel like we need to give him more credit. Maxlor has been setting up so many of these plays. He had a fantastic Gragas last game, landing perfect ultimates, and now he's trying to snowball Hansama once again. He knows his win condition is get this AD carry ahead, and he is playing it beautifully. 3-0-2, 100% kill participation. Maxlor is the catalyst to allow Hansama to be the big carry.
And he's been spending a lot of time here, not farming, just positioning, waiting for a play to break out around this bottom lane. It's because that tower is so incredibly low. They're waiting for that minion wave to reach the tower so they can try to zone them off once more, but Jankos is here to stop that.
And for so long, G2 were holding on to these advantages that they get in the laning phase. Wonder finally beating out Alphari, but in the mid lane, we see a different story for the first time this series. Senkux was getting demolished 1v1 in CS in just about every single matchup, but this time, he's looking so much better. 71 to 87 in the mid lane.
You must be feeling so confident right now if you're Senkux. The fact that your bot lane is winning so hard, the fact that Maxwell hanging around the mid lane, Senkux has his ulti, no QSS has been completed yet. For Perks, looks like they're going for it. There's the pings. You can see Jankos hanging off on the flank as well.
Gonna go in, the Predator comes through. Ooh, immediate flash. The moment of hesitation there for Senkux. Stops the play from going through. But a flash burn for a flash. Next time Maxor's in that lane, Perks is going to be in trouble, and no ulti burned as well.
And the war of attrition down bottom lane finally cashes in for Misfits. They will get that tower, and this sets in motion the cascading effect that you get off of just a solo kill turret in the bottom lane. Now all of a sudden, you get to go take a dragon, you get to rotate into the top lane and start knocking down even more structures.
Camp bot lane even more.
Oh my god!
I mean, look, Maxwell here once again. No teleports are available except for the one on Senkux. They might just keep pushing this if they want to.
We wanted to see the Misfits bot lane get shut down. We wanted G2 to stop some of this from happening, getting the Draven to snowball ahead, and it's not happening. And Wonder finally winning the lane on his own. G2, yes, they're getting this Rift Arrow, but Hansama is backing, and he's going to complete that Storm Razor immediately. This is a terrifying Draven. It's going to take 2 or 3 autos to cut down these squishier members.
Now, G2 looking to play through the top side of the map. As you said, Wonder does have pressure. He's playing well on the Scion, and picking up the Rift Herald means that G2 can at least get a tower back for themselves. It means that they're not sacrificing the entirety of the map, and that they can slow things down a little bit. And I think it's really worth highlighting that Kiana and Wadid, you can't really blame them for this situation. Getting dived at level 1 into getting hard camped, there are very few things you can do in this situation to really mitigate that kind of pressure.
Let's be clear, they queued up thinking they were playing against Maxlore, not Kikis. So when level 2 ganks come to mind, that is not the player you think of. But Maxlore, shifting it up, doing what he has to get this bot lane ahead is so good for this team. But you're right, Hjarnan, hopefully keep the mental game strong. G2 need to keep their heads on their shoulders as they move further into the game, because it is not done yet, no matter how grim it looks.
Now, the one benefit G2 have is they're going to very likely get both neutral objectives here. They got the Rift Herald to be able to trade for the first tower. Now they're setting up around the bottom lane as well. They're bringing in everyone for Alphari.
Alphari is going to be in trouble under the tower. He's trying to heal up as much as he can. Does have the stopwatch. Will buy a bit of time combined with the ultimate, but in goes Jankos. Where is he going to be in the end? Leaps right under the backline. Wants to take down Alphari. He gets knocked into the wall, and they say it's not going to happen, G2. Every light of hope you've ever held dear is going to get snuffed out in this game 3.
The stopwatch from Alphari was amazing. He went from being in a 1v4 to a 4 versus 4. Beautiful reactions from him, end up turning around a dive, and Misfits once again come out on top.
And there are not many teams that will teleport into a 4v5 situation like Misfits did right there, but they were confident. Now they're looking for Perks.
Perks knocked to the wall. The stun's not going to come through, but God, look at that Hansama damage. This is a Draven unleashed upon G2, and they were not ready.
G2 are crumbling. They're already 0-2 in this series. This team has been in the last 5 European LCS finals, and this could be the first time in the organization's history that they will be knocked out in the quarters.
First time they have to play through the gauntlet. The first time they have to fight so hard to secure a spot at Worlds. If they lose here, nothing is guaranteed for this lineup if they cannot find a win. Look at this one, it's pretty clean.
Yeah, Alphari, as soon as he gets down on the ground, uses the Zonias. The rest of the team calls for the double teleports to move on in. And at this point, G2, they've got 5 members, but Wadid, he's tanking tower, he's running away. They don't have the damage to kill Alphari, and at that point, they just get CC chained underneath the tower without any recourse.
5,500 gold is the advantage that Misfits have over the 5-time finalists of G2. This was a roster that was rebuilt after the departure of Sven and Mithy, and while last split they made it to the finals, here in this quarters they are struggling. They have not been able to showcase a huge amount. They will have to find some miracle comeback in order to turn this game around.
And this is a revived Misfits roster as well. They have already won today just as many games in one day that they won in the last 4.5 weeks. They're on the brink of beating that record in just this series alone without dropping a single game. It really is impressive stuff out of them, with every single member stepping up to the challenge.
Both teams now playing in a division. Misfits extending their vision line into enemy territory. They are looking to choke G2 out. It'll be a slow and painful death for this lineup. They will not get their own jungle resources at this stage of the game, and they'll be difficult to get much of anything else. Han Sama just continues to scale up, continues to stack. Another kill with all these adoration stacks will make it nigh impossible to ever look to 1v1 this Draven. But G2 aren't going out without a fight. 4 members here on the top side ready to contest.
Ooh, here comes an ulti onto Senkox.
Now could be in trouble. Looks like he will get feared up. Good use of the spell shield there. That's 1 kill back for G2.
Okay, that's a good pick from the side of G2. Senkox overextended in the mid, while Misfits generate some pressure on the top side.
Well, here we go. Hansama's just going in.
Predator to use Hansama. Oh, the Draven, damn it. Throws the ulti the wrong way. Now is going to bring it back. Wonder, ooh, beautiful use. He's trying to go golden. He's trying to style on him. He's going to get down another auto attack. Kango's doing what he came up. He's under the tower. Perk says, I'll pick up that shutdown. Wants to bring it back in a moment of hubris for the Misfits. Means G2 will get back a good chunk of gold.
A major turn here for G2. They're still looking to go further.
Realm Warp, Wonder wants to bring it in. The knockup goes through, trying to block as much damage as humanly possible. Maxor's on the backside, hoping to get his team out to safety. Perk's now running for his life as they try to cut down Alfari, trying to use his teammates to body block the cleavers. Alfari now set to fall as well. Double kill for Perks. G2 not looking quite as out as they once were.
They just got 4 kills for 0 right there. It starts off with Jankos getting a straight up solo kill onto Senkox, and then the whole fight goes in their favor.
The G2 army must have prayed hard, because that was the miracle that they were looking for. Maxlor now in a 1v1 against Jankos.
Jankos just going to run him down. The fear is there. Poppy not great in these 1v1 scenarios. No keeper's verdict either, but he has to back off. Luckily, Senkox is there to protect him.
And G2, things were looking dire for them, but they found this pick onto Senkox, and with the numbers advantage, they felt confident moving up towards the top side to then stop the siege from Misfits.
And then at this point, Hansama can very easily stay here, get the tower. The rest of G2 is rotating very defensively to clear the next minion wave, but Misfits make the call to go forward. Perks barely gets out, and the ultimate goes the wrong direction from Hansama. Then a teleport from behind puts Hansama between so many members of G2, and it's what did that bumps him straight into the tower to make this fight a winning one for G2.
And as the rest of it plays out, of course, a lot of confidence coming in from G2. You can tell they're playing from a deficit. Perks has to dodge every single cleaver by body blocking with his teammates. It is still a close exchange, but they do reign supreme in the end. 5-7 now the kill score. Gold deficit still huge for G2, but things are looking up. 3-1 on Perks. This is the man we said needs to carry this series. He needs to shut down Senkox. He may not have got it in the laning phase, but he's getting it now.
Still a level 11 Han Sama. 2 items have been completed. Here comes the pit.
Alfari now running for his life. The flash over the wall. Good use there with Deed as well. He's going to make it out safe.
But that's 3 members topside for G2. Yes, trying to find those picks and kills are important, but Misfits are generating pressure towards the bot side of the map. Here is Wonder with Yana backing him up.
Does it Hansama, just doing a little bit of damage, trying his best to clear the wave there. Not even afraid of the Scion. They just want to kill him immediately. Can't be disabled though as he backs out. They'll hold on for now.
So Wonder right there did his job. He was there purely to try and clear the wave and stall out this push coming in from Misfits. Misfits still in the area though, but shouldn't be able to get more than a little bit of damage on this turret with that move there from Wonder.
Gentlemen, I'm almost at a loss for words. G2, I'm so impressed that they've even been able to claw back as much as they have. Perks split pushing on a side lane, but it's going to cost him so much because Misfits are relentless in the mid lane. A beautiful use of the Keeper's Verdict ensures this tier 2 will fall.
Misfits find themselves another objective. Even after a poor fight, they're still that far ahead that they can afford to make these mistakes without losing too much. G2 only finding 1 tower on the map. Draw their eyes towards Perks, the man that formed this team, the man that this roster was built around at the beginning of the year, the man that did take them to finals in spring. He's currently 3-1-0. He's at a pretty big deficit behind Senkox, but he's going to have to make that play that can turn things around. He still has that potential late game throw off on a side lane, but still, it's wishful thinking at this point as Misfits secure another tower.
And the gold deficit just continues to grow as more and more towers are taken down by the side of Misfits. Perk's getting what farm he can, but Baron is right around the corner, and G2 cannot contest in any way. They are way too far behind to try the Baron themselves. So it is Misfits who get to continue to dictate the pace of this game.
Misfits have been so good around that objective. It really felt like when they were drafting comps to play for that. This time around, they just have such a large advantage that they're going to have all control over this top side of the map. They can move on in, make sure that G2 can't get the pick, because that's the issue. If Misfits split up and Jankos calls that in, remember, it's G2 with all the ability to press one button and immediately find the engagement, so they can never get caught out of position and be down in numbers against this composition.
Pressure then onto Maxlore, onto Mickey to keep Han Sama alive in the coming fights. But still, even after the pick, even if G2 use all those cooldowns to kill a single member, the fight is still difficult as Mundo and the Malzahar continue to ramp up. A lot of flat magic penetration there to cut through the squishier members of the G2 lineup. Things definitely looking grim. G2, though, holding on for now, clearing out what vision they can, playing safe. They know their territory on the map. They know what they have to give up. They're not looking to lose anymore.
Yeah, they're just slowly pushing the vision deeper and deeper into G2's topside jungle. They need a mid-wave in order to properly gain control. And you can see Hyanan, he's going pretty far up in the lane so that he can catch the wave first, start poking it down so that Misfits don't have that much control. But the flank coming in from Misfits, Hyanan's got to be careful.
Mari here off to the side. Max looking to get this one started. They're trying to keep the fight going. They're looking to go in on the Zenkux. Can they get anything else? The ultimate comes out. They're going to cut through Zenkux immediately. Maxlore is still there. Arfari is still there. The tankier members are here. Jankos is running for his life. The flash is not going to be enough because Maxlore is still hungry. 2 for 1, the exchange in the end.
G2 are trying to play for picks, but it's not around Perks. He was not there for the huge fight. Now without a jungler alive, Misfits can head back for the Baron.
You can see the pings coming down. They have full vision control around the top side. Wonders even head down to bot. Now his TP is up soon, but with a Draven and a Mundo, this Baron is going to go down quickly.
10k health. We have to keep our eyes. Are G2 going to contest? Jankos is down. Really no chance here. Perk's not even going to look for it. They're going to try to get a bottom lane tower for this Baron in the end. But game 3, G2 backs against their wall. They are down almost 10k gold. It will be just about 10k as the Baron falls. Misfits now with the Baron. This is Misfits' game to lose.
This is a Misfits team that doesn't want to just stop in the semifinals either. They are looking to push as far forward. They want to be in the finals. They have returned to that form at the start of the split where they were undefeated, looking to make that run as deep as they can into playoffs.
And now this was the overextended Hyanan that we were talking about, but G2 thought that they were safe because they had Wonder and Jankos backing him up. But they end up trading 1 for 1 initially, and then Jankos realizes, oh, I'm super squishy, and against 2 tanks, there's very little that I can do, especially with only 1 item, which gives a huge advantage over to Misfits, because not only did they find the kills, they got the jungler, which made that Baron easy pickings.
I have to say, we're at this point where Maxlore now not just has the Predator to get into fights, but also the Righteous Glory, so it's Misfits finding these flanking opportunities to try and single out the backline and knock them forward. That is really going to result in super explosive fights for their side.
G2, though, setting up for picks, playing patiently. They know the Death Brush may be one of their only options. Doesn't get used outside the brush, still gives a little bit of vision.
Whoa!
A lot of damage down on it with D. The ulti coming in. Jankos
Going into mid.
denying vision, immediately looking to go onto the Zenkux. The spell shield has come out, but the ulti now coming, looking for the outplay. But the I think he's still under tower.
No, he's out! That was so clean from Jankos, and he gets away too. But look in the bottom lane. Misfits are grouped, and they're pushing, and G2 are slow to respond.
Yeah, beautiful play from Jankos, but it's not going to be enough. Inhibitor tower in the sights of Misfits. Baron buff is backing them up as well. The axe is finally returning for Han Sama. This could be the death sentence for G2. They're doing what they can to stop it. Eyes are on Perks and Hjarnan to turn this one around. The tank line, who can find the engage? Jankos is here as well. They have the man advantage. It isn't going to be enough. It's going to buy enough time for them to hold on for now, but the inhibitor does drop in the favor of Misfits.
Zenkux has just been the sacrificial lamb in this game, and Misfits are just fine with it because every time he drops, the team gets further ahead. 0-3-2 is the scoreline for Zenkux, but look at everyone else. 3-2-3 on Han Sama. Maxlore, 5-0-3. The rest of this team is capitalizing on every play that G2 tried to.
And they're gearing up for more. There's a teleport on Zenkux. He can enter if they want to look for more than just this tower.
Break another one. Have to be careful, though. Have to respect the potential for the engage. The 3-man knockup for Wonder could be crucial. The immediate follow from Woody. They want to keep the fight started. Hjarnan's untouched. Perks to the backside. This is what they needed. Misfits cut through in an instant.
Another game where G2 turned it around in the face. They get another one.
Everything that they needed right there in a single moment. The Baron buff denied. They bought time, and they want to bring it back.
How do they do it. G2, they were on track to losing their second inhibitor, but another fantastic team fight comes together. They find the kills they need. They take down 4 members of Misfits, and they reclaim some control on the map.
And they're going to be getting gold too, pushing through the mid lane, and Infernal Drake on top of that, and teleports just get even more. Senkux is out of his territory and in a lot of trouble.
Now backing. Looks like he will make it out to safety. G2 aren't going to pursue any further. They know they're still at a deficit. Jankos, not going to find him in the end. Backing off, but G2 buying themselves more time in this game, looking to bring it back.
We have to look at the multi-man knockups here. Wonder and Wadid are the ones that go in. Look at that 3-man there from Wonder into the flash pulverized follow-up. Insane coordination there from the top laner and the support to back up and support the rest of the team to make this fight a victory.
And Senkux arrives way too late to offer any kind of turnaround to the squad. G2, they've done it so many times now, these fights, but Jankos, he is being chased down by Hansama.
Misfits hungry to get something back. But gentlemen, we have to remember how dangerous it is to underestimate G2 Esports. This is a team with so much history that has accomplished so much in their time. Yes, they are down. Yes, they look like they could be out. With this team, you cannot afford to underestimate them. 5 EULCS title, or 5 EULCS finals, 4 titles, so many Worlds appearances, the finals at MSI as well. These guys are legendary.
Absolutely, and it's all been around Perks in the mid lane. Been there from the very beginning. Now he's got the kills. He's got the gold 5, 1, and 2. It is up to him leading the charge here for G2 as we go into another fight.
That's a chunk of health. Oh! Goes in and got him! Hanzama's gone now. They set the sides on Senkux. He's down 2. The carries are gone. G2 say, not today, boys! You want to take us out, it is not going to be the clean sweep. You're going to have to get down and dirty in the pit. You are going to have to fight for this win, and you are going to have to say goodbye to your team. This is the ace for G2.
It's Hansama that gets picked off. Jankos goes straight in to get that AD carry. Now G2, they have the chance to claw back. It is a huge, huge road ahead of them, but they're turning this around in a do-or-die situation.
Keep your eyes on the HP of Hansama at the beginning of this fight, because right now he's full health, but then the Q lands from Perks, and it chunks him in half. That is the go signal for Jankos to say, as long as you die, I don't care if I go with you. He walks away with his life, and the rest of G2 collapse. 5-0, and G2 find another successful fight.
And it's the same finish in all of these fights that G2 win. It's Perks getting all of his team into that realm warp, sending them to pick up the straggling members. But it's him. It is all him. 5.3k damage, insane numbers from this player, and the fans believe.
G2 fans standing, being counted now as they show support for their team in their darkest time. And after 2 fights like that, I think it makes a lot of sense to see that confidence surge. 63% starting to stabilize. Misfits fans doing what they can to fight back here in the chat. But gentlemen, do you remember that 7k gold lead, that 8k gold lead, that just about 10k gold lead and a Baron buff? Well, now it's just a 3k deficit for G2, and we've seen what that Rise can do. We've seen what that Bars could do. Suddenly, you're not quite so confident Misfits pulling this out.
This Baron is going to be the determining factor in who comes out ahead. It flashes in.
Has to be careful if he messes up this engage thing.
Oh, they got him!
Very quickly, they managed to find one engage. They're trying to keep it up. Maxwell wants to find a disengage. He's only managed to hit Hjarn. G2, they're backing off. They've played against Vizicachi. They know better than to keep the fight going, but Perks is not going to hesitate.
Look at Perks go!
Wants to lock this up. Knocked aside for a brief moment. Would he manage to find the 2-man knockup? Everyone is holding on to those key cooldowns. Hansama manages to hit the axes on multiple members. Maxwell leaping into the back line. Harnett still in touch, remaining that way. Wonder doing what he can to disengage with the backing up. Misfits have the momentum in the fight. Alfari trying to push forward. Hansama proccing the Conqueror. Wants a little bit more. The flash forward from Senkux. The silence, the immediate cleanse. Perks is running. G2 is running. They're going to give up Wonder. They're going to back off. Slor bringing it back, but Hjarn manages to get it. The team fight going back and forth. The blood rush coming into Hansama. He wants his kill so badly. One more. He wants to get it. He throws it. He's going to take him down, but the GA coming out. Senkux now waiting. Does get shut down in the end. My God, what a beautiful fight.
It's a 3v1 with long death timers and no tower on this inhibitor. A massive wave. Misfits, they are looking for the win.
Are they going to go for it right here? This could be everything. Hjarn versus the world right now. Can he do it? Hjarn and Wadid, the G2 bottom lane, the best bottom lane in the West. That's what they earned at Rift Rivals. Can they prove it here? Want to turn it back. Hansama just cutting down the towers. PvE the focus. They know they do not need to fight the champions. The silence goes in. Second have to go. His life, but they're going to find the knockup. Hansama! Shut down for Hansama. One more to close it out. Double going in, and gentlemen, this is it.
Perks is back. Perks is back.
They want to get it. Can they find it? I cannot believe my eyes. Hansama, is he going to get it down? Is it going to be enough? They do it. And the moment of pressure, Misfits come through and punch their ticket to Madrid.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
down Misfits for the ace, the pentakill.
What a reward, he's going to go for it, I think. Jump, flash, oh no, oh my god, Mickey! That's another, that's 4! Humanoid, you absolute monster! Wow!
Turn on the lights! Turn on the lights! The things I'm going through and what they going through right now is like until I've been looking for. Until I've been looking for. Until I've been looking for. I'm looking for. I'm looking for. Until I've been looking for. Turn on the lights. 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 Until I've been looking for. Until I've been looking for. Turn on the lights. 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 Until I've been looking for. Until I've been looking for. I'm looking for. Until I've been looking for. Until I've been looking for. I'm looking for. Turn on the lights. Until I've been looking for. Until I've been looking for. Turn on the lights. Until I've been looking for. Turn on the lights. Until I've been looking for. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights. Turn on the lights.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Every player that plays competitive League of Legends always dream of playing Worlds. But for me, it was always a dream, and ever since I started playing professionally, it was like a goal. I've been watching the tournament since season 2. I remember staying up like in the night, watching until like 3, 4 a.m. when I was 10 years old.
There it is, G2 locking worlds with a game left to play in the regular season.
It feels always good to match G2 because obviously as a mid laner you always look at Caps, but they were a bit down in the beginning. Even the 2 games we played against them, I don't feel like it was unplayable. I think we can beat them and I'm not scared of them at all. I just want to play a best of 5 against Caps because I want to play against the best, and Caps is the best, and I want to really be a contender for him.
I do think the last 2 weeks of regular season we stepped up our practice a big time, but of course with just 2 weeks of practice we're not going to be at our best. And in a B1 as well, with everything on the line in like a very volatile game, we can't play with the same level of confidence as we will in the best of 5s. So once we go best of 5s, I want teams to be ready because we're going to be full confident, and if they don't match it, they're going down.
Caps off to the side, now focusing on the ultimate coming out from the trundle, stolen away by Caps, keeping him alive. Now, stepping forward, Caps on a rampage! Caps versus the world! Another arrow! That's going to be a triple kill for Caps. Burning Caps. The space! No, VTO! He wants the finish and he gets it! The chain last! He's going to have to back away. VTO has the ultimate! He can't finish it, the shutdown!
Sure, we qualified and that feels good because we don't get the failure of last year, but we want to win the trophy.
Everyone to day 2 of the LEC Summer Playoffs live from Berlin, Germany. G2 and Misfits are going to fight for a guaranteed spot at the finals weekend in Malmö and a battle against Rogue next weekend. The fans are there once again. Luckily for them, it's not pouring down as much as it was yesterday, so the players are quite comfortably getting into the studio, and we have a whole row of G2 fans. I really hope that in the studio it's balanced and that the Misfits players also get a bit of support, hopefully. My name is Shax and I'm joined here at the, well, the couches for now, but the desk area with Broxa and GB, 2 Danes on my staff. Cool.
Yeah, it feels good to be here. Always good to have Broxa by my side. 2 Danes, you can never go wrong with that.
We'll see. Time will tell, right?
Oh, wow, okay.
Let's see, indeed. So let's talk about yesterday then. What a kickoff we had to our summer playoffs with Rogue versus Mad. Of course, quite the growing rivalry here, Goldberg in Europe, and it delivered with a full 5 games, in the end going to Rogue.
I definitely think so. I think we saw a lot of strengths for some of the teams, but at the same time, we also saw some clear weaknesses, right? Rogue, obviously, with the early game, but Mad with that great early game as well, but then in the contracts, the resilience of Rogue to hold on to the right time towards the mid to late game, where they found Matt making mistakes, and they were able to punish on that. So you have to give credit to Rogue for holding on as well, and definitely a game that showcased both strengths and weaknesses for both teams.
And I think more than anything, just the individual prowess, the mechanics, the team fighting was really impressive, because we saw an incredible amount of team fights in this series, and they were so well played, they were so close. I hope we get more of that similar action today.
There is some chatter online about the level of play we saw, and I always personally find it really difficult when it's such a close best of 5 with so many team fights, because I love watching it, but I can't really tell you how good or how bad people are doing. But of course, the pressure comes into play as well.
I feel like it's always a little scary comparing to the other regions, comparing to LCK, LPL, because, you know, sure, those regions may seem on a higher level compared to what we see here, but it's different metas, different play styles, and more than anything, I'm just happy to see that we're getting a lot of aggression from EU, because I think that's what we really need internationally.
That's a great point. Looking forward to Worlds now. Rogue locked their spot to the World Championship, and of course is going to be playing the winner of G2 versus Misfits, and Mad Lions are falling down to the lower bracket.
Yes, I think for me specifically, that top bracket with maybe G2 advancing today, we don't know, towards Rogue looks a little more clear in my opinion, but when you move down towards the lower side of the bracket, that I still can't pinpoint really what teams are going to take it. We still haven't seen Fnatic and Excel play, and Matt, despite some of their mistakes they had against Rogue yesterday, get to now move back, have a reset, know what mistakes they were making, and come back from it. We've seen teams tons of times lose in the exact position Matt are in, and then make that lower bracket run. So I'm by no means worried about them. More, I'm actually excited to see how the rest of the bottom teams are going to clash out in playoffs.
Yeah, I'm also, I think, I'm going to echo that in terms of the lower bracket and the excitement there. There's a lot of inquantifiables, right? We don't know what Excel and Fnatic are going to look like, or G2 and Misfits. What was very interesting yesterday in terms of the meta was the bot lane and how it evolved. We started off with like being held hostage by Yuumi again, but then she evolved and wasn't seen in the series anymore. And we saw a lot of interesting picks and a bit of diversity in that bot lane.
I think the diversity was a really big factor in yesterday's game. We even saw Trimby pulling out the locks kind of randomly in game 5. We saw enchanters like the Nami, the Yuumi. We saw Nautilus, Leona engage supports. We saw various AD carries, Lucian, Kalista being early game, Siva, Siri being more scaling. And the fact that these two teams were able to play these different play styles and that every game pretty much revolved entirely around bot lane was really interesting.
And it was also the way that it was done. I think Unforgiven, his first game on Lucian, I don't want to hear anyone ever say again that EU AD carries can't play the Lucian, because his mechanics in that game 1 was absolutely phenomenal. I think Comp as well displayed a different playstyle on the AD carries when he was playing the comfort of Siva. And I think, once again, we got to see two different strengths coming through from the AD carries. So I was really entertained by the different styles.
Oh, absolutely. I think too, AD carries also deserve a pat on the back because of how they played. A lot of talent, and over the course of the season, we've seen great performances once again also by our rookies, but only one of them can be crowned the Rookie of Summer.
You're on your own, falling with the drums. Nowhere to run this time, nowhere to hide.
Something X could mark the spot beat drop. Oh, the stun! Oh my god! Oh, that was actually disgusting from Younghoon. What? Execute by name, execute by nature. That was unbelievably well played by Younghoon. First Strats continue to chase the nature's way around this corner. Younghoon in! Santos pops the stopwatch, but Younghoon with a perfect engage. Hostile takeover coming out as well. The shockwave on 3. Jezu down, Kobe flashing forward. Does get killed by Santos, but a flash slap with Vizichachi's pistol is enough to kill him off.
Unfortunate part being that GP ult isn't obvious, so they can't really clear out the top wave. Nice battle by Younghoon.
Tempered fade into the binding. Okay.
It's
not
happening
again.
He's
Not again.
Facing, can they stop
It's happening
this? Surely
again.
can. He
It's
does have
happening
flash
again.
available.
It's happening again. Broxah literally crouched down like he was hunting, and Odawame's drop.
Look at the stun.
Cosmic binding connect. All of a sudden, Kobe stepping forward on the hunt available to him. Does he fire the trigger? No. Instead, he doesn't even need it. Maran gets a chomp down, and the Six gets to buy time.
She's in the chop, secured by Xerxes though, and John Hu tries to get to the back, but Xerxes dives forward as well. Jetsu already down, Genex joins the fight late, goes on to Vizicachi. It's Vizicachi with the Proudest Claw, not enough. Divine Judgment from Genex keeps him alive for the moment, but Kobe will take him down.
What an awesome highlight reel. He just goes in, you know, and that's always great to see from the supports. And I'm going to throw someone under the bus. In rehearsal, we obviously rehearsed this segment, and Goldberg said that, well, support is the easiest role, so it's actually not that hard.
No, so what I said in rehearsal, let me clarify this. I think it's really impressive that he's able to push the boundaries and really push himself to the limits, like Hilisa quite often does on the support role, especially on a role that's probably one of the easiest in the game. So there you have it. I said it. That's why I said, you don't have to throw me under the bus. I'll do it myself.
All right, I just wanted to revisit it because I think it's a quite interesting discussion. We don't have that much time. What do you think, Broxah?
Well, I think the point about support being the easiest, first of all, like props to Young Hoon. He reminds me of Huli in a lot of ways, nice with his playmakers, but I don't think support is actually the easiest role, not in competitive at the very least. Because when we look from the outside, it's not that flashy, it's not that mechanical, but I think supports need to have really smart vision control, they need to be vocal, they ideally need to be leaders, because it's usually to support the mid and the jungle who controls vision and controls the paces of the game. Young Hoon has done a great job of that, but just seeing his play on Rakan, Pyke, and Bart, it's very impressive, definitely.
And to be fair to GB, I think his whole point was that it's impressive that with all that, he's pushing the boundaries and also making those aggressive plays. What did you say was the easiest role? What did you guys agree on?
Well, he thinks it's support, clearly. I don't know if I fully agree with him. I think in solo queue, I would agree. In competitive.
You guys said top in rehearsal.
He said it, not me. He said it, and he was so scared to say it.
Okay, it's tough. All right, whatever. Flame me.
I feel so bad. Oh my God, I actually feel pretty
bad. But speaking of top.
Yeah, speaking of tops, Irrelevant. I want to talk about Irrelevant as well. He was pretty close in the rookie vote, and I think Younghoon was super flashy and super instrumental to Astralis' rise, but I think especially towards the latter part of the season, Irrelevant has really been instrumental to the consistency Misfits has shown.
Irrelevant has been very incredible, and one of the things I like so much about him is the fact that Misfits, they haven't played around him at all. He's just sitting completely on an island, but he's always performing, always doing well, always brings out big damage. We see it here, third on damage per minute, even though they just ignore him the entire game. Very consistent and a very big part of why they're looking so good right now.
And a reason why we're looking forward to the best of 5 today. But from the rookies to the absolute legends in the scene, Worlds is of course on the horizon, what also the Misfits are playing for. So we want to have a quick look ahead at who our teams might be facing soon. G2 and Rogue already locked in from our side. And then from the other teams around the world, we've got T1 and Genji from the LCK and Top Esports from the LPL. So yeah, what a doozy.
This looks easy in my opinion. Wow. We got this one, right? Right,
yeah.
Right, guys?
Well, the best part about this is that this is only 3 teams.
Yes.
And it's going to get worse and worse. Like, the groups are going to be so crazy.
It's almost like a few years ago, I mean, LCK has always been strong and LPL has always been strong, but still I feel like we made the mistake of thinking, oh, well, this and this team I'm really scared of, the rest it's fine. And then they'd bring like their 4th seed and just you know,
listen, I'm just gonna let it come.
I can't talk about
how many times have you seen that, you know, no expectations, all of a sudden a team shows up, or high expectations and no team shows up? It's fine to have whatever expectations you want to have, but I think if history has taught us anything, when it happens, it happens. So I'm just looking forward to the games.
And as a league fan, I think I'm really excited to see some of these teams
100%.
already qualified. Are there any matchups we're looking forward to seeing?
Well, personally, I'm looking forward to seeing G2 go up against Top, seeing Jankos against Tian.
Yeah.
It was a matchup that he got the honor of playing at Worlds in 2019, so did I on Fnatic, and Tian just steamrolled both of us really and won that tournament. So now Jankos, 3 years later, getting to fight for his redemption, I think is going to be hopefully a beautiful story for Europe.
I mean, you can always take caps against any Eastern mid laner, right? You can take caps against Knight, and that's something to look forward to. With some of the other mid laners that can still make their way to the Worlds Finals as well, or Worlds qualification as well. Lots to look forward to, and specifically for me, like Broken Blade in top lane is something that I'm really looking forward to against Eastern mid laners. And even EG, if they make it, Spired can play against his old team in Rogue that made it yesterday.
Yeah, maybe there's some magic that happens in the groups, and that happens. It's already in the air. I'm so excited for Worlds. But first, of course, we need to focus on what is on the docket with us, and it is the playoffs. We're getting very much closer to our playoffs and our second best of 5 of the day. And our players had to talk about some famous drafts and recognize them in the history of League of Legends in our latest edition of Pop Quiz. Let's take a look.
Wait, is Camille support? This is Camille bot lane? On support? And Cannon?
I know for sure it's Reckless on Cannon.
Reckless? I need to say the team, yeah? Dude, if I say Fnatic and it's not Fnatic, it will be a shame, wait.
Aurelion Soul mid. I think there's only one player in mid lane that would pick Soul, and I think it's Caps. So it has to be Fnatic with Caps.
Fnatic.
This is too easy. Looks like international tournament.
Is this Worlds? Okay, it's MSI then. This is EULs, yes.
So I need to say the year. When did Bwipo flip to jungle? Bwipo flipped to jungle 2021.
2021?
Caps played Fnatic in 2017, 2018.
It's no way it's 2K17. 2K18.
2017. Oh, I need to guess red team. Huh.
The Splice.
Misfits.
OG.
Ah, it's probably BM. Like they're like, we don't need a ban. So it has to be a good team. G2.
G2 even exists back then? Probably not.
Season 7 Spring Playoffs, right? Not us. And the other one they faced that playoffs was they 3-0'd H2K. Anyways, it was H2K.
Me? No, not me.
Yes, you.
Me? Oh, now that's a big hit you gave me there, buddy.
Wait, I know this.
2020?
This has to be 2018, no?
And 3 bans, true.
Ah, oh my god, actually, yeah, only 3 bans. I didn't see that one.
2013, 14,
15? It's 2016?
2016. 16.
LCK.
2016 Worlds.
Worlds.
Misfortune, so who could play Misfortune 2K16?
It should be Fnatic. Why not? Like,
okay, so I would say SKT, the Misfortune one.
MF is not SKT?
Oh, really?
The other team is SKT, okay.
SKT
against Hanwha Live Gaming.
Samsung Galaxy.
I don't know if it's Rocks or Ku Tigers, but it's the Tigers.
Ku Tigers.
Rocks Tigers because it's Karma Midland. Kura was playing Karma, so.
Oh, this is Gorilla.
Gorilla?
Not too bad.
I thought Targama said he'd been watching since 2013. That was one of the most famous drafts ever. I think it's your favorite, actually.
It's my favorite series of all time. It's very nostalgic going back and watching every now and then, just because of the dynamic that unfolded on the day with this new bot lane priority on the Misfortune and Ashe. To me, it was groundbreaking back then, and honestly, that's why it's my favorite series back then.
It's so cool. Like, it was a semifinal. It's insane,
unreal.
and they did that. Let's hope we see as much craziness and vigor today. We've got G2 versus Misfits, two teams that have very different storylines, obviously coming into today. Broxide, let's kick it off with G2. Defending champions made that miracle run from the lower bracket. They're already locked for Worlds, so how are they coming into this playoffs?
I feel like G2 is in a really good spot coming into playoffs. I think for many, they are the favorites. They look really solid in every role. Bot lane has been starting to get more stable. Caps is looking very dominant. Yanko starting to show consistency. Broken Blade ended up being the all-pro top laner for a reason. And I think one of the things that separates G2 from many of the other teams is the fact that Broken Blade is so good at carrying top. Most others look into the tank, the supportive top laner, not G2.
Yeah, and the thing as well is, even in Week 8, when, you know, they finally started coming together, there's not one member suddenly stepping up. It was all of them, and that's what makes this team so scary now, and specifically with the Broken Flame point, they can play multiple fronts of the map.
Ramping up also is, I think, the key word with G2. On the other side, we've got Misfits. Now, they could lock the World Championship with a win. If G2 win, Mad would be locked. And that would be the first Worlds for all 5 of their players, together with the added context of Misfits' last rodeo right now in the playoffs in EU, Goldberg. These are some very different stories coming into the playoffs.
They are, and you can forget about the red. Like, this is not that Misfits that took SKT to Game 5 anymore. I honestly don't want to hear it, right? You saw Irrelevant there. He was just playing the LFL playoffs. You see Sansara coming in, being the saving grace for this team, coming off 10th place of Astralis. Mercer in the AD carry or in the support role didn't even make it last time to the LFL playoffs, and VTO with the scenes you saw there, devastated after being knocked out of playoffs. Neon obviously had the miracle run, but not miracle enough to get to the Worlds. It is absolutely incredible that this band of, well, actually Misfits have come together to do this. It's absolutely absurd. It's unbelievable.
I think Misfits is such an exciting team to watch right now for so many reasons. The players have stepped up massively, like you just mentioned. But not only that, being in the position that they're in right now, knowing the organization sold its spot, knowing that they're right now fighting for their future, like, it would mean so much for these players to get the world spot, to get to sell themselves in a way going into next split. And I think that motivation, that drive, is going to really fuel them going into this best of 5.
Could be that ideal combination of nothing to lose plus everything to prove, right? Maybe that gives us some of that Misfits magic. I certainly hope so. But now let's hear from one of the Spring champions as Laura is standing by with Broken Blade. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Sharks. And BB, thank you for joining me. I have to say, amazing new style with the beard, playoff style, if I may say. I don't believe we had many interviews in summer, so now that you're starting playoffs in the upper bracket compared to spring, how much stronger do you feel with G2 compared to the time you won the trophy?
I mean, I do feel pretty confident. I mean, I think second half was like 8-1, so I'm very confident, right? I think we had a rough start, actually. We started off a lot worse than last split. But I'm very confident in my team that we're going to win again. Today is going to be our first little test, so very excited.
It's interesting because you're entering playoffs as the first team in the LEC who qualified to Worlds already. Being in the upper bracket compared to Spring, where you had to fight for your life every best of 5. How are you guys approaching playoffs this time around?
I mean, I don't really know, actually. I think we just go with the flow, and we will play what we think is best. And obviously, I always have some crazy picks ready if it's needed, right? Like, I think last week I played Yon. Might play some crazy stuff again today. We'll see. But I think in the end, it just depends on how we prepare, how we perform as well on stage. And I think we are going to perform today. And I hope Misfits is going to show up as well. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as interesting, right? So I'm excited to play.
Something that a lot of teams mentioned throughout the split is the difficulty to navigate between the different patches, and the meta read often for teams was missing. Do you think it's going to be different in playoffs, especially for you playing in best of 5 series?
I mean, usually in playoffs, teams have more time, right? Because it's always the same patch. And then later on, you see more crazy picks because it's always the same meta picks. And then some people can figure out some stuff that counters the strong meta picks. We will see, though. I think so far, not a lot of teams or regions have figured out a lot of stuff. And I think we are also still figuring out a lot of stuff. And we'll see. I think by the end of playoffs, the meta is going to be very, very clear. And the counter picks are going to be very clear. So I'm just waiting for that.
All right. You were mentioning earlier Misfits, and are they going to show up today? So obviously you're sure you're going to show up today. But thinking of Misfits, it's always been bloody games, back and forth, comebacks. Do you think it's going to bang today?
I'm not sure if it's going to bang today, but I hope it will, because if it bangs, right? And I think the series today, it could be a banger, but it could also just be a 3-0 for us. But I hope it may. I mean, if it's going to be a banger, it's worse for us, right? Because then it's going to be maybe 3-1, 3-2. But I mean, I hope for 3-0, so I can go home faster as well. But yeah, we'll see.
Dinner reservations on the side of G2, I hear. Vivi, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
I'll let you go and prep backstage, and Sharks, back to you.
Thank you. That's the first time I didn't immediately hear him say, it's gonna bang. So maybe.
That is,
yeah, we'll
sign
see.
of weakness for G2 already, starting with the interviews. It's not going to bang.
No, great. I also love this note about the meta and how, sometimes you start slow and then it starts evolving. So we'll see what happens today. Let's dive into the stylistic aspect of these two teams and how they like to approach the Rift. When it comes to it, they're very bloody, Broxa, but not necessarily in the early game.
Yeah, I feel like these teams are a bit like the Rogue we saw yesterday. It's slower early games. It's all about the mid and late game team fighting, making sure that they are very strong in the game at that point. And I think the early game is just a setup to get to it. They're not going to look for crazy ganks. I probably say that, and then Jankos is going to look for ganks.
It's like the entree.
But
yeah.
It's not what we expect. We expect slow, calculated games leading into team fights.
And why do we do that? We do that because of how the team has played so far. You take a look at what we have currently, though, with the team fights that you get. We get very long games from these teams, but they also ramp up in that late game, like we've seen with this. Well, funnily enough, the split from G2. The kill is some of the highest for both teams. The team fight KD also some of the highest. So while the early game might be a bit slow, traditionally speaking, from these teams, once you reach that mid to late game, you can expect a lot of fighting.
Slow isn't necessarily bad, of course, right?
Slow
it can be measured. But then we saw yesterday, Rogue was also pulled into it by Matt, so we don't know what to expect. But when it comes to these team fights, I assume they didn't also draft for the team fights, Broxa?
Yeah, I feel like the way the two teams draft is slightly different. We're going to see G2 on one side looking for carry top laners, trying to set Broken Blade up for success, which gives them a lot of flexibility, a lot of different lanes that they can play through. And on the other side, Misfits. We see it in this clip. We see Irrelevant on the on, front to back, standard League of Legends comp.
And that's what I think they've become so good at doing. I think Misfits really is that team that if they beat G2 today, it's purely out of the way that they have that standard front to back where they play for mid laner, they play for an AD carry, and they're front line to play for. If they want to win, I think they just have pure team fighting. But G2 has that edge, as Broxter is talking about, and you're seeing him right here against Misfits in week 8 on the Yone taking charts. So I think they have that wild card that Misfits just doesn't.
It's funny because it was Broken Blade. I was asked about the meta, but when it starts going south, he has to be put on Ornn Beauty anyway, like not because he can't play anything else, because the value of Ornn is just so high. But if you play towards those team fights, that does mean that everyone needs to perform. I think that's been the case on G2, but on Misfits as well, Goldberg. And it's not just the VTO show. In fact, all 5 members are carrying their weight.
Yeah, I think that's really the big thing. That's also one of the reasons VTO is no longer that MVP candidate, right? It's the fact that, you know what, he actually has a team around him. I think all of them have been showing up on Misfits. So
you can go to Sales Trader and, like, yeah.
Well, myself?
Yeah,
wow.
You can.
Oh my god.
You're gonna break down a team fight, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, guys, I guess I have a team fight I need to break down here. So yeah, I wanted to take a look at a team fight that Misfits were playing against Fnatic not too long ago as well. And first off, starting it off, just really looking what Misfits are looking to do themselves, because they're not really looking for a team fight. They're just looking to break open the bot turret with the fact that they've charged up the Rift Herald. They have Sansara trying to move down, but that's not really how it plays out. And it's the flexibility from Misfits, their way to navigate in the moment, that really nets them some of the victories. I'm just quickly going to pause here before Offset goes in for the engage here. Misfits are currently 3k behind at this point in time, right? Take that into account. They're 3k goal behind in this team fight. Mercer, in this instance, does a phenomenal job at bouncing off as Yuumi, soaking some of the damage for Offset, then mounting in. What we get then is the response. Instant TP is coming down to get the man advantage for Misfits. As you can already see on the minimap, unfortunately, they're not really coming through over from the side of some of the laners and junglers from Fnatic. So that nets Misfits the man advantage that they can play for. But it doesn't stop there. They get the first kill in Wonder, but then Fnatic thinks that they suddenly can take charge because VTO is split up. And this is where the beauty of Misfits in teamfight kind of comes through. Once again, 3 members are grouped, Neon, or VTO rather, isolated on the front here. Let's have a look at how they really find each other again, because VTO and the rest of them engages onto Humanoid. Now all of a sudden, they found themselves grouped. TP has just been channeled from Irrelevant. Fnatic are starting to get split a little bit. You see all members of Misfits still together because they're so good at navigating in the team fight. Fnatic, with Hylissang and Offset, still isolated. And because they move in together and Fnatic are so split apart, that buys space for Irrelevant. Now Irrelevant buying this space is making all of Fnatic scatter. Because Fnatic are now scattering, well, VTO gets to move in from the side, Misfits and the rest can move in here, and there's also a flank here from the Irrelevant. So all of a sudden, this teamfight gets completely dissected from Misfits, allowing them to surely but slowly pick up all these members in the teamfight. And remember, they just wanted that one turret in the beginning. They were 3k gold behind, but after this teamfight and after Shelly decided to take her charges through, they get up with 2k after that engage. And that's really what makes Misfits so scary to play against in this instance. It's the fact that maybe their early game is not the best that you always are looking for, and maybe they're not too proactive, but if you just give them the right moment to teamfight in, they will take it. And I really believe that's how they will take G2 today. If they are to do it, they need to do it on the teamfighting stage.
That's how they've done it in the past as well, right? The amazing comeback we saw out of them versus G2 specifically. And I like that it sounds like obviously is G2 is favored in this matchup, but the play into each other is really good. It's not like they have completely differing styles, right? They know what they're getting out of each other, and I think that works in Misfits' favor. Let's talk about the bot lanes then, who yesterday were so incredibly important. Who's the better bot laner out of Flacket or Neon?
I feel like if you have to say it as a standalone AD carry, it's going to be Neon. He's been very dominant this split, one of the big reasons that Misfits have looked so good. Also worth pointing out, though, that we cannot underrate Flacket. Sure, these stats in particular don't look the greatest, but he's been very, very solid in bot lane, reminding me a little bit of Reckless back in the day, where G2 can just confidently leave him alone bot, play for Broken Blade, play for Caps, set up the solo lanes for success, while he just, you know, survives.
And I also feel like, yeah, obviously stats aren't really what defines you as a player, but I believe if one player is going to make the difference in today's matchup between the two rosters, it's that man on your screen right now. I think if you allow Neon to suddenly pop off in the late game on some of the champions we've seen him do it with, Sari, Sivir as well can be one of them. Even the Twitch is something we've seen from him. He's going to be that difference maker. He's the guy to look for as a star player in today's matchup if you want to beat G2, in my opinion, towards these later teamfight stages.
Definitely look at it in the bread and butter for Misfits, really. Also, we also have to touch on the mid lane matchup. Of course, we've got Caps versus Viteo. I heard before, okay, it was a spring MVP, felt like he had to do everything. Now it's different. How does the Caps Viteo matchup, what does it look like right now, GP?
Well, I think that they're obviously very identical mid laners in terms of the champion pool they have, but I think Caps get a lot more done with the amount of limited resources he does, while Viteo is a bit more facilitated.
Yeah, I think you can compare it a little bit to the mid laners we saw yesterday. Caps is a bit like Niski, the roamer, the facilitator. Viteo is a little more greedy, stays in lane more, takes a lot of resources. And this is one of the big things. Like Viteo, he's gonna get resources, but he also has to carry with it.
Okay, let's get into predictions, because I'm hearing a lot of good things about Misfits, making me think that maybe one of you is gonna lean that way, Brock. So what's your prediction for today?
So I feel like the easy route today would be to say 3-0 G2, but I'm not going to do that. I actually believe in Misfits. What I've seen from them the past weeks has been really solid. I'm going to say 3-2 for them. I think...
For Misfits?
Yeah. No, 3-2 for G2.
Just
so
making sure.
I'm close to leaning that route. It's very close. I like believe a little bit more in G2, but I could easily see Misfits swinging it. I think Viteo and Neon, they can really carry these late game fights.
And I think I had to go for 3-1 as well. The reason why I have to go with that 3-1, because yes, we're speaking nicely about Misfits, but that's the pure win condition. I still think G2 has an entire roster, way more flexible, and also have their strength in the team fight. But I do still believe that Misfits will have their stride, will take off that one game where they will have up some of their pop-up performances.
Okay, we don't have Discord's votes. Also, yesterday we saw what happened when they both picked Mad Lions. So let's see what happens today. Can Misfits, in their final playoffs run, take down G2 and secure a ticket to the World Championship? Let's get into game one with Dracos, Kadril, and Fetty. Let's go.
Thank you so much to our wonderful, mostly Danish desk. It's going to feel weird when we go to Malmo if that's still the case, but we'll deal with that problem as we wrap. You might notice we're wonderfully color coordinated today. We'd make a Powerpuff Girl reference, but that wouldn't be gender accurate. So we're the Rowdy Rough Boys now. This is Boomer, Brick, I am Butch. You may refer to us as such. If the name seemed questionable, the cartoon was made in the 90s/early 2000s, so bear with us. We are getting ready for what could be an incredibly competitive back-and-forth series. We heard it from the desk, 3-1, 3-2 predictions. We heard from Broken Blade earlier today. Might just be a 3-0, and history shows us that 3-0s are often the case for G2 versus Misfits, whether it was 2018 in the EULCS era or in the modern era, and the common 3-0s in favor of G2.
I think, though, that when you come into the best of fives, teams are often very different. We also saw like very different performances yesterday from both Rogue and Mad, both teams stepping up and sort of downgrading in some regards, but we saw a hyper-competitive matchup, and the question is, will Misfits be able to go toe-to-toe with G2, who are largely considered the favorites? We are about to jump into this best of five, our second of the weekend, so without further ado, let's play the music.
Drop.
A lot to talk about in picks and bans. Bot lane was really heavily contested yesterday with the Yuumi, the Lucian Nami, Draven, Kalista as well. We saw targeted, so looking at first picks for bot lane for G2 perhaps here, unless things like the Wukong are their priority.
With Yuumi already being removed, Draven taken off the board as well. That respect being given over towards Flakked. Poppy, wow, okay, these bans are coming in thick and fast. Both teams with a clearer game plan coming into this one.
Jarvan on the first rotation screams to me that Sivir, Draven, Jarvan are two bans I think of when I think of Sivir for Neon. If they go for the Lucian on first pick, they're probably going to match it with a Sivir. We'll see what support they go with as well, because last ban coming in here for Misfits, a lot of G2 fans in the crowd today.
Already loud, already proud of everything G2's doing. Happy with the...
On flight 600.
the Draven ban against Flakked, I guess.
Respect.
Credit to Flakked getting the Draven ban out against him. The Lucian now as well. 2 bans towards Flakked, something we might not have expected at the start of the season, but he has been stepping up on an individual level. A not so flashy potential Sejuani first pick now locked in.
That's Sejuani jungle. Someone's been watching LNG. Tarzan was playing a lot of Sejuani jungle, I believe it was, with mini mids. It was a flex, yes, but I think that's for Jankos. We'll see how they rotate it, because of course if they pick Wukong on 2-3, that's just going to be Sejuani Wukong. Broken Blades played it as well. I think G2 are happy with that first pick. There's the Sivir we expect with the Bens.
That's a lot of very valid points, Caedrel, but in my head, all I can think of is back on Sejuani Jankos. It's like
lost a scrim game, back on
Sejuani. I wonder how it feels for Dylan. He's like, technically this is not my burden to inherit putting you on Sejuani, but it's gonna hurt.
Do you
all
think
the
he
same.
like drops like small hints, like subconsciously, like you just put Sejuani on the wall somewhere, and Jankos just catches it as like a sixth sense, and eventually Jankos just comes to the idea, like Inception, I want to play Sejuani.
It's like I've been thinking that I really want to be tanky for like 3 seconds of a fight. Do you know any champion who can do that for me?
Yeah, and with the Trundle ban, it makes sense to first pick Sejuani. Wukong wouldn't surprise me too much here for Zanzara or some kind of early game centric jungle. No, they're just gonna go Sivir Lulu. G2 gonna go for Senna Yasuo. It's an instant response.
Okay. We've seen these two champions paired together, and they synergize very well with the Sejuani in the jungle, and that is what I am hoping they are for, but technically we could still see that Yasuo go elsewhere.
It's true. Often you'll see Sejuani paired up with, well, laners that can make use of her passive. Camille is a great example, and Yasuo rather, is another one. But the question is, will this Yasuo actually go into the mid lane? Because there is room to flex it down towards the bot side of the map, especially when paired up with a Senna. It wouldn't surprise me if Broken Blade could even play at top lane too.
Yeah, we could get a Diana Yone here or something on a 4-5, I don't know, something along those lines. The Sejuani could even go bot. There's a lot of flexes that they could do, yes, but I think for now, we're expecting Yasuo into Sivir is one of the answers we saw in the regular split by SK. And now it's Misfits, who you could do a safe ban here of Tom Kench because you're playing Vi if you just want to avoid Senna Tom if you think Yasuo's going mid, but I think they presume it's bot and they're going to go for these mid jungle bans.
Taking the Wukong off for now. I like Zanzara's already locked in something comfortable and stable. Obviously nice to have something like the Vi and the more vulnerable champions such as the Senna or even the Yasuo in these fights. With Yasuo in the game naturally looking towards early advantages, 1-2 item spikes, what Yasuo is notorious for. Can fall off if it comes down to full 5v5 team fighting later in the game.
I do wonder if this Renekton ban, well, obviously we've seen that Renekton is a very safe, blind, pickable top laner in the current meta, and Misfits likely want to save their counter pick for VTO to give him as much information as possible because of the amount of flexes. But I also think that Renekton as a removal, because Renekton can be quite good into Yasuo, depending on whether they want to put it mid or top, removing that can also just guarantee G2 a slightly more favorable matchup.
Yeah, there's a Diana ban in case the Yasuo does go mid. I do think something like a Sylas on 4 here could be good for Misfits, because then you know where the Sejuani is going. But then I wonder, does Irrelevant have a counter to Sejuani? Is Gnar just his answer? Because we've seen Yone's into Sejuani's, but I'm not sure if he has the confidence to go for that kind of carry potential top, as he's been that rock for Misfits.
Akali ban definitely suggests that this Yasuo is going in the mid lane. Akali often uses a very good answer into the Yasuo, and we know that Vito is a very competent Akali player. One of his best champions, one of that he has gotten a number of highlight reels on. The question is, how will the rest of this round out? You talked about the Sylas Caedrel. It will be locked in. Of course, another flexible champion can go both mid and top.
Yeah,
where will Misfits take it?
Exactly, they need to know where the Sejuani's going. Just save this last pick for Irrelevant. You know, if you blind Gnar and then he slams like a Yasuo top or an Irelia, it's Broken Blade, right? You can't really blind top lane right now. And then they have a good Irelia Sejuani into your Gnar, and it's quite a difficult kind of draft to maneuver. Now the question is, what is going mid and jungle for G2? I mean, I think of 2019 G2, when you see these picks, you have no clue anything's going. Flashbacks here, there's an Aatrox. No, it's an Ahri, so it will be Yasuo bot.
There you go. Was wondering if they would go for a Tom Kench there just to mitigate any potential value out of the Vi pick on the opposite side, but of course it would mean horribly losing bot lane to the Sivir Lulu. Instead, opting to keep the Yasuo bot for now is a good option into the Gnar if they pick a Gnar, but I feel like we're grasping at straws at that point. We'll just see what they want to lock in here to round out their composition.
I'm not going to say anything until it's locked. It's going to be... Is it Nocturne? Is it
Nocturne jungle? It's Nocturne jungle, Sejuani top, Yasuo bot, Ahri mid.
Okay, I was thinking of Doinby there for a second. Nocturne mid, Sejuani jungle, but then, you know, Ahri would be top. It's a bit weird, but yeah,
you
I think
can't
Betty's
see it at home, but there's this like 5-second buffer period where Betty goes, is there any way it's mid? Is there any way it's mid? Is there any way it's mid? And then he calmly takes a breath and goes, it's jungle Nocturne.
Well, now Irrelevant knows it's Sejuani top they expect. Does he have anything for it? No, he's going to go for the Ornn, just going to go for something reliable, more team fighting. Misfits have a very stock standard meta draft when it comes to just raw team fight, good wave clear, good engage.
I think the Misfits have gotten themselves a very comfortable draft for themselves. When we think about Misfits, one of their biggest strengths so far this split has been their team fighting. They work very well as a team. Their early games have slowly been improving with the addition of Zanzara to the roster. And I think that going up against a team like G2 to start off this best of 5, getting something comfortable and easy to execute is a great way to start the series off.
And one thing I will say for G2's comp, good news, you've got a Yasuo win wall for Ornald to stop engage. Bad news, the Yasuo has no knockups other than a Sejuani Q, basically. That's it. There's no Wukong, there's no Diana, there's no big explosive Yasuo engage on this Sivir, so Black Kit's going to have to be very, very kind of individual prowess and finding knockups to get in the ults in the fight.
But I do think that Yasuo is just very good into Sivir. That wind wall does a great job at mitigating all of her bouncing boomerangs. She has so many things that can basically be mitigated with a well-placed wind wall, and I think that their 2v2 in the bot lane, there's room to be able to shut this Sivir down, assuming that they get some jungle attention. We'll have to wait and see what G2 do in the early game. We're in for an exciting one. G2 always bringing something new and creative into the draft. And while this isn't too crazy, too far left field, it's definitely something that I don't think anyone was really expecting in game 1 of this best of 5.
Ooh, and we're tracking Jankos' missed skill shots. He's only got 1 on the Nocturne. We'll see how it works out. First Nocturne of the year for the LEC. Caps' dad out here and proud. He's got a bunny rabbit too, though, playing both sides. A little bit sus as we brace ourselves for the first game of the series.
He used his flag to strangle the bunny rabbit. I think he just got cut off. So
dang.
We're ready for game 1 of G2 versus Misfits.
The echoes of the G2 fans in the audience showing us a different perspective from the 3-1s and the 3-2s we heard on the desk. Absolute faith in their team to bring this one home. And if they're going to bring it home, it's going to be a lot about building these leads early on. We know the team fighting prowess of Misfits. We know what they can do when they get through the early game scot-free. G2, can they pick up the pace? These level 6 spikes are big for their lineup. Can they make them work? Can they build greater advantages early on?
Now, Misfits are stacking up in a way that allows them to prepare for this early ward that Jankos wants to drop.
Yeah, Jankos just threw a Q over the wall and he sees his kind of shadowy thing that lingers after it hits the target, but he's already seeing Zanzara, so he knows someone's in that bush.
It's called Dustbringer.
Dustbringer, is that what it's called? But maybe they're going to level 1 invade here. I mean, there's 3 seconds till buff spawn. Jankos and Broken. Did VTO spot them? No, he didn't, and they haven't warded either, so Zanzara is completely unaware of this happening. They were covering it, but now he's going to run into a Nocturne Sejuani.
Coming over the wall, there's Broken Blade, started up. Gonna just have to flash out early. No hesitation to make it happen.
Wow.
Jankos taking 2 camps at the same time. One's gonna reset. He will instead focus on the red buff.
And we saw this yesterday, game 3, 4, and 5. Malrang got late invaded on his buff, lost all of them at the start of the game, which obviously hinders your jungler so much because the enemy jungler will get 3 quadrants of the map. Jankos can do red raptors here, go through mid, maybe look for a gank if VTO is playing aggressive, and then just full clear back down from bot to top to make sure his red can't get taken away.
But a good adaptation there from Jankos, given that typically we see teams... Yeah, Cap's actually looking for level 2 real quick. Not going to push anything off the back of it. But often we'll see these teams try and move up to drop that early ward to get information on where the enemy jungler starts. Misfits had set up to prepare for that early invade, but when Jankos was suspicious that, hey, I think that there might be a lot of people in this brush, they converted into the late invade and they're able to get a big advantage off the back of it. So G2 already find themselves with a slight early lead in the jungle head-to-head.
I wonder what Zanzara will do. Will he get level 3 and just trying to poke himself into the enemy red buff? Now, the idea here is it's a bit of a mind game, so bear with me. Zanzara thinks that Jankos is going to go to his red now because he will ideally try to deny it from Zanzara, but in this case, he's just going to full clear from top to bot. So Zanzara could walk there, see if it's up, take it away. If he does, then maybe it's gone. If he doesn't, then he can save more time in clearing his own camps out like the Krug. So Jankos taking a small gamble here with no push in bot will be rewarded as Zanzara plays a little bit more defensive, and he'll spot him out just as his ward's going to expire.
Ooh, crucial to have that vision as well, because you can see individually irrelevant, absolutely dominating the top side 1v1 in terms of early trades.
So Zanzara thinks that Jankos went bot to take his red, so now he thinks he's safe on this top side. Jankos now hiding and waiting for him to go for this mid gank.
Waiting, using the movement speed very well on the Ahri, taking it slow on this one. Now the flash in, trying to lock things up. Zanzara, they know he has no flash from before. Oh, he's a scared little boy, and it makes sense. It's first blood for G2.
And it's blue buff on the Ahri at 3 minutes in. Caps is going to have so much mid push for these next few minutes.
G2 read Zanzara incredibly well. The vision being utilized to perfection. Jankos and Caps coming up clutch there, and they're able to punish. Handing that blue buff over to Caps is going to make this matchup even more oppressive in the early game.
Can be a bit difficult. We see trading down on the bottom side. One of the biggest issues you highlighted in draft, Cadril, is as we move to mid-game, not really very many catalysts to get the Yasuo knockup. You see little signs of that already in the bot lane as Sivir can just spell shield the Tornado. So one of two can always be stopped and interrupted. But for now, almost a 1,000 gold lead in favor of G2 early on. A great level 1 invade transitioned into that early gank mid, make for very commanding G2 game so far.
Yeah, good mind games from Jankos. Also really good vision so far from G2. They've tracked Zanzara this whole game long, all 4 minutes. They've known exactly where he is. That knockup landed. Maybe Flacket could have looked for an all-in, but it's going to miss. Caps is going to back off, spend the gold that he got from the first blood. And Zanzara, I don't think he got anything on this top side other than the crab.
Oh, I actually thought he got the... I think he did get the wolves.
Oh,
yes,
he did get
that's
the
what I
wolves.
thought.
Yeah,
Yeah, so because the pings were coming down onto the red buff, and he was like, based on the pathing that Jankos had, based on his level, I'm pretty sure he's now doing a clear into bot side, which means that I can actually steal stuff away from the top side. It did force Broken Blade to play a little bit more defensively, but his wave is now in a bit of an awkward spot, and he's the person that needs to be the most cautious, but with the low mana on Irrelevant, he should be in a fine position. That means that Jankos is just going to hover bot while his bot lane gets to push in and Broken Blade gets some information.
Is Broken Blade going to drop a pink in this jungle? Would be really good information if he puts his pink in one of these brushes. And again, if Zanzara moves down, they'll spot him, but I expect him to base and go to his Grump, other than maybe if you look for something around top or mid. But yeah, G2's jungle tracking so far, basically flawless.
I took the words right out of my mouth, Cadril. I mean, they have had just about flawless information on Zanzara the entire game, making it so difficult for that buy to get anything done. And of course, Nocturne getting closer and closer to 6, and that's really where he comes online. So the fact that they've had so much early impact with this pick, that they've been able to use his early game dueling prowess, even if he's maybe not the best immediate ganker compared to the Vi, is a fantastic start for G2.
And it stings because, on the one hand, if they know where you are and you know that they know you're there, you can play around it. But Zanzara's sweeper missed everything. He doesn't really know that he's being tracked this whole game long, so G2 just playing with information. Caps level 6 now.
Caps. The dash away. VTO now level 6 as well. He's going to have to take away one of the ultimates and try to get out. Ariel stolen. Jankos not quite able to tick over to 6. Still a long way to go. Just hit 5, but competitive trade there in the mid lane. Jankos holding on to his jungle advantage and canceling the recall. These little advantages are really starting to add up.
Now Jankos is looking for information bot side. Maybe looking for VTO here. He wants to get the next wave in.
Has his flash. He can E-flash. Will not commit. Instead, just going to back away here, but control around this mid lane really in favor of G2 Esports. Good news for the side of Misfits, however, is bot lane, as expected early on here, farming very well. But excellent Tornado coming in there from Flack. It holds it while Neon busts out the spell shield, so it does get a little bit back.
So the good news for Misfits is that while the jungler right now is just being completely bullied, they still have that late game win condition, right? You know that they're going to scale well as the game progresses. You know they have a very standard front-to-back team fight. The question is, how much of a lead can G2 build off the back of this jungle difference in the early game? So far, G2 already securing a very early Drake. They'll be able to convert this into the Scuttle Crab, and I expect them to rotate up towards the early Herald to continue to push this momentum even further forward.
Yeah, red buff respawning for Zanzara. He'll walk over there, but again, that pink is still there. Hopefully, for Misfit's sake, he'll spot that pink when he clears out those camps, because there's 2 pinks in his jungle right now at minute 7 into the game.
I
think he's looking for bot crab, but I think that's gone. He sees the pink, realizes he's spotted, and maybe him and Mersa wanted to move into the bot side jungle to get some vision, but crab's gone.
G2 in control. Now,
no, it's still up actually.
Jankos leave it on 1 HP.
Oh, well, no, I think he was
bailed.
paranoid
Yeah.
because the Sivir did reset and he was worried about when Neon would be coming back, and he knew that his mid laner needed to go back to base. So Jankos saying, you know what, not worth it.
Yeah.
If it's up later, I'll maybe grab it, but I'm not going to gamble it right now.
Credit to G2 again for holding on to control in this early game. For Misfits, their early game has been improving. You can see in the first half, it was abysmal, to be completely honest with you. Now, second half, it was a lot better overall, but still trailing a bit behind a lot of our best early game teams. Now, this game showing us a bit more of the first half Misfits as opposed to the second half Misfits, and something we need to track as we move through this series, because every time these teams have played each other prior, it's been very snowbally. Win the first game, win the whole series.
For sure. Bit of a history between these 2 teams where it has historically always been that 3-0. Question is, will history change today? G2 are considered the favorites coming into this matchup, and they have, of course, already locked a spot at the World Championship. Misfits fighting for that opportunity, and we'll get another one even if they lose today. Now, both teams posturing towards this Herald. G2 will be the ones to start.
Jankos already kicking things off. Paranoia now coming out, trying to burn the Ornn down before the team fight can break out. By waiting in the area, but there's just too many members on the top side. You're not even going to use the Ornn off the follow-up. CC! This is what these champions were made for. Level 6 skirmishing, they make it happen.
Very clean play from G2. Caps was able to get the collapse first. They knew they had the numbers advantage, and the second that Irrelevant burnt his flash, there was was no way he was going to be able to escape. Now Misfits trying to answer on the bot side. Will Flackhead lose his life?
Flackhead has the wind wall up and available. I don't think they have the damage here.
No. Just a little bit of a chunk on it. At least even that. They're going to lose the Herald as well here. So G2 off to a fantastic early game start, using their mid-prio from the early stages of punishing that first blood to move around the map to make sure they have numbers advantage. And Zanzara is going to go for a mid play here on the Caps.
Knocked up, taken down. BTO with the immediate follow-up. CC. Seneshield buys a bit more time. Caps trying to flash out back to safety. Clean movement. Doesn't connect on the charm though. Zanzara maybe can fish for a little bit more. Stolen Senna will not finish the kill. Misfits not getting anything back, and now Jankos is in the mid lane to stop anything else from happening. G2 getting away with so much.
Zanzara could have looked a little bit silly there if he queued in, because Targamas still has heal, and I think he was aware of it. If he dashed in and the heal came out, the move speed would be able to kite out the Divide, and then he would just die again. So you can understand why he doesn't go for that play, and it's Neon who will try to crash his bot waves as quick as possible after seeing Flackhead move towards mid.
Some good mechanics there from BTO though, stealing away the Senna ultimate. I'm gonna have a look back at this play from earlier. The vision did spot out Zanzara. Tries to clear out whatever vision he can, but they know exactly where he is. Jankos immediately collapses onto Irrelevant, and the play's very straightforward. We talked about it. Caps just gets the collapse in first. And easy double for G2.
And I think that's just such a big problem, because if you actually look at the replay of that situation, you can see that this bush has just been controlled by G2 the entire game long. There was a pink in it earlier that they managed to clear out, but there's still a pink on the red, so the top side of the map is just G2 dominated right now. So any play Zanzara makes, Caps can always match it.
And it's such a difficult position for Misfits to play the game from, because Ahri is so wildly far ahead. And obviously Misfits are always going to have that late game scaling sort of win condition, but if the side lanes here for G2 get strong enough, they may never get the opportunity to scale into that late game, into their period of strength, and certainly suffering right now.
Broken Blade will be spotted on a ward. It may look like he's in danger, but he's not. Caps is on his way, ults forward.
Ulti now coming out again. CC lockup stun. They're just making it look too easy, pushing R off cooldown. BTO onto the side. Maybe they can get something done. First set Targamas now running in. BTO taking away the Ariel. Going to try to make it out. Zanzara surely now going to drop another kill for G2. They are merciless. If they see a hero, they're going to kill hero. It's IG flashbacks.
I know it's Caps getting all the kills here, but this really is just the Jankos show. The way he's manipulating the jungle right now, the entire top side is just in full control of G2, and they're going to push this lead even more.
It's absolutely spotless, their gameplay the last 11 minutes. The picks, the vision, the moves from mid, even Targamas getting himself involved from bot despite not having the push is always there first. Saves Caps on the initial play from Misfits, now helps him out with even more numbers on his top side fight. G2 are basically playing with a map hack this whole game long because of Jankos. Broken Blade moving around the jungle on the top side, and Caps just making sure he's holding Jankos' hand every time he wants to make these plays.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... It's excellent teamwork from the whole top side. Of course, like, no disrespect to Flackhead and Targamas, of course, but their responsibility is to just sit back and farm this game while G2's top side kind of takes control. And it all comes off the back of that single level 1 invade. The way in which they converted that into the lead that they have now just goes to show how you can take these small advantages and balloon them out of control.
And I think the thing that's scary is that the Yasuo, once he gets a single item, is going to be very strong, and especially strong in the 1v1 with the exhaust against Neon. If he's ever left on a side lane, he's going to be incredibly comfortable. And while Neon, has a 500 gold individual lead, that's not enough to carry a team fight against a Nocturne and an Ahri who will jump on you at the first opportunity. The rest of this game is going to be very difficult for Misfits. The good news, they've slowed down the dragon stacking. Buys them a bit more time before those big major objectives like Soul or Elder are on the table, but still a very hard storm to weather.
Yeah, I was going to say that securing that Drake is definitely a small win, but a win nonetheless for Misfits, just because if G2 keeps stacking these Drakes, they will be the ones in position to force a fight on their terms. Misfits ideally want to wait as long as possible, get the items that they need, buy a little bit more time, and right now Neon is doing a great job. You can see 133 CS ahead of the 13-minute mark. He's taking advantage of what he can in this lane, and he, alongside BTO, are still your primary carries. For Misfits, that can still turn this game around.
Definitely, but with that mid-tier 1 falling, we'll see Caps push these waves even deeper, get even more vision. Zanzara will get his red buff for now, but when Jankos and Targamas are back out on the map, they will start contesting this topside vision again, control 3 quadrants of the jungle. Again, that pink ward still there from Broken Blade, level 5, I think it was, he placed it. Zanzara still hasn't spotted it. Free information. Look at Broken Blade again. Another ward on Krugs. Your top lane is tracking the enemy jungler on 2 camps, your mid lane is tracking his Raptors, and Jankos can just work with that information. So 4k gold lead, they can push in these waves. Targamas hovering, topside jungle is theirs, and slowly we'll see this top tower get chipped away at as Flackhead farms bot. Misfits either need to respond with a big numbers advantage topside with Neon rotating, or try to dive flack it on this Yasuo.
And unless G2 egregiously mispositioned, they're always going to be able to trade something back, even if Misfits commit multiple members. Now you see Misfits 3 members on the bottom side, but G2 ready to move 4 people down here if necessary. Artemis, not going to overstep, not going to over-risk anything in that context, so will not cost them anything just to posture around the bottom side.
This is the power of mid-push. Just look at the mini-map right now. I won't actually highlight anything in particular, but just look at it. There's 3 wards in the top side jungle. There's a pink on their entrance towards Wolves. They can just push waves into tier 2 and move wherever the hell they want on the map. If you want to make a play, no chance. G2 can match it. If they want to make a play, they'll always be first, so it's a really tough spot for Misfits. Their ideal situation now is just farm up as much as possible, get the Sivir to 3 items, get some wave clear in mid, maybe get VT on a side lane after the lane phase is over, and then try to find ways to contest his objectives, because they are still quite away from a Dragon Soul.
They certainly are, but G2 playing the map flawlessly for the time being. Things looking very good for G2, and Misfits, they're just kind of forced to play defensively. Of course, for anyone that's familiar with the LEC, they'll know that these gold leads don't really mean anything at all when it comes to these 2 teams facing up against each other. We've seen some of the craziest comebacks from both sides in matchups like this, and they've always gone down to these late game team fights, which is why, while things look great for G2, and there is very little to criticize on the side of G2, there is this Misfits magic that always makes these games very chaotic and bloodthirsty as we get closer to the late game.
Yeah, and it is important to temper because we do have so many teams. Throw bigger leads than even this, but G2 certainly in control for now. Yanko's pushing into the top side, spell shield now gone. Zanzar ready to ward away, so Nocturnal not quite having the impact that they were looking for. Flacket fishing for a tornado there, but will not find it. So first time we're really seeing that ult not have immediate impact for the side of G2.
Yeah, Flash will be burnt for that ult. Jankos wanted to start up the Herald, but now it gets a little bit more complicated. Wait for top push, wait for mid push. You can see what Misfits have done. They say the whole top side's falling apart. How do we fix it? We swap our lanes, put our bot lane top, and now we have pushing lane in top, and we can actually start to contest his vision around Herald. They're actually starting it up. Caps doesn't have TP just yet. Jankos is basing, so this will be the second neutral objective going over to Misfits. They got the second dragon. They say that Jankos stops his base. You might think that, hang on a second, Misfits are doing this.
on the way.
Broken Blade has TP, so it is Irrelevant.
Irrelevant can now going to TP fully commit to this. G2 at least getting that major cooldown out, leaving bot lane tower unattended for now. Seems like G2 happy with that exchange, saying, hey, we will take some bot side tower damage in exchange for the Herald inside the TP.
Oh, so they're actually going to use this top. I wondered if they were actually going to use this mid to try and alleviate some of the pressure that this mid jungle from G2 has been putting down. But they're saying, no, we want to get this immediate advantage while we can. We know that Broken Blade is pushing in bot. And because we have 4 members top, they should be able to push this all the way down to the tier 2.
Without Nocturnal and 4 members grouped here, it's going to be very hard for G2 to stop this with the tools that they have available. Flacket waiting in the brush, going to make sure the second charge does not come through alongside Targamas. So only that 1 tower taken down. Broken Blade looking to make it a trade on the bottom side. No TPs really to respond unless VTO wants to TP bot lane, but it seems like they're just willing to give that up in this case.
Yeah, they were down on tempo, I think, so they just wanted to crack open that top tier 1 base and be in time for Drake. Irrelevant to use the TP, so you don't really want to TP in expecting a fight, then just recall on the spot. It's better to just use that TP to find a play. When Nocturnal is down, Caps will get the blue, push out in top from Flacket. Now we'll see G2 group up towards this dragon, because I think their comp really wants to fight when you've got things like the shield bow already on the Yasuo. You've got this sizable gold lead on your mid jungle top side. You want to TP in, there's Broken Blade on bot. Get these waves in, 10 seconds on the objective. Misfits are first, but G2 have a hell of a lot of engage.
Okay, so we get an opportunity to look back at the items. Ooh, no time. Fight is starting off.
Nocturnal, where's it going to go? Ornhorn now blown. It's going to knock it back, but it's immediately going to get Windwall. That's the follow-up. The entire team now diving in. Caps up to the backside. Unstoppable on the front line. VTO, Neon untouched, dishing out damage. Only a single item, but it's Flacket off to the side, fishing for 1 kill, looking to finish the job. VTO now dashing, running for his life, sprinting away, but he will get finished in the backside. The Yasuo popping off. The 1 item spike we were waiting for. Neon running. The spell shield's going to block, but it's not the charm that he blocks. Caps in the way, and he has the flash really fully commit for this. The sidestep is clean. Neon cleansing out of that one. The Ignite now ticking, but he will walk away, or will he? No! Unstoppable! Leandries finishes it. Oh, it's an absolute whitewash. Misfits obliterated. They wanted to fight in the pit. They wanted a fair fight, but they will not find it.
And Caps will be the benefactor of all these kills. 10 kills to 0. G2 just wipe Misfits off the map and continue to dominate game 1.
Yeah, unbelievable team fight from G2. Caps stepping up, not missing a single beat in this fight. It's Zanzara who kicks this off against Broken Blade, realizes he has to flash away, but then it's when Jankos goes in. The Ornn knockup misses because of the wind wall, but then the knockup from Irrelevant doesn't look too bad. It allows Neon to get a little bit of damage out, but the damage from G2 is just way too high. Zanzara has to flash away, Irrelevant's already dead, and then allows Caps to get these resets to start moving forwards. VTO tries to peel for his jungler, but he ends up running into the carries of G2, and then it's just the cap show from there onwards.
It's interesting how that fight was basically just a stock standard front to back, but G2's crowd control was landing, whereas Misfits just wasn't. Irrelevant did what he could to set up his team for success, but even when he did it, the damage just wasn't coming through from the side of Misfits. The Silas was forced out very quickly, the Sivir just wasn't hitting as hard as he would have liked to, and G2 just clean sweep the fight.
And I think in a fight when you're that far down, every cooldown is super, super impactful. And there's a world where Sivir has 3 items where Windwalling the Ornalt could lose you the fight. But when they're this far ahead, when Sivir's on 1.5 items, you can take away that major form of CC, and it really stops all of Misfits' potential follow-up because Broken Blade still far ahead of the clock in terms of tankiness. They cannot get through him to get to targets, to get to caps, and then they just get to leap into the backline.
Very tough game for Misfits now. Regular season G2 is one thing, playoffs G2 is another, playoffs Caps is another. 100% kill participation right now. Looking for a play on the Broken Blade here, Misfits.
Locked up, Broken Blade now on the retreat here. Zanzaro trying to finish the job. Broken Blade knocked up, should be taken out here on this one. Stolen away ultimate, VTO gonna finish it. 1 pick traded back, objective bounties up and on the map.
Misfits on the board, but they're going to lose a top tier 1 for that. They had to use 5 members and 5 ultimates to kill a Sejuani, so of course they're going to lose out on other sides of the map. Good punish there by G2, good play by Misfits. We'll see if VTO fancies himself a fight up against Blackhead here, but with his team in base or in mid with no ults to help him, he's just going to have to catch this wave.
I'm not even sure he wins that 1v1 at this point. Like, Blackhead feels very strong right now. And I respect Misfits for trying to find a pick, doing what they can to get back into the game, but G2 are not going to allow this game to slow down. They're going to start off the Baron.
20-minute Baron just started up just like that. They've got a little bit of vision to work with. Zanzara completely unaware. I don't think Misfits have any clue. There's the blue orb, 6k HP. Zanzara has smite. Does Caps just jump over the wall here and zone him away, I wonder?
TP coming in, they need to go if they're going to go now. Can they steal his way? This is how they can bring it back. They're trying to go,
he
gets it! Oh, Misfits! Waiting on a miracle, and they're going to find it now. Caps pushing for a little bit more, but is he the one who has overstayed? Misfits taking away, not only is it an objective bounty, it's the Baron buff to boot. G2 throwing so much out the window. Neon now trying to sidestep, needs to get away. Clean spell shield means he's going to walk away. 6k gold lead for G2, but they throw the Baron away.
So the idea behind the Baron was good, but the moment that they got spotted is when they needed to disengage. And the fact that they disengage at 2k HP means that Misfits are just like, well, okay, cool, thanks for the leash, bro, we'll finish that for you. Zanzara dives in, takes the smite, and Misfits are saying, you know what, we'll happily take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, there's 3 outcomes there. 1, Caps jumps over the wall and tries to fight Zanzara while they finish. 2, they full commit and just try to get a 50-50 in G2's hands where they're actually having multiple members damaging it along with the smite. Or number 3, Zanzara just comes in and steals it. G2 were slightly indecisive when it was 1.5k HP. It's really difficult to just back away from a Baron at that because Misfits will just commit. That's their miracle.
Would you say that they did a bit of a BDS during the regular season? I'm just saying. Wow. You know, they did. Now G2 on the attack once again.
Broken Blade. Forward. Taking away these Baron buffs is big. Right now, mostly what these Baron buffs do is buy time, and that time can get taken away very quickly if they get picked off. Caps now leaping forward. Sending ult just to do a little bit more damage. Mercer locked up and taken down off to the side. Caps now godlike. G2 making sure to cement their advantage further in the top side.
It's a good pick by G2 to slow the top push down, but I think the bot push is where the pressure is for Misfits because they have objective bounties. They got an objective bounty on the Baron. They're going to get an objective bounty on this bot tier 1. So despite Mercer losing his life, I think Misfits come up slightly ahead. I mean, when the team has Baron, it's very hard to get winning plays against it, even if they are behind. But there's another objective bounty for Misfits who aren't out of this game just yet.
I mean, it's one of those things where, okay, you lost your support, but you got that tower in exchange. And you can see that off the Baron power play, Misfits, they're still 1.7k up.
Yeah.
Like, this is only a net gain for Misfits, and they're buying more time. This Sivir is slowly working towards a 3rd item. And while, of course, Blackhead still has the Infinity Edge right now, it's one of those things where you look and Misfits now have a very clear window back into this game.
The toughest task for Misfits now is the dragon stacking. 25 seconds on the spawn. G2 are going to contest mid waves, walk into this dragon pit, and it's the 5v5 all over again. Are Misfits more well prepared for this fight than they were last time? Yes, but they're up against the G2 comp that spikes exactly at this time in the game.
I would consider even just giving it up and instead trying to play for that tier 2 in the top lane or maybe even the tier 1 in mid. Instead, just try and get more gold into your back pocket because you can afford to lose this trade.
I think a VTO TP top here, I wouldn't mind it too much. Just TP on this wave, buff up the wave with the last 20 seconds of the Baron buff and try to get that tier 2. I think Freddy's right there because they're just walking into their own demise here. If they try to contest it, I have to feel G2 will have so many angles of engage and Neon doesn't have that Infinity Edge yet, but looks like Misfits are confident. They're going to push in this mid wave. They're going to move into this Dragon Pit, you have to imagine. VTO trying to zone away Caps, get his ultimate maybe.
Locked up.
Ulti coming out. Traded for Wind Wall. Misfits want to go, they need to go now. That cooldown's going to be back up in a second. VTO now caught out. Paranoia coming in. Zanzar debating where does he go. What can he even see? Locked down on the mid laner. Taken out. No Zanyas for VTO. Caps now on the hunt. This man unstoppable. About to be legendary. Another kill coming down. Flacket will not go down so quickly. Irrelevant does not have the damage to finish the fight. Caps is legendary. G2 dominating Misfits.
The re-engage from Caps was just so clean. Even though he was forced to use one of his Spirit Rushes early in the fight, he then used the last two of them to re-engage the fight and find a great charm onto VTO. That set up the knockup for Flackhead, which ultimately resulted in his demise. That'll be another one team fight for G2. That'll be another Dragon, and Misfits, after getting a small advantage back into this game, immediately lose it at the hands of Caps.
Yeah, the Baron made it look like it could be close. It could give Misfits time, but G2 just slammed that door in their face. Good team fighting, good execution. We can see why G2 is one of the best, if not the best team in Europe right now. When it comes to playoffs, everyone's favorite, looking incredibly dominant in this game one.
And it's scary now when we look ahead to the games coming up in the series, because now suddenly Flacket on Yasuo is a threat. They already banned 280 carries, the Lucian and the Draven. Well, they have to ban a third when we head to the second game. It's not over yet, but you can see how commanding G2 have looked, and how good Caps has looked in this exchange.
Here's the knock-up from Flacket. We talked about the Yasuo not having that many, but he manages to land on VTO, chain CC, he goes down. Zanzara tries to peel, and Irrelevant gets a good knock-up as well to allow Neon some space, but you're already 3 versus 5, and they have shield bows, they have self-peels, they have heals, and they can just run you down.
Just a really good play from Caps. And Yank was like, well, my life's super easy as a jungler when Caps is my mid laner.
I think he's saying, you know, if we just got that Baron, this game would be over by now, but I guess we could just ace him in mid. G2 now setting up for that next Baron in 1 minute.
Yeah. By the way, tank damage. Definitely looking strong, 2K for both. At this stage of the game, Misfits just trying to hold on to whatever they can. Again, buying time is the name of the game, but they don't have a lot of time at this stage. Caps now locked up, but there's no follow-up CC. The Paranoia making sure that no one has the ability to follow up. VTO's taking away the Nocturnal. He wants to finish something, but he's been charmed. He's been locked up off to the side, and now he has been cut down. Zanya's ticking, buying him a brief moment with the rest of the team. Now maybe Misfits can find something. VTO bought so much time for the team. Maybe Misfits can get something done. The death ball from Misfits holding strong for now, but so far it is just a 1-for-0. Targamas overstaying. Neon trying to run forward on the front line, but that is not a Zeri, that is a Sivir. He will not have the immediate backline access. He will not have enough movement speed to find his way back. And G2 grabbing one in the exchange.
It looked okay for Misfits because of the amount of split up that G2 actually did in that fight, right? You had Jankos and Broken Blade against 4 members of Misfits. VTO buying so much time, but not enough damage to cut through this front line. Of course, Nocturne is building tanky. Caps gets ulted by Zanzara, but it's Irrelevant's or knock-up that doesn't connect in time. Caps dashes away from it, and this is where the fight splits, because VTO commits with the Nocturne ult stolen away, and it's Broken Blade who TPs in behind next to Jankos in the 2 versus 4. The Lulu Sivir will kite back. Will be very hard for this front line to kill, but the stopwatch saves Jankos, and then VTO dies. The rest of G2 can collapse.
I will say the use of Paranoia there from Jankos was really clean, because the second that Caps got engaged on, it made it so much harder for Misfits to then follow up. Caps is able to outplay that situation, walk away with another kill. 16-1 is now the kill score. G2 starting off this Baron once more. This time, though, much more control around the top side jungle. Irrelevant does have TP. Let's see if Zanzara can steal it again.
Can we get 2 in a row? Zanzara debating. The Q cooldown going to go away, though, now.
Flip it again.
Timing's not going to be great. Using the Nocturne to deny the vision, but he's flashing into the pit anyway. They need to burn him down. 2K getting lower and lower, but maybe Misfits can find the fight. Neon off to the side. It's going to be big. The Baron ticking. G2 going to grab that one, most certainly. Misfits now running, trying to find a clean fight. Flacket getting back behind the wind wall. Yank goes off to the side. Caps flashing cleanly away from Irrelevant. Flacket now moving forward, but he will not connect on the Tornado. That's going to be big. Neon now chasing for more. Caps off to the side, but it's Neon and Versa versus the bot lane and mid lane. Meanwhile, VTO still fighting forward. Maybe with a bit more healing he can survive, but they have too much CC. Jankos on a rampage. Misfits, it's a heroic effort. They're trying to take out Flacket. They're trying to finish the job to knock up the wind wall. Flacket! Not quite able to survive. Misfits now running back. Targamas now locked up. Caps waiting to come over the wall. Irrelevant has to get out of there. Misfits are holding on, but they're slowly but surely losing the game as it falls apart one more time.
Very impressive Baron there from G2. It looked like it could be a flip, but the Nocturnal secures it.
It certainly does. G2, they held their nerve, and now they're looking for more.
Locked up. The slow man disconnect. There's no way. Taking out all that extra range. The Sun has been stacking souls all game. 149. Don't forget about Targamas. Rapid fire cannon Senna hitting like a truck.
And overall, just an exquisite game from G2. Outside of the Baron that they did lose earlier, a lot more patient this time around. Once again, great use of the Paranoid to make that approach much harder. The flash into the Charm, into the CC, into the Execute means that the Baron doesn't get low enough for Zentara to steal it away. Jankos picks that one up, and then this is where the fight gets a little bit better for Misfits, but you can see how disjointed it is as it's being fought on two fronts.
And it's Neon and Mercer who are the ones who have to carry this fight. Irrelevant and BTO can never win this 1v1 or 1v2. They're just buying time so that Neon and Mercer can maybe find their way back into this fight to clean up. We see BTO die eventually off to the side. And then it's Neon and Mercer who tried to turn it, managing to take down Flakkid, who almost gets the outplay after the stopwatch win the wind wall. I think he tries to wind wall here and then dash through the Orin, but the auto attack must have connected. No, it was the Orin who actually got the kill there. But now we're back to live, and we see G2 sieging towards Misfits' base, who may look for a fight.
Yeah, with an IE, but Nemesis are split. Immediately, the Nocturne is going to go forward, but he's going in onto the tank. Might not be the ideal target, but it just does not matter. G2 are simply too far ahead. Dash in for Broken Blade, clean hit the slow. BTO getting caught on the backside, the Charm, the follow-up. Zanzar trying to buy a bit more space, but Neon is yet to auto-attack in this fight, and now he's just hitting minions. Misfits cannot find the fight that they are looking for. G2 just continuing to find kills left and right.
So much pressure. Misfits can't even walk into their own jungle right now, and the Baron buff creeps means that Neon has to wave clear. Target mass on the Senna, 159 stacks. With rapid fire outranges Neon right now, so every time he walks up, we'll see Target mass hit him with the rapid fire. Again, look at the damage from the Senna. Neon almost dead already. Misfits.
Forward. Meanwhile, Dragon Soul being soloed out by Jankos. It's only going to get harder here. So many champions using that buff well. BTO waiting off to the side. Wild Growth now used. Zanzara now retreating. Knockup comes in. Flakkid looking for blood. BTO goes golden, but he's just waiting. The setup's there. He's going to get stunned right when he comes out. There's nothing left. G2 dominance in the early game. A little bit sloppy around the Baron, but the rest of the game absolutely clean from G2 Esports. A force to be reckoned with in their first best of 5 of playoffs. Misfits making a last effort hold, but you have to feel it should end here.
Unbelievable game from G2. Target mass, Caps, and Jankos, like the trio who was just destroying Misfits, dismantling them. Flakkid and Broken Blade doing their jobs, and they're just going to take them out on the base.
One more ulti, all it takes. One more stun. G2 simply cleaning house. Game already won, but grabbing a few more kills on their way out. Crushing game 1. Misfits need to rally coming into game 2.
12-0-12 on the RE. Caps here in game 1 of playoffs. It doesn't get much better than that. G2 are in form.
I mean, it's Caps in playoffs. You know,
yeah.
He's got a crowd, he's got the energy behind him, and here in game 1, he's already looking clean. Of course, I do think a lot of credit needs to be given to Jankos in that early game.
I mean, Broken Blade as well. The way that they invaded level 1, how they shut that down, playing again just around mid lane, flawless tracking of the jungler.
The whole early game was flawless, but then, you know, it's totally fine if you want to then flame Jankos for that Baron call. You know?
I mean, assuming that's his fault, yeah, that deserves a little bit of flame, to be fair.
But of course, a pretty much flawless game from G2 outside of that single Baron. Even after they lost it, the way in which they immediately took control of the map once again was just great to see. And I think the G2, there were question marks around how they would use the break, and it looks like they're just going to continue to ride off the momentum that they had towards the end of the regular season.
Little to no mistakes, just a Baron really, and that's about it. Some of the team fights, yes, you can pick up kills in here and there, you can look for a pick, sure, but G2 are always one step ahead.
Absolutely were. Well, G2, they demolished Misfits in game 1, and they're on track to secure a guaranteed trip to Malmö. Let's send it over to the analyst desk to gather their thoughts on our first game.
Well, I hope the flight to Malmö isn't as expensive as the guy I saw in the G2 fan with the sign who said, my flight, 600 euro. This game, free. Listen, wow. We're going to analyze that game for about 7 to 8 minutes. G2 picked Misfits as their first match in these playoffs. That was the definition of playing with your food for me. The confidence coming out of G2, Broxa and GB, astonishing.
I think it was amazing. It started with draft already. The first picks that Ioani, I'm sure, caught Misfits very off guard. They follow up with Senna and Yasuo. There's no way on earth anyone can prepare for this draft, and this is something G2 has just always been so good at, throwing those curveballs.
But also just like, you look at the players, right? When you see the player camps, all of them are smiling. Like, not even when we're highlighting, you could just peek down at it. Caps having the time of his life, and, you know, justifiably so with that performance he had.
With that in mind, obviously, it's not that easy. Of course, not under pressure also to form the draft. But are there any elements that you think that Misfits did make the right decisions? Did they work with what they had in terms of draft or not?
It's so difficult in the drafting point of view because you take a look at the draft that they have, and it's a very Misfit-esque composition.
I feel like it's a great draft standalone.
You have that front to back. They have the key points and the win conditions that we were talking about that they need. But when you can't play the early game, you can't play the draft. And G2, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Explosive, G2. I think that's a great word for it.
It was just brutal. Like, I don't even know what to say. It was so brutal. Caps ended 12-0-12, I think. It literally looked like a solo queue.
I mean, Janko smurfed it in the beginning as well. This was the first Nocturne, by the way, of the LEC 2022. We saw it a ton, I think, last year, but this was Janko's piloting it. And in a second, you're going to run us through the early game. But it's really interesting because we talked so much about the tendencies that both teams had throughout the season being not necessarily focused on early game, but focused towards those mid and late game team fights. Misfits has stayed the same. G2 has added a gear.
Yeah, once again, and you know, it's such a G2 thing to do. They come out swinging. They have exactly what they want to play. I was seeing a lot of fans being a little worried, oh, this is the G2 that we're going to see with this draft. It doesn't really look like they want to define the same way they did in spring, but honestly, it didn't even matter what bot lane picked here. Top lane just won, the top side of the map just won that.
And luckily for us, we've got a resident jungler who's going to walk us through exactly how Janko's demolished that early game.
Thank you, Mr. Broxa.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Broxa.
Well, look at it. The good old Fnatic jungler about to hype up his old G2 rival. Here we are. How times have changed. So, this was a very, very impressive level 1 start from G2, and I'm going to run you through it because this changed the entire game. First of all, we're going to play the clip. We're going to see Sansara starting on red buff all on his own. Jankos and Broken Blade are walking in knowing they're going to be stronger in the top jungle 2v2. They push out Sansara, and now we're just going to have a look at what is going on. Because these two wards here are very, very key. Sansara knows he can't stay in his top side. He has to walk to the other side of the map. Caps is pushing mid. His top laner is in lane top. There's nothing you can do as Vi. Down to bot side with you. But the two wards that we see right here are going to come in play in just a moment. Jankos, he gets the red buff, takes Raptors, moves into his own jungle, while Sansara quickly tries to take his bot side before a very scary Nocturne comes to the other side as well. The problem here for Sansara is that because Caps is so much pressure in the mid lane, because Vitio is hogging his turret, you cannot walk in for an invade. Even with the bot push, Caps is just going to come, Jankos is going to come and push you out of the bot jungle. So his only option is to walk to top side. But top side is covered. And right here, the second Sansara moves, down here, Jankos. Oops, I'm very pro at this, as you can see. Down here, Jankos, he was just about to move to his wolves, but instead of moving to wolves, he sees Sansara, matches him around mid lane, moves in river. Sansara goes for the gank, fails it. Beautiful charm by Caps, Jankos flashes in. They get first blood. All of this stems from the level 1, the planning, the adaptation from Jankos, and not only do they get first blood, Caps has a blue buff here, which is really important for the mid lane matchup. And this just snowballed the rest of the game, and it's a big part of why it was so solid by G2.
Very much covering their bases, right? And I think for as much as you may say, I guess, GB, oh, you know, it just looked like they were going in all the time. There's sometimes more than meets the eye. They definitely prepared to scout Sansara, and they definitely prepared to counter gank him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was fully planned. You see the wards as well. I think it's unlucky that the timing was just what it was for Sansara, with the ward literally timing out as soon as he gets out of the fog afterwards. But that's how it is. And I think that just stem G2 from point, especially what you say with the blue buff, the fact that Caps then continuously can have that mid lane priority allows them to continue to play around Jankos too. And I mean, Jankos, he ran away with this game as well.
And I think this is an area where Misfits can easily adapt going into second game, because they didn't use a single ward level 1.
Yeah.
Which clearly is a mistake. G2 knew this, good scouting by them, they took advantage of it, but now, next game, I'm sure Misfits are going to be a little bit careful level 1 at the very least.
And once again, you can see it, Caps push in mid lane, he gets the move first, right, we're just making plays on the map, and this looked completely revitalized, revamped with Jankos and Caps in these games. I think for the first 15 to 20 minutes, both of them had 100% kill participation, which is absolutely unreal for a mid laner as well. The fact that this 2v2 was moving around the entire time and just influencing the rest of Misfits made sure that they could never play the game. And once again, I want to highlight it, because all of this comes back to what Broxa just talked about. It was literally that level 1. Because they get that lead, they're allowed to play as they are, and all of this comes down to that.
When we were talking about this match and kind of theorizing what could happen, GB, you said Neon can be the difference maker for Misfits in this series. We talked about the comparison to Fleckett, who has a completely different role, but I think this is a prime example of why that role is different for Flecken and why it works on the Yasuo. Also, with Targamas, who played a fantastic Senna, you know, you're just playing a different game at that point, right?
Yeah, but it also feels easy because those guys could have played whatever in this game and they probably would have gone the same way, I think. I mean, Senna was crucial with some of the ultimates, and of course I'm saying that with a little bit of jest at the same time. But Caps and Jankos, having them on this team, it must feel so easy and so much pressure must be alleviated having these guys
Rox is getting flashbacks to when maybe he was smurfing it up with Caps.
I was just thinking, like, these guys could literally have played Teemo Heimerdinger bot lane. It wouldn't make a difference because of how dominant Caps and Jankos were. I hope they're going to spice it up even more. Maybe not to that extent, but loving the G2 draft, the approach. So much confidence.
I like the spicing it up because I also saw the chatter of like, oh, this draft, this and that. But this is really, yes, it's kind of cool or special, but it's not out of the ordinary for G2. It's something that I've come to expect.
I think it makes sense in the context of, oh, we go full late game, we throw them into a 5 versus 5, because I think a lot of fans are accustomed to what we saw yesterday with Rogue versus Mad, where the fight was at 14 minutes with a team fight. And then, yes, Misfits would be having an easier time playing it. The problem is G2 knew exactly when they needed to go aggressive with that composition, and because of that, it doesn't matter how good of a composition Misfits would have, you just never got the chance to play it.
Misfits chose blue. It's a tendency we also saw yesterday, often of the losing team. Rogue also moving on to that blue side. What are the tools they're going to have to give themselves to preserve that balance between we want a front-to-back fighting a team comp, but we also want to be able to stop the bleeding early?
I think the first step for Misfits is going to be to make sure they have a jungle matchup, a mid-jungle situation they're comfortable with and happy with. I think the Sejuani first pick was a big curveball, and it was a bit hard for them to figure out how to react from there. Now, maybe with blue side, they can set the tone of the draft. They can try to make G2 respond to them, which is going to be easier said than done. But I'm imagining this is what we're going to see, and I'm curious to see if G2 are going to, you know, change their bans at all now that Misfits could look for a first pick.
And as a team, this is where Misfits have a tough task ahead of themselves. We've seen them bounce back before in a best-of scenario because they had that tiebreaker against Fnatic where we saw adaptation, them choosing blue side as well. Well, Fnatic choosing red. They got blue side either way. And then coming back into it. Now, when you have just been demolished this hard, if they manage to pull themselves together and come back, that's going to be a huge swing of momentum, especially for all of these players who are so inexperienced on an international stage, never been there. So for Misfits, they have a mountain to climb trying to get back into this series.
Yeah, it banged so far for G2.
It did.
I think we can say that. But after the break, we'll be back with Game 2 of G2 versus Misfits. Don't go anywhere.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Did anybody see Vegas Kit Kat?
The desire to see and experience more. It's in our nature to seek a wider perspective. Innovation that broadens your horizons. The all-new Sportage.
Kia, movement that inspires.
side. A few more 3-0s, all I see. Better pray to God before you challenge me. I'm spelling God C-E-T-S. Outplayed, outfought, G2 finesse. Taking all challengers, come and bring your best. G2's EU, EU's not impressed.
Damn, that man is talented. Wonder who he is. Narcissism. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Bulbasaur. Next to me is Squirtle, and to his right is Charmander. We'll be guiding you through this compelling series. If you missed game 1, it is exactly what you would expect would happen when a 10-year-old goes up against a Pokemon master. But we're going to hope the Misfits' plans and adaptations have helped them grow up for a more competitive game 2. Their backs are against the wall. They have the luxury of double elimination, but they still need to show us more in this second game.
Will Misfits evolve, or will G2 hold the beaver?
I like it.
We're going to find out. In terms of the draft adaptations, I think that we were talking about it backstage. It's one of those games where afterwards, if you're Misfits, you just kind of go, we lost level 1. We got to make sure that we don't lose at level 1, and then we'll be fine.
If I'm Misfits, I just say pick blue side, ward level 1, just go game 2 and see what happens. There's not much to take away from there. They just got absolutely murdered, right? So I think the level 1 set them really far behind, and Jankos and Caps are very good. I mean, you can see why everyone picks them, you know, in their super teams and they're all pro, you know, kind of what team they want to make together. They want Caps and Jankos always on their team if they want to slot in.
Yeah, the pretty much universal conclusion we heard from that particular episode of Pop Quiz was that teams across the board considered Caps Jankos as the strongest mid-jungle duo in the league. Last game clearly showcased that. Jankos helping Caps build those early leads, Caps bringing it home alongside Jankos with some incredible playmaking. But a lot can change game to game. Remember, historically, this has always been a 3-0 between these two teams across multiple years of best-of-5s. We'll see if today Misfits can upset the apple cart. We've said it once, and I'll say it again. The odds are stacked against Misfits. But we'll see what they can do as we head into picks and bans. Also, if you're in the audience, there's free water at the merch booth. Someone told me to say that to you, and I guess this is the best time to do it. Free water at the merch booth! Woo!
Of course, the viewers at home, we don't want you to feel left out. If you go to your tap and you turn that on, Downtrix has now also made that free as well. So drink as much water
I'm
to your
not
heart's
paying your water bill. But hydration check, posture check. Casually, you've done one before. I think people appreciate checking. Sit up straight, because brace yourself. This could be...
It's game 2. We still got at least 2 more games.
Exactly. And for now, Misfits keeping the strategy the same. The Draven hitting the bench. They don't want anything to do with it. The Yuumi also gone. Jarvan, it looks like we might see the exact same bans, but with Misfits now, of course, on the blue side.
Now, what is Misfits' first pick then? Do they want to go for the Lucian first pick? The Draven Jarvan screams to me that they want to go for the Sivir again, but they've denied the Senna, so maybe they think that that's swayed away the Yasuo bot. Of course, we've seen Yasuo Gragas bot a lot of the time as well, so there's still options. Trundle down, raises power of Wukong as well, and Vi, the junglers we might expect, but they are maybe going to go for the Sejuani first pick, which is what G2 went for last game, of course.
Isn't it fascinating how series are so different? You know, like yesterday we saw such a heavy bot lane focus. In game 1, bot wasn't even a conversation, right? Like this time around though, we're seeing high priority on things like the Sejuani. Now how will G2 respond? Because with the Trundle ban, that's the direction that I thought they would head in, but it looks like that we're back down towards the bot lane priority.
Lucian, Nami locked for G2. Does Misfits just go Sivir Lulu? Is that just going to be their answer with the Jarvan ban, with the Draven ban as well, denying the Yasuo? All of these bans just kind of instigate that they want to play that. Otherwise, they could go for some kind of heavy topside here. Wukong, Sylas tried to start fighting back a bit, get of a brawl. Heavy topside. Zeri, again, a champion that's kind of slipped our minds as one of the 80 carries, which is incredibly strong as well, when paired with things like the Yuumi and the Lulu.
Lulu now coming through, debating on whether or not they actually do want the Zeri here. The Sivir obviously offering them a lot of scaling power, but we saw in the previous game that getting to late game is probably the hardest piece of that puzzle to assemble. Taking their time on what they want to lock in for a third pick. Remember, this time around, G2 were the ones with the luxury of counter pick, with the ones with the last pick. Seeing Renekton locked in now. This could be going to the top lane, could tell us that the Sejuani is going to the jungle. We have seen some Renekton mid internationally, but we'll just have to wait and see. For now, though, the Ornn locked in on the top side, and Misfits unlikely to play the Yasuo, so really like seeing the Ornn here.
Well, Misfits likely to start banning away junglers now. The question is, what do you try and remove? What direction are G2 looking for? Because they do have a very solid bot lane. They have, already they have a very solid core. You know, you have a very powerful 2v2 that you can look to play through. You have a weak side top that will scale very nicely into the late game. The question is, what option do they want to go for with so many of the already traditional meta junglers banned away? Vi is, of course, still up and available. The Wukong going to be removed.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Jankos on Nocturne, Xin Zhao, Pantheon. I don't think he'll struggle to find an AD jungler if he needs to pull one out. The question I have is AD carry for Misfits. I think Sivir ban here is almost like a no-brainer for G2 if you're taking away the strong AD carries at Lulu, but then you've still got Aphelios, which might be picked up by Neon as something that pairs pretty well with Lulu. Zaya could work as well. Twitch, Kog'Maw also could work, so just depends on how they fancy the lane phase, how they fancy scaling, what do they actually optimize, but they're going to ban away Sylas instead, so that maybe signals that they want to go for the early Ahri pick again on 4, and that's going to get taken away by Misfits. So good response from Misfits, and now it's just a question of what does Jankos want to play, what does Caps want to play? Do they value counter pick on jungle or mid?
And while I have no doubt that both Caps, or the Caps has a deep enough champion pool for that not to be an issue, I do like seeing it taken away. Last playoffs, it was the Ahri given the Caps just about every single game that helped G2 bring it home. So limiting it here, especially after that incredible performance in Game 1, makes sense. But now G2 debating, could just lock in the Vi.
I think Skarner is going to be Zanzara's answer to that. You have to imagine with this many junglers down, and we've only really seen Skarner from him other than the Sejuani actually will be going jungle, of course, so just slipped my mind there. So there's the Sivir. We expected the ban from G2. That's going to be locked in alongside Lulu, and now it's on VTO, his
I was
mid lane
hoping
choice.
for Akali. I think Akali would have been really great.
Akali, wow.
Wow, a blind Akali from VTO as well. He's saying, you know what? Comfort. That's what I want. I want something that I can, well, kill people on. And the question is, will he be able to pull it off?
Important piece of the League of Legends puzzle, being able to kill people. Well, now we got Renekton on the top side of Sejuani in the jungle. Final response here from G2 Esports.
Oh, TF into Akali, classic, of course, can reveal her in the Shroud, so the Vi ult actually has a lot more value into the Akali, which can be...
Okay.
Caps Twisted Fate. I feel Caps Twisted Fate is always a weird one for me. Only it's not that like I've ever thought that he was a bad Twisted Fate player. It's more that like I've never associated the champion with him. Mainly because TF is always one that's like more of a setup rather than you don't have the same independent agency to be able to make those outplays on. And it doesn't help that some of my most recent memories are him playing TF into Damwon, which didn't go super great. But for sure, a phenomenal Twisted Fate player, and it really fits into his playstyle of like looking to push, being able to roam, and into the Akali, the ultimate can easily spot her.
And putting even more attention on Flakked, which has been a continued trend from G2 Esports, showing more and more that he's an AD carry that can be relied on. Naturally, people gravitate towards talking about G2's top side, but when Lucian is really that primary massive damage threat for your team, Flakked naturally has to be the guy that we focus on this game and really see how Misfits respond, because they've got the defensive bot lane, got an aggressive topside with the Renekton, the Akali on VTO, an iconic champion for this player, but just have to see how Misfits can make this composition work as they try to find a way back into this series.
G2 a lot more stock standard now, no real surprises on the TF. Misfits, similar sort of concept, similar sort of idea as Game 1.
So here we go, jumping into Game 2. Misfits need to find a more stable footing in the early game if they want to stand a chance against G2. For them, this is an opportunity to qualify for the World Championship. A win here will lock Misfits a spot at Malmö and the World Championship. G2, of course, already locked, but they would like to go to Malmö too. Let's see which team will be able to come out ahead as we're getting ready to jump into our second match of this best of 5.
Soon we will jump into this next match. We were trying to time it. Producers tell us when to toss, but we're just trying to set it up. It is a big game. Certainly G2 feel like the favorites after that game. We'll have to find out, can they keep the momentum going? Will Misfits Gaming be able to fire back? Notorious for the late game team fighting, certainly have the tools to do so this time around. And remember that just about everybody wants to see Misfits fail here. Mad Lions, make it to Worlds if Misfits lose here. Fnatic and Excel will play Misfits instead of G2 if Misfits lose here. Odds stacked against Misfits in about every possible way, but maybe they can bring it back. It's time for Game 2.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
G2 Esports celebration going strong.
Cap's dad also involved in the cheers. Here to watch his son, of course. And will we see any level 1s from G2 again? TF, Vi, not the strongest level 1s, unless they're looking for some kind of bot invade, but I think it's going to be a bit dangerous for them to do it this time around, so we might get more of a stock standard start here.
All right, this is going to feel weird because the G2 champs are still going, but while Misfits, we'll have to see if they can celebrate after this game. They can celebrate one thing from making it to this game. 300 LEC, wow. Okay, production, we're not on the same page. Masterclass in timing on my side. 300 games for Misfits. Congrats, Misfits. Obviously, G2 fans in the house, very vocal. Make sure we give Misfits their time in the spotlight, too. It's been a pleasure to have this organization in the league, and making it to 300 in the last dance here is big. For these players, obviously, it's not just about this series, it's about their futures as competitive pro players. I want to put on the best performance they possibly can in their final split. Already defied expectations making it to playoffs. We'll see if they can do it again. Take the game off G2 here.
And it's Misfits who are the ones to pull the trigger level 1 instead. This time, complete flip from game 1. They've gone into the top side jungle. Jankos won't get caught out. They'll take away the red and the Raptors on Zanzara, Sejuani. A lot of trading in bot as well, though. Misfits getting the better hand of G2's bot lane in these early level 1s, forcing them quite far back to control the wave. And of course, G2 did ward for that, so Jankos has the information that Zanzara is on his topside camps.
Hitting him with the sad P is a sign of confidence, and I like to see it as we get into game 2, but yeah, obviously the Lucian Nami lane. Level 3, terrifying. Level 1, Sivir still a threat force to be reckoned with, and Lulu, very, very oppressive. So good to see Misfits take a little bit of control here. Top side of the map, relatively quiet. Curious to see what Zanzara is going to do on this Sejuani. It's been a long time since I have seen Sejuani in the jungle, even if it has been seeing a little bit of international play, and wonder what kind of impact it can have for Misfits in the early game.
Well, so far already a good start for Misfits. I think this is one of the big weaknesses of Vi. Her 1 to 3 is just bad. She can do very little, and there's not many junglers that she can really contest, and it seems that many teams are looking to try and take advantage of that, and so far Misfits have done a great job. Not resulted in any significant goal lead, of course. It's just a bit of a denial to make Yanks' life a little bit harder. He will, of course, be level 3, and information now spotted. Means that they know exactly where he is.
Jankos actually dodged the Raptors ward. He finished his bot camps, ran around the Krugs. Irrelevant should spot him out soon. He's going to ward the Tribush, so they won't spot him exactly. But Zanzara, again, has been on ward this whole game. Saw him going to level 1, saw him on his Raptors right now. Jankos knows that Irrelevant doesn't have his jungler around, but he will get spotted out here. Jankos looking for that top side crab. Zanzara looking for the contest. Red buff in his favor. Jankos might struggle, but Caps has the early mid push.
That's the most important thing when it comes to contesting around these crabs. The problem for Jankos right now is that, hey, my top laner doesn't have Persian, even though my mid does. Renekton Sejuani, yeah, I don't want to fight that this early on into the game, so I'm just going to path towards the bot side of the map. Yep. I should be able to secure crab, and then Caps can come and assist me. So good awareness from Jankos. For Zanzara, off to a very good start. We'll secure red, enemy Raptors, his bot side, and now he will do a top side play.
Yeah, whenever we see a Twisted Fate in the game especially, we kind of expect that team to dictate the pace of the game, the gold card moving around with those early ultimates. And just going to have to see what G2 can do, because last game it was Jankos and Caps together being the sole focus. It resulted in a outstanding scoreline, 1,136 damage per minute. Ludicrous numbers. On Twisted Fate, it's going to be a different story in terms of damage output, as the gank will not come through on the bottom side. Just a bit of pressure here. We have to see what Caps can do on this Twisted Fate, because the numbers won't be the same, even if the impact can be similar. As now on the top side, Broken Blade caught out, 1, 2, 3, and 4 stacks. Instant stun going to come through, mitigated by the Unstoppable. Misfits had waited half a second there. They might have been able to finish him.
Jungle showing top though. G2 push in mid and run down here to allow Jankos to get these Krugs that haven't been taken. Misfits' bot lane being zoned away from these waves. A plate's already over to G2's bot lane, and we saw the level 1 go in Misfits' favor. It felt like those were the ones controlling the lane, but really good play by G2 to just send all their members down here, knowing Zanzara will be on his top camps, and find a window that wasn't really there.
It's just a great example of how you can use a prior to assist other lanes should they need to, and the reality is Black and Targon is falling short in the 2 versus 2, and then Caps and Jankos able to bail them out. Now they should be able to get a good base. They should be able to reset back out on the map. Now Caps forced to use his TP to get back into the mid lane. Vito getting off a good base as well means that Vito can now start putting on the pressure. So the question is, how detrimental is this to Caps in the individual 1v1, given that Vito is now getting closer and closer to level 6?
That's exactly it. They're going to have to go mid soon, whether it's Targamas and Jankos together or one of them separately, to actually help Caps get a good base, because that Caps roam is putting him a little bit behind in terms of tempo in mid. Targamas trying to freeze this wave in Mersa's face, who has Ignite. He has to be careful with the heal response, could come through, but the wave will crash.
It's important to note that because Caps TP'd from the bottom lane, he wasn't able to refresh the stacks on his Corrupting Potion. He will now back and return to mid lane here, so may lose 1 or 2 creeps, but the good news when you're going up against an Akali, pre-6, not a lot of kill pressure and not a lot of wave threat either. So Caps at least capitalizing on what is a brief moment of weakness, although now that VTO has ticked over to level 6, he has to be very careful about how he plays this lane.
I mean, the other good news for Caps is Akali really sucks at pushing early waves. You kind of need level 9 before you have decent wave clear, because the energy cost of your Q is so high at early levels, and it's very difficult to get that energy back as well. So Caps actually had a pretty decent base. He's not going to lose too much off the back of it. But the reality is, as you said, VTO is now level 6. This is where he has kill pressure. This is where he starts to become scary. And already he has his eyes set on that top lane.
Caps level 6 as well. With the Destiny, can pull the trigger top side, can pull the trigger bot side. Their kill pressure top is a little lackluster with the tank, of course. They might need Jankos up there to kill this Renekton, but he's just going to hover around, get some vision for his top laner, see if he can drop a pink ward, which he will do on his entrance red of his own team. Could look bot as well, but there might be some mind game between Caps with Neon where he pops his spell shield on the W, but Caps can hold the stun and Q, so really is animation dependent on how Neon uses that spell shield and whether Caps can land the stun. No cleanse, of course, and now VTO will get spotted on that pink.
VTO taking brief advantage there in the mid lane in terms of push to clear out this vision, threaten top side. More vision there though, just to make sure the Broken Blade is safe, as meanwhile on the bottom side, Yanko's already responding, looking to lock down the Dragon. Overall, a much quieter game than in game 1.
Be a red buff respawn trade for the Dragon. Of course, it will put the Sejuani slightly further ahead and help her with the 1v1s and gank pressure, but Drake over to G2 in these early stages, and Zoro looking at the Raptors as well. A lot of trading across both these side lanes.
Relevant trying to extend the trade to get more value out there as Broken Blade gets the full rotation, and Yanko's uncontested on the Cloud. Have to see what else they can do with this red buff, with this pressure on the top side. For now, nothing. So in the long run, the Cloud will favor G2 for now, though the red buff obviously feels pretty good for Zanzara.
I will say, credit does need to be given to G2 in terms of their priority on the Dragons. Yesterday, we saw a lot of late Dragons. Often the first one would get taken after the Herald. It's good damage on the Targamas there.
Mercy
really
is absolutely bullying Targamas in this lane in terms of individual damage output. And for Flacket, it's hard because if he commits spells onto Mercy, obviously Neon can't just trade right back onto him. It can be a little bit difficult.
But the advantage that they've gained as well makes it easier for Jankos to secure that Drake. And even though he loses the red buff, it's also a thing that from Misfits' perspective, they don't want to overcommit to a fight this early on. Fighting a Lucian Nami this early into the game can be a very dangerous and scary thing to do. Jankos, likely knowing that Zanzara has started off the Herald, hovering around bot, looking for an opportunity. It looks like he's not going to find it.
Herald over to Misfits this early on. Small gold lead as well as they zoned Broken Blade away from that top tower and got a couple plays for Irrelevant. So top side, G2 do not want to contest. And of course, if you're in a split map scenario like this, where your jungler's top, your mid lane is always hovering top, all Misfits bot lane need to do
bit of vengeance
is play safe. As Mercy almost gets taken down there, has to burn the flash. Nice try there by Flacket.
That's like when your big brother comes to school and just messes up your bully. Targamas has to feel so good after that one. Obviously, huge advantage too. Neon only level 5 here. Don't think they can dive as Flacket is out of mana, but will force the wave in, and Lulu going to miss out on a decent amount of XP.
Well played there by the G2 bot lane. The early levels looked a little bit shaky, but they've been able to bounce back very well. Irrelevant though on the top side of the map.
3 plates.
Rookie that's grown a lot so far this split. Doing very well in this matchup, and off the back of a nice little gank early on from Zanzara, you can see he's been able to blow this to a 1k gold lead in the isolated matchup. Very well played from him.
And it's a pretty tough matchup for Ornn. We see Renekton as a response to Ornn and Sejuani in the early stages to get that early push. Win out on the extended trains with Conqueror, build Blade, and then win out on the side lane too. But of course, the Ornn will be more useful in teamfights and can kind of renew that gold deficit with the Ornn upgrades to his team with the stats.
I mean, we also see a lot of Ornn players even going toe-to-toe with Renekton, you know, almost like neutralizing the lane. Often being that aggressor is difficult because it's not just on you as the individual top laner, but you need your team to enable that play as well. And Zanzara did a good job in the early game of setting up that vision, playing towards top, stealing away that early red buff to deny any potential early ganks as well. They've kind of set up Irrelevant to success, and now he's running away with the matchup.
And that was kind of a big question mark because, again, when we talk about G2, we talk about a really strong top side. Irrelevant has been a very impressive rookie, but the question mark that I had around this matchup was how will he go toe-to-toe with Broken Blade? And for now, yes, he's supposed to win this matchup, but he is playing it very well. He is building a more impressive goldie than I might have initially expected. The question always becomes, against a champion like Ornn, however, is what do you do with it? How can you transition it into be more than just this laning advantage? Because we know what Ornn ults do, and mostly they win team fights. Good snipe now. Targamas is going to be in trouble trying to make his way out to safety. Tidal Wave has now been used. Bubble blocked by Neon. Wants one more auto to finish off. Cooling down, coming down. Vi on the way in. Jankos, are they going to go for anything else? The flash out from Neon is clean, getting away. Caps on the way down, but VTO is here too. Flacker going to be in trouble. VTO waiting, debating on where he can go. Ease backwards, does not connect on the Shuriken flip, means the fight stops in its track, but a clean gank for Zanzara.
VTO, the hero of Misfits, they're actually reading the play, seeing that they're going for this aggressive play, makes it so he just instantly starts running bot as Zanzara engages. If Caps ults in, he can match the numbers. If VTO was on mid-wave there, maybe G2 could have looked for the 3 versus 3. And Flacket will catch the wave. Nice snipe out by Zanzara. An incredible flash from Neon, who knew that Jankos would go for that flash Q.
Just what a clean ultimate from Zanzara as well. Like, he just glided over the wall, immediately hit onto the target, and just keep your eyes on Zanzara here. I wasn't even sure he'd be able to make this gank work. I thought that he was just covering for a potential gank, but no, he's the aggressor. Targamas is not able to react to it in time. He does the best that he can with the heal and the ultimate, but Neon is able to get the last auto off.
Yeah, let's keep our eyes on Neon here, because I think he gets the kill from a bounce as Zanzara will flash forwards here. Now watch Neon's flash. He sees Jankos, Q charged up. Good reaction to know the Q flash was coming in.
Such a good flash.
Caps can't ult on top of Misfits there, because then he's in range of the Akali, who will collapse on him, so good roam from VTO to respond. Misfits off to a sizable early game lead now with this Herald in their pocket as well. I expect Zanzara to drop this around mid or bot soon with the Dragon spawning in 40 seconds.
And again, I think the most terrifying part of this is if you're G2 right now is that bot lane is ahead and mid lane is looking pretty good as well. Yes, Caps has an individual gold lead, but a lot of that is the Twisted Fate passive. The fact that he hasn't been able to impact the map quite as much yet is a big deal. And when you look at Misfits, giving money, giving anything to VTO or Neon always feels like Misfits' recipe for success.
It certainly does. And now they're going to funnel even more money and try and get a bit of damage down onto this tower. They secure another plate. They should be able to. I don't think G2 quite have the wave clear for it.
Right, the Rune King.
Great trade top lane.
Conqueror proc, he's just monstering out in the individual 1v1 right now.
Blade of the Rune King so powerful. Misfits pop the Sivir ult. They're collapsing on Targamas with no flash. Zanzara has the ult flag. No TF ult either.
Ooh, Chem Tank, he's just running in. He's just going to slow him down. There's nothing he can do. Damage mitigated to the rest of the team, but now the buy on the backside. Zanzara just looking for the 1v1. No one else even done damage. He's trying to finish the job. Look at the Sejuani base damage. It's out of control. Yanko's in trouble too.
The Q.
Oh, another one dropping. Misfits slaughter G2 on the bottom side.
Misfits continue the proactivity. Their great usage of the Sivir ultimate combined with the Sejuani ultimate. Zanzara coming up clutch and getting revenge for what G2 did to him in game 1.
And Irrelevant's going to get a full top tower. This was solo. Yes, one gank top, but that's a full 5 plates over to the Renekton, who's now 2,000 gold up in isolation. Jungle bot ahead as well for Misfits, and VTO sitting pretty happy in this mid matchup as Akali even in CS into the TF. Dragon over to Misfits.
4,500 gold lead as we take a look back at that play.
Flacket just kind of walks up thinking he owns the bot side of the map, but Misfits just heralded mid and pushed in the wave, so they're going to collapse down. There's no TF ult either, and you can't TP in just yet too. So getting caught off guard here, and it's Zanzara who just solos out Flacket. Jankos tries his best to try to peel by going on top of Neon, but he doesn't have the damage alone to take out the Sivir. Look at his HP bars. Neon's full HP, so Jankos just has to run away after trying to peel. And then this is just a Q snipe from Neon. Good to land it. Jankos can't really sidestep that one.
You don't get to see Sejuani mechanics very often, but Zanzara utilized his passive so that he wouldn't be slowed. Then he was able to not only apply his other passive to root him, he then followed up with the ultimate to get the double root to maximum CC Flacket to allow him to get the solo.
You also get the double ice proc if you do it in that order.
Yeah,
you get the E proc and then the alt proc after that, whereas if you do it in the other order, you can't actually proc the second stun.
Exactly.
Shout out to Maurice Amazing Stuckenschneider, who was on the desk and taught me at least about that Sejuani mechanic. I don't know where you heard that one from.
Sejuani mechanics, baby, and it looks like Misfits are swapping up the lane phases. They're going to put their bot lane mid, have VTO catching top waves and Irrelevant on this bot side of the map. With Herald spawning soon and with Irrelevant having TP, I think Misfits can just start this Herald up as they please, and we'll see if G2 respond, but it'll be very difficult for them to do so.
And I want to give a shout out again to Misfits. They have not won this game yet, but when we look at tenacity and the ability to come back from a difficult loss, that's all on the G2 side. You look at quantity of games played, G2 are the veterans through and through for, again, a team that is so incredibly rookie. To come back mentally, to come back strong, to dominate in this early game is an impressive sight. What you're seeing on the side there, just number of all-time LEC games played for each player. You can see Jankos alone, more games than the entire Misfits lineup combined.
Yeah, the Misfits lineup, no one really expected it in 2022 here. You've got Neon, who was finishing bottom of the table last year, Zanzara, who finished last place, Irrelevant and Mercer were in the ERLs last year, and now they're in a winner's upper kind of bracket double elimination playoffs against G2, and they're having a fantastic early game, sitting at 3,500 to 4,500 gold lead right now. Irrelevant looking for Broken Blade.
Caps now going to come down. They should be able to get him in the 3v1, but can he get a kill back is the big question. Leaping in onto Caps now has been rooted up. There's just so much follow-up CC. He will get cut down here. No one traded back. Good kill pickup for the side of G2.
Misfits needs to respond quick. They need to drop the Herald mid or top now that they've picked it up, because they've just committed 3 members there. They've just committed 3 ultimates as well. Top tier 2 is more value in terms of gold. Mid lane tier 2 is more value in terms of map control. Looks like Zanzara wants to drop it top then, but I think G2 will be in time to respond. See if they can take it down.
Misfits committing 4 members to the top side. G2 can match that. Broken Blade still on the bottom side. No TP available. Herald charging, stun locks up. A lot of chain CC there, but no follow-up damage. The ult now coming in though. Misfits fishing for a little bit of blood. Zanzara leaping out. Good dash out, waiting as the gold card comes in. Only one tower traded back. Top tier 2 for the bot tier 1 alongside the kill onto Renekton.
Misfits doing a great job of pushing their lead and showcasing that they definitely can go toe-to-toe with G2. Neon in a prime position to carry this game. And huge props to Zanzara. Like, let's not forget his incredible story. Coming in halfway through the split, Misfits were really struggling. And all of a sudden he joins and they go on this incredible win streak. He gets Poppy every game. Yeah. People are like, maybe take away his Poppy. You take away his Poppy, you give him his Trundle. Like the man, this is his meta and he is shining in it.
Knight's Vow second, maybe going towards the Warmogs as well later on. Just going to be a supportive tool for Misfits with a lot of damage on the triple threat in top, mid, and bot. But I worry for G2 the longer this game goes in terms of damage. You know, you've got Ornn, Vi, TF. There's not really a carry high DPS champ coming out of that top side. It's a lot of setup, a hell of a lot of setup, yes, but the Lucian needs to be ahead then to carry the DPS in the fights, to start dashing forwards with the culling and the Gale Force. But right now, Flacket's sitting at a 1,100 gold deficit. We'll need to start trying to find some fights soon. G2 have a lot of setup to work with. They just need the resources on that carry.
Difficult position to play from, no doubt. See if G2 can split up the map, continue to find those picks on side lanes. Misfits playing a little bit more cautiously now, as you can see, Relevant without information on the G2 lineup. We'll just back off, not looking to push his individual advantage any further. Good news for the side of G2 is we now have the Imperial mandate for Targamas alongside Flacket with the Gale Force. The potential to just 100-0, something like the Sivir or Akali, if VTO or Neon are out of position, is definitely there. They have the tools, just need to find a way to make it work.
Dragon up in 40 seconds. Misfits will want to start stacking those soon to force G2 to fight into them, but G2 want to look for cross maps. They want to look to use TF ult and the Vi move to a side lane when the Dragon is started up, but Jankos might be caught.
Bit of damage, stun. Jankos locked up, there's just so much damage! Killing spree. And again, Zanzara just walks in slowly but surely, uses the ulti secondary, just keeps the enemy target just chain CC'd.
Dragon will be gone, bot tier 1 will be gone, everything's falling apart now. G2 don't own any sides of the jungle. Broken Blade will be forced away, so 2 objectives will be picked up for that pick.
Tank, a little bit extra movement speed. Broken Blade now slowed down. Not going to hit the 4th auto attack, won't be able to fish for the stun, although Broken Blade could go unstoppable. And Misfits, again, finding small advantages, turning it into something so much more. Dragon up, tower going to go down, everything going in favor of Misfits. Hoping to pick off VTO. He can't try to shuriken flip back. It will get canceled, it will get interrupted. He will be cut down. Big shutdown into the back pocket of Flacket.
Yeah, that's why Twisted Fate is a very effective pick into the Akali. Very much mitigates her, well, stalling power. G2 are finally able to find a pick back on the map. It will cost them a Drake. It would net them a little bit more control, and maybe they can play for that top tier 1.
And that's exactly how G2 want to play the game. They want to cross-map, because they can always cross-map with the TF and try to make a pick on side, because Misfits have 2 champs that want to push outside. Akali, Renekton, both of them want to play some kind of a 1-3-1-esque style, and that's where the TF can come into punish when Misfits want to make plays for towers or for dragons. G2 want to cross-map. Unfortunately for them, Jankos fell earlier on, and they lost the bot tier 1, so this kill doesn't actually net them anything. But a kill is a kill. They need to get a lot more of that, though.
Starts to bring things back in terms of bottom lane gold discrepancy, but when you take a look at the total gold, no surprise to see Misfits should be mostly towards the top of the table. Irrelevant Neon dominating. Caps bringing it back. Some of that is his assists, some of that is the Twisted Fate passive, but finally Flacket catching up. And of course, he is the man that we are looking at to be the big carry for G2. He's the only person on the team that gets to build full damage items. Even Caps now getting the utility of a rapid fire cannon for the Twisted Fate.
Well, we'll see if he's able to do it. I'm telling you right now, VTO Akali, very few AD carries have been able to escape it. I remember watching, I believe it was Upset Caitlyn. You'd think that with a Morgana and being Caitlyn, he'd be fine. Nope.
Melted.
He's a very talented Akali player. As you rightly said, Drake was at the beginning of the game. This is one of his iconic picks. It's something that really drew a lot of attention to him as a player. And you can look at some of his stats on your screen right now. 6 wins, 3 losses, an impressive 6.7 KDA. And nearly a 70% kill participation, which for the record on Akali is really hard.
Nice.
Akali is not like Jarvan, where Jarvan can throw his E. Oh, I just got 5 assists. How convenient. Akali has to work for her assists. So, yeah, definitely an impressive scoreline for V2 on this channel.
Misfits starting up the Baron here. G2 see it, of course, because of the Scuttle Crab. They're going to walk in. We'll see what Misfits' response here is. Do they look for the finish? They look for the turn. VTO is in a good position to flank. Caps might have to use the ult to get vision.
They're looking for it. There it is.
Going over the wall, and so just going to try to blow them up. Irrelevant, just so much damage. Look at the combo. Oh, they've locked up VTO, but everyone else might fall. Broken Blade still a solid ultimate. VTO buying a bit more time by going golden, now leaping backwards. G2 getting routed around the pit. Mercer chasing forward. Irrelevant, just about unstoppable. The snare landing. Oh, the Chem Tech bringing him home, bringing him into the back line. Misfits can turn right back to the Baron. They have the power of the Sejuani and the Renekton together. They can cut through this so quickly.
Fantastic Baron start by Misfits. Really good turn. Zanzara and Irrelevant, the first ones to go across. VTO lives with the stopwatch, great flank as well, and then it's the back line of Neon and Mercer that cleans house.
Just an incredible engage from Zanzara and Irrelevant. This top jungle have absolutely smurfed this game, and they are going to secure a 21-minute Baron against G2.
So let's look at this one again. G2, no vision to work with, don't invest in the TF ult, and by the time they step forward toward it, boom, Zanzara straight across the wall, V2 on the side, so Flacket has to run away. Cunning already used Caps and Flacket, not a lot of backline DPS. The stopwatch popped by VTO, and then the Ornald comes in to get a couple knockups, but it's really hard for Caps and Flacket to follow up.
What's crazy is Mercer just walked onto the backline and polymorphs Flacket. Caps and Flacket have just stood there looking at this Lulu just being a pain on the backside, and they're able to just clean sweep the fight. A very well executed fight from Misfits.
Yeah, and we can see both these teams, when they get leads, they seem to snowball very, very effectively. We saw G2 last game doing it, now Misfits with the early game lead. Very clean snowball so far.
And you can see how confident they are to pull the trigger. The second they see Broken Blade's TP coming out, they know they have a 4-second window to make things happen. They instantly, 2 members are dead by the time Broken Blade starts casting his ultimate, and that Renekton is a force to be reckoned with. Neon hasn't even 3 items yet. The Sivir's not even scary yet. It's a terrifying place for GTO.
G2 lack wave clear as well. They don't really have that much, and they're
Oh,
going to engage
now
on
just
the
trying to
dive.
finish it. Flacket instantly dead. That's it. That's the main source of damage. VTO dashes right back out. TP coming in. Irrelevant is massive. Oh, it's a slaughter. We're 22 minutes in, and G2 might just try to end it right here. Rather, Misfits might try to end it right here. G2 running out of options. They need to defend their base, but they have no form of damage. They have no reliable form of wave clear.
They have to Ornald this wave. They don't have that much wave clear at all. Ornald is the only real reliable thing they have left, but the wave hasn't crashed yet. He can't use it for only 3 creeps. He needs to wait a little bit longer. I don't think Misfits can end unless G2 takes some kind of silly fight, but they will hit the towers. Where is the Ornald? There it is for the wave tech, and Irrelevant stun him.
Trying to stop him from getting it. He does get the stun out. The wave is still there, but Misfits, they're going to back away. They know not to risk it. Flacket coming up in just a moment. Yanko's leaping forward with confidence.
Caps has ult on respawn. They might want to slow chase this down to try and find some picks, but it looks like Misfits are out.
The Dragon up in a minute's time means the Misfits, they recognize the death timers. They recognize that if they overstay, they could end up throwing the game, and it's just not worth it. You have such a monumental lead. Why not just go back to base, reset, spend that gold, and come back out onto the map even stronger than you were before?
Guardian Angel and Irrelevant now level 15, and we're going to take a look at that mid dive again. G2 lacking the wave clear, but Flacket with no cleanse, no flash. Zanzara just sees him step way too far forward, throws the ult over the wall. Everyone piles on top of him, and then it's Caps that gets singled out for the TP of Irrelevant. Zanzara on the left there just tanking the tower to make sure his top lane safe. Incredible damage coming out, and Caps falls. The 3 versus 5 kicks off. They only get themselves 1 Nexus tower.
You know, I'm so used to Sejuani having the stigma of all of her ultimates missing, but it's very strange to see Zanzara hit every single one of them like they're homing missiles. Like, every single one of them has just been absolutely on point.
Yeah.
Zanzara having a stellar game on Sejuani. He's been involved in 9 of the 10 kills that Misfits have secured.
And a secondary shout out to Mercer. 10 of the 10. We've seen this man on Leona put up big numbers. We've seen him absolutely monster in some of these games, but he has been unleashed, shutting down Targamas in lane, being so clutch in these fights, knowing that if anyone burns cooldowns on him, they lose the fight anyway. Fearless now to step forward. G2, though, holding on for the siege, trying to survive as long as they can. 11k gold deficit, not something that's easy to weather. Maybe if they find a pick onto VTO, they get something done, but it feels like G2 are already out.
Baron buff gone. Broken Blade might have to ult this wave if Misfits step up. They're using Dragon as an exit objective. They want to keep the pressure on.
Locked up, Ornn locked up, the tidal wave to follow, trying to turn something back. Broken Blade trying to leap out to safety. VTO still standing strong. He goes golden, he buys himself a brief moment. He can't continue, step forward. God. So much damage. He gets the Shuriken flip. It's big. It's a double. Looking for a bit more for the Sivir. Following up, the Akali gets 1. VTO grabs 2, rather triple for the Sivir. VTO grabs 1, and Misfits going to end the game.
And in 25 minutes, the surprise of Misfits, where everyone come back and clap G2 after such a disastrous game 1, making this a tied-up series.
Broken Blade said we'd get a banger or a 3-0, and I'm ready for a banger. A back and forth, early game dominance, taking both teams to quick victories.
It's a best of 3 now, and we've seen level 1s from both sides. Zanzara gets the level 1. He gets the red buff Raptors, gets a small jungle lead, and then just make sure both sides are snowballing very well. TF not working out so well for G2.
Misfits is a team and an organization that continues to be doubted. They're a team that continues to be underestimated, yet they continue to demonstrate that they ended in where they did at the end of the regular season for a reason. This momentum was not fake hype. It is this team being able to play at that level, and if you give them an arm, they'll take absolutely everything.
Absolutely will. And I mean, this is so terrifying for teams who are looking on. Teams like Mad, who lost in a Game 5 yesterday, who are locked worlds if Misfits lose. If Misfits wins, they're not. Things get so much harder for that team. Things get so much harder for so many teams if G2 get knocked out of that loser's bracket. But soon, we're going to be back with Shox, Broxa, and Goldberg for more on Misfits Win right after this short break.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull?
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Over again, winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
At an A rank, you're a G2. You be leaking on your game plans, man, you'll see through. We can tick you up the checklist. If you have a death wish, we can play like Brexit and take you out the EU.
I mean, it's tricky because they're kind of being taken out of the EU because they won't be here next year. Super sad. Shout out to Rustage, by the way, for that awesome part of the Misfits rap in the rap battle. But Misfits do just as he said, and they come back in this one. You know, we got our super convincing game 1, and then you get lured into the thought of, oh no, is G2 going to just make this a quick 3-0 and send Misfits home? But Misfits say no in kind of a different way. And Broxa, we saw adaptation coming out of both sides in terms of how they approach this game.
I was a little nervous for my 3-2 prediction after seeing game 1, not gonna lie. I thought today would be a quick day, but very impressed with Misfits' adaptation. Starting out the draft, first picking Sejuani, very different meta than what we saw yesterday in Rogue versus Matt, and just all 5 of them played so amazing. G2 had a comp with a clear engage with the TF that wanted to make plays around bot, but they never allowed it to happen, and Sansara found a lot of good opportunities himself, just snowballing so nicely.
And I actually think it was really difficult for Misfits to come back into this game as well, because going from a best of 5 point of view, the only way they really, you know, could fix their issues from first game was like, oh, let's not get invaded level 1. So you didn't really get too much intel of what the rest of the game was going to look like. But I think they came in with a very Misfits-esque draft. You can see it here as well, where you finally have that Sivir to play for. We talked about it. Neon is your guy to play for if you want to make a difference in this draft. And having a Sivir where G2's main engage on towards you are the Vi, the TF, which can get spell shielded. You have the On, but that means all of these ultimates have to come down almost immediately on the same time to make sure this spell shield doesn't get the value.
Broxa, talk to me about how Zanzara, now being on a Sejuani in the matchup early versus Vi, had more opportunities.
I feel like it came down to a combination of the Misfits bot lane managing the wave really well, setting up those ganks, because obviously he can't just magically make them happen, but they pulled the wave bot, G2's bot lane overextended, and Sansara was there, they just kept finding those openings. And what was impressive about it to me was not only Sansara looking out and seeing the gank opportunity, it's that Vegio also moves down, matching Caps, so that Caps, despite playing Twisted Fate, could never create a man advantage for G2, and we see it here. Caps is holding, he comes down to bottom, but Vegio is first, even though he's playing that Kali.
Yeah, and I think that's really impressive, considering that TF was the one that needed to make the move. We saw Caps try and do it level 5, but didn't really get it down, and they just continued to be Misfits that was making the attack first. Sansara in this reroll, realistically solo killing the enemy AD carries. He's really not having a good time, and I actually love the Glacial Orphan on the Sejuani coming through as well. The fact that you get the slow immediately when you land your Q to just solidify those extra damage. Yes, you have your slow on your W, but having those Glacial Rays that the opponent have to walk through to get out really make matters so much worse. And yes, there was a cleanse coming through on Blackett, but when there's so much CC that you need to be varied of, that summoner spell was pretty much off cooldown every single time because of any skirmish that happened.
Yeah, and it was then interesting because in the first game we saw that G2 definitely shut the door, but they did it through killing them everywhere, right? I feel like Misfits, they did similar things, but they also had a view on the entire map and how to really shut the door also in terms of objectives and getting that ball rolling, GB.
Yeah, I really think that it also came the fact that they had prior lanes, or they developed prior lanes into the mid game, because I think that the bot lane was pushed in the beginning, but after they had those 2 kills, now they could just rotate around with the Sivir. But another person we just haven't talked about was irrelevant on that Renekton into the own. He was forcing BB of these waves, making sure that they could always just walk up there and take the objectives in a game that was so bot side heavily focused. And I think that really opened up the pressure on the map in general when Misfits started to play the game, because, you know, there were only 4 kills ahead, but they still had like 5k gold lead. And just into context of what they came back for in this game, the first game they lost with a 19k deficit. They managed to pull themselves together and come back in this dominant fashion. That's so impressive out of these 5 players.
Yeah, like, honestly, I feel like best of 5s, it's so much about mental strength, the team atmosphere, just being able to help each other get back on track after a game like that. And Misfits not only being able to recover going into game 2, but doing it so impressively, where the only thing they gave up was the first dragon. Then they started taking Herald, they took second Herald, they found a lot of good fights. They just played so incredibly well as a team. Confidence, trust, it was all there. And after that poor game 1, that's a really good sign.
I wonder if we can get the picks and bans up again, because I'd love to look at this from the perspective of G2, right? We said in the first game that Misfits still hang on to their game plan. They made that front-to-back comp, but G2 disrupted it by their early game. Are there any choices you think should have been made differently with the Sivir in mind?
Well, I think some of the Vi picks we've seen in general, I'm not the biggest fan, or at least sold for when we are playing Vi here. I know why it can be good, but I think essentially also the mid lane pick with the TF coming through due to the fact that Caps looked so good when he had agency, when he was playing the Ahri, when he was taking charge, when he's playing the Twisted Fate where he's kind of facilitating the rest of his team. That lessens the pressure of that star mid laner you have as well. And I think when his ganks was shut down and answered so beautifully by Vito as well, it made matters really difficult for them to find a lead.
Why don't you like the Vi? You said here, do you mean like in Europe?
Yeah.
Explain.
So I think when we've seen a lot of them, they get drafted a little bit randomly, where just like, okay, let's pick Vi for the sake of it because we know it's a strong jungler. But Vi is one of these champions that's really good into champions where you have the lockdown and when there's facilitation of enemies to dive in with you. So that's either a Rakan coming through with you, on Akali, for example. If you have the Akali Vi where 2 members dive onto you, then it's a really scary pick. But when you're the only one diving in, it kind of creates this position where it doesn't have the value that you want to out of it.
Okay.
It's also worth noting that here the Vi pick felt a little bit forced. Like, she has no one she can really ult, no target to go on, and I think the pick would have been a lot better for them if they had actually banned out the Sivir, perhaps instead of the Sylas. Sylas is a good pick, so I see why they would do so, but you need a good target to ult that you can go on. And I'm not a big fan of the Twisted Fate either into Akali. Traditionally, Akali is considered a counter pick into TF. And we saw it here, like Vito, he had so much control of his lane, he could roam, he could follow TF, and Caps just couldn't really do anything. I like the bot side focus, the idea of picking TF with the Lucian Nami, but against Misfits comp, you can't really do anything.
It's interesting, right? Because in the first game, we thought, oh, G2's coming out with this unconventional, wacky draft, you know, although we always know that G2 can pull something like that out, and they ruffle stomp Misfits. Now they go for something more measured, right? Something more stock standard, and then this happens. So why do they have to go back to the drawing board?
Well, I think now they're at even footing. Both teams tried to test them out in a situation where in the first game it was too much of the agency that Misfits couldn't deal with. Then they found a way to stabilize themselves. I think you're reset now in the approach of this best of 5, and I think G2 now as well realized that, you know what, this comp, it was too scattered in general. They now have that, what do you say, extra positive that they can suddenly be the one that needs to make the changes, and because of that, I think with the experience these players have, they know what they want to come in with. They know what adaptable changes they want to apply now.
This was also a draft that Misfits could actually be very comfortable with, something that they, I'm sure, have had a lot of practice against, because G2 just played a completely standard team comp. Misfits on their side played a comp where, sure, Renekton on top is not what we expect from Valorant. We expect them to play a tank, a frontline, but overall, just a standard team fighting comp where as long as they don't lose early game, they're going to be more than fine.
We will be covering the draft in just a second. I'd love to highlight Neon just a little bit. As was told, could very much be the X factor. He had a fantastic game. When it comes to kind of your gut feeling as to how G2 should approach these coming bot lane matchups, would you rather see them on a Yasuo Senna, let's say, or something in that realm as opposed to a straight up Lucian Nami?
Well, I think if you want that Lucian Senna, it's because you want to shut down Sivir, for example, and you have members that can dive in with it, like we saw SK do earlier in the season as well. But I think Neon specifically is just such a great player that you need to shut him down if you want to beat the Misfits roster, or shut down the rest of the map so he never gets to play the game like we saw in game 1. So I think you can deal with Neon by not dealing with him.
Okay. You agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's 2 ways you can approach it. Either you just ignore him completely and stomp topside with Broken Blade on the carry.
Right.
Or you make sure that you get a better mid lane matchup for Caps, so Caps can actually get the mid prio, put Vito on the turret like we saw in game 1, and then roam and have an impact. Because here, Vito was part of the problem. He was always there. They couldn't do anything. He made Neon untouchable.
The cool thing about these best of 5s, GB, is that it evolves, right? We saw it yesterday. We saw big evolution coming in as the series progressed, especially in that game 3, 4, and 5. And G2 is moving to the blue side.
Yeah, I have a feeling that when G2 moves to the blue side, they're coming through with something kind of esque of what we saw in game 1 as well. I don't expect them to go for this kind of stock standard draft with neutral picks or traditional picks that we're so used to seeing in this meta. I think they want to throw in a little bit of a curveball, as they so often do, to give them that extra advantage. And just like I just quickly wanted to say as well, with like what Brock is saying, huge prop to Vito. The fact that he managed to match Caps in this game in terms of moving on the map when he's playing the Akali really matters a lot. And it also shows that when Caps didn't get that early advantage as he did in game 1, the game actually became kind of hard for G2 to play as a whole roster.
one of the things I love about G2 is the fact that especially after a loss, you have no idea what's coming.
Yeah.
They are one of the hardest teams to draft against, to prepare against, because they just play the standard comp, which is great and all, but now that didn't work. Well, what's going to come next? Are they going to pull out the Yone top? Are they going to have something that is completely different? Time will tell.
Well, we'll see what happens in this draft. Then Broxa speaking from experience, saying when you push G2 down, they might come at you with something special.
And first of all, I'm curious to see G2's bans, because they've stuck with the same bans so far in the first two games. Yuumi, Trundle, and Poppy. We've also seen the Sejuani first pick twice. We see the Yuumi here already. And I feel like the bans for G2 are pretty solid, unless they want to pick up the Poppy or the Trundle themselves. I don't see why they would change it.
Well, the only reason you would change anything here is the fact that you want to take away the Sejuani. Both times been first picked by G2 and by Misfits. And of course for G2, I do suspect it to be a bit of a flex. Having that Trundle ban on 3 as well makes it so that, oh, you can't get the counter pick of Trundle through where you steal away the resistance with the ultimate. But now just having the same bans come through, yeah, I mean, to no surprise, we might just see Sejuani get locked in.
Isn't it so interesting how in different best of fives you see completely different priorities?
And that's one of the beauties about pro play, that usually the teams are screaming each other, then like different scrim bubbles, different metas are developing, and it's clear here. Misfits and G2, completely different meta than what we saw yesterday. Now, curious to see if Misfits are going to prioritize something like the Renekton and the Smart, maybe the Lulu, maybe the Sivir, or something that can make sure that Neon and Mercer are going to be set up for success.
I think going for this rotation is really smart because you can gain so much top prio by having that Renekton earlier, and while there is a counter pick now available for Broken Blade if they decide to flex this Sejuani, they don't. That just means that you're put in a comfortable spot again, and you can now be banning away some of these other supports that's such a good pairing with a Kalista now that you had to go for the jungle and AD carry rotation. And if this were to come through, it's actually really good into a short-range champion like the Kalista, and there we have it. It makes a lot of sense, and it's comfort for Sansara.
Yeah, it's not just Skarner, it's Sansara.
Yeah, for sure. And actually interesting that G2 decides to break the Sejuani flex pick so early instead of waiting to 4-5.
Yep.
It shows clearly that they value having a strong mid matchup, a strong support matchup, looking for the counter pick, and at the very least one of their roles so they can, you know, make sure that the bot side of the map goes a little better this time around. Curious to see the Skarner playing on a champion that we see much nowadays. Wukong on the other side for Jankos, one of the strongest junglers we have currently, but, you know, as you said, Sansara and Skarner, maybe some magic is on the way.
Yes, I think coming through with the bans as well as Silas, just like one of these contested pick in between the both mid laners here. And it wouldn't even surprise me to just see them go for a mid laner 4v2 if they want to go for one of these control mages instead, or go for the Ahri Talia that's available, just to get that support counter matchup. When you are playing against Kalista lane, it's so important that you stabilize the lane, and yeah, Ahri coming through just to make sure that they have it stabilized down there.
Yesterday you said, Broxa, that you consider Kalista actually the strongest AD in the meta right now in that situation, so there's going to be a lot of necessity for this bot lane to perform.
Yeah, for sure. Kalista is incredibly strong in the early phases of the game, and with a strong support next to her, perhaps it's going to be something like a Nautilus. It can be pretty hard for difficult to survive the early laning phase, but Misfits, they're going to have really good scaling with Sivir. And the comps are kind of interesting in the sense that on G2 you have the super strong bot lane with the Kalista, and on the other side Misfits, they're Renekton, they want to snowball top. So pretty interesting how this draft is developing, and now I just want to see a very strong support next to the Kalista, so G2 has a lane that's simple, easy to play through. Azir is going to give the mid prior versus Ahri, and they should have an opportunity to make some plays down the bot lane.
Okay, this is gonna sound... Oh, okay. So you pick a Kalista up with Tahm Kench. Not the strongest pairing. You can play the Tahm Kench quite aggressive if you want to nowadays as well, but this also opens up if you want to play any enchanters. Unfortunately, both Lulu and the Yuumi has been banned, so they might match the engage, they might match the speed up. Even with a Karma here would be fine. Having Karma movement speed, having the Sivir, you have to already have the front line with Skarner and the Renekton, so I think right now you can pick anything out the litter right now if you're Misfit. Yeah, I think something that just stabilizes. You don't want to engage and contest the bot lane, you want to stabilize your bot lane down there.
and you also have a Braum that can protect your Sivir in team fights, because there's no doubt with the Kalista, with Wukong Sejuani jumping at you, perhaps a Shurima shuffle from a Seer, it's not going to be that easy for Neon to play these late game team fights, but with Braum in front of her, she might have a chance to pop up.
The only one I feel bad for in these team fights is going to be Irrelevant, because he's playing into a lot of range here, he's playing into a lot of kite, and like you'll have your pressure on the side lane with the Blade of the Ruin King rush into the Sejuani, but outside of that, if you don't get resources, they can even camp it with an auto-attack reset jungler, like the Wukong as well, that's so efficient up towards that ganking top lane. So I actually think G2 Esports in the early game have lots to play for, whereas Misfits, they need to wait for that level 6 for Zanzara to come through to really be effective and leave their mark.
Okay, when it comes to the things we've seen that are the same, we've got Sejuani again, we've got the Renekton, we've got the Sivir, but how do you feel in general? Both teams have evolved their drafts going into this game 3.
I feel like G2 now has shown that they want to be able to contest early. They have a strong jungle in Wukong into Skana. I would like to see Jankos playing slightly aggressive, contesting Skana early on, secure the mid prior for Caps and the Seer, and then make sure that Kalista can actually snowball bot. On Misfits, it's a bit the opposite. You have Ari, the playmaker, who wants to contest the Seer, who wants to fight around mid, especially when Skana is level 6, and who just wants to protect the bot lane.
Okay, let's see what happens. Misfits fought themselves back into the series 1-1 right now. Let's see what happens in game 3 between G2 and Misfits.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
G2 Army on force, getting the collapse together as we get ready for game 3. Game 1, game 2, very one-sided. Winning the early game, of course, hugely important. The team that was winning out early brought it home. I can't read that sign or I would reference it.
Yeah, I couldn't read it either. It said dressed up as something, and I missed it.
Yep. But you can hear the crowd, despite Misfits commanding
Can
win.
you? Huh, didn't notice.
Well, actually, I don't know if they can, but I can. So I'm going to share that information with the people at home.
There are a lot of cool skins in this game. I didn't even know Ari had that chroma. I kind of want it. What, I'm a big Ari enjoyer. What do you want from me? It's a cool
Dracos is the look.
This is game 3 of a playoff series, and you are talking about chromas?
But that's a really cool
That is a Dracos move. I respect it.
It is a Dracos move, actually.
It's a good chroma.
Caps is doing the faker thing, though, with like no skin. I'm cool. I'm edgy.
I'm edgy.
Actually, the base Azir skin is one of the nicest to play with, I have to admit.
Yeah, he doesn't have that great skins, does he?
Whoa, bro.
Well, he doesn't.
Come
It's a
on.
Zia, dude.
Base skin is nice, but no level 1 shenanigans this time around from either
What are you
side.
talking about? No level 1 shenanigans. Look.
Zanzara is actually on the enemy red. How's he got there? Did he get spotted on a ward? Is that Raptor's ward enough to see if he hugged the wall, I wonder?
Yeah, wait. Is he? You know, Jankos is blue side, and he just stole the red buff. Blue.
Oh my god. Yeah. Jesus, what has happened? I've been focusing too much on your Ari skin. Stop it, Redius.
It's G2 that have done the invade.
Yes, G2 who's done the invade. Did they actually...
They just delayed invade, and they just walked in and they took
delayed
it.
invade and they took it.
Zanzara started
Surprising.
top side.
Enemy team has a Braum and they just ran in. So, good level 1 from G2. Gonna take away... See how many camps he takes away here. Jankos is gonna take away the blue drop. He's gonna get the wolves as well, level up to 3. And then go back to his bot side, I imagine. Question mark pings on his own
all
blue.
3 of these camps, isn't he?
Yeah, and G2 can play as aggressive as they want now. Yes, the Braum lane is good level 1 and such like that and so forth. And intermediate champs like the Nautilus and the Tampkench can work in the 2v2s, but Misfits just have to give up the push at this point. We'll see if G2 look for any early dives because Zanzara will finish his Raptors here.
And I want to look at this jungle matchup through the lens of Zanzara's performance because obviously game 1, Zanzara, relatively invisible. Game 2, a completely different story. Both of these junglers really dictating the pace for their respective teams. Game 3 obviously remains a question. Already we've had this unique level 1 start. The map seemingly split as... Now we might have the 1v1. I feel like Skarner wins this if he gets the Shrine. I'm not Captain Flowers, but I feel like the general rule is don't fight on the Shrine.
That is the general rule. Look, Renekton also has the push. Irrelevant is on his way down. The big question is, what will Caps do?
I think Jankos is doing the smart thing. He knows he can't fight his blue and grub. Renekton has too much push. BTO is a lot stronger than Caps in early skirmishes, so he's just going to take the wolves and back off, I imagine. He has got a 3 camp lead from the bot side. Zanzara will match that with 2 camps here, so he should still have a net +1 if he goes back into his bot side here. And that's exactly what he will do. So good response there by Zanzara after getting invaded on level 1 again. A lot of level 1 invades over the last couple of days, and then he'll probably move towards the top crab. He should know that the wolves are down, but maybe he wants to check them.
He's just going to get that little bit of vision, or at least that check.
But props once again to Irrelevant. In the Renekton matchup, you need to be aggressive early on, and he's doing a great job. Having that push allowed him to assist Zanzara, which means that he's not going to be put that far behind. Will be able to secure himself a blue buff, even as an ever so slight gold lead, but not that it really matters this early on into the game. Once again, irrelevant.
Nice. Zanzara's here, no flash from Broken Blade, of course. There's the Q.
Ooh, just barely getting in range for that W there at the end. Credit to him for using the E to dash past his Sejuani W, making sure that the stun could not come through, the Broken Blade could not trade back or disengage, not able to make a gank happen, but a positive trade nonetheless.
Yeah, also try and block the Q from the Sejuani as well. Didn't manage to do it there, irrelevant. Targamas on a ward. Zanzara knows he's there. Bot prep hasn't been taken yet. DTO already been forced to TP back. Cap still has his bot lane push to mid to help out Caps, and then Neon and Mersa will take a base.
The G2 fans still cheering loud. Every time the Misfits chants, trying to get in there, and G2 fans shutting them down, hoping to see the same thing from their team on stage as Irrelevant and Broken Blade trade back and forth. Irrelevant still trying to step forward here a little bit. Relatively short range on the E from Sejuani, the stun follow-up, so just trying to play on the edge of that. And already a tense early game, but again, no action quite yet.
Of course, Irrelevant has to respect the fact that Broken Blade just got a base in. Does come back with a little bit more resources, which does make this skirmish a little bit harder for him. So he's going to play defensive. I expect him to look for a back relatively soon. Depends what he wants to ideally go back on. But of course he does have the TP to then return to lane. There is a bot wave stacking. I'm keeping my eyes on the map right now, seeing levels come across, wondering if G2 may be considering a dive, but then Neon's immediately going to start clearing that one out already.
That's the power of Sivir as well. You can actually thin waves out pretty easily. You know, if this was something like an Ezreal with far max range, Sivir can just drop a WQ, thin the wave out in case they are stacking for a dive just like that to stop them from being able to stack that wave. Yes, Jankos on the bot side, and they have confirmation that he's there. He does get spotted on a ward. Irrelevant's HP has the Vamp Scepter, has TP back, does have a refillable, will lifesteal up a little bit, and Broken Blade extremely low on mana now. Might have to take a base of his own. Zanzara's here to cover his respawn camps that Jankos took away.
Zanzara pushing for a little bit more. Jankos stunned up, still should have the clone to walk away from this one. Mersa and Neon stepping forward on the bottom side. Jankos holding onto that clone as long as possible. Will use it now as he sees Mersa coming in. Flash out from Jankos. Saw Mersa there. Mersa, of course, could leap to Zanzara. Make sure that they land that stun. Targamas still staying around here, floating a little bit with Disaster.
Braum really powerful in early skirmishes. Jankos loses his flash. He knows if he gets stunned there, then Mersa could Q flash exhaust and they could probably chase him through a flash. They have got heal though. No ignite on the side of Misfits in this 3v3. W will connect.
Coming in, two-man knockup. No, Neon blocking with the spell shield is going to be big. Mersa now trying to retreat, but it's Jankos. No flash is now going to be in trouble. Zanzara going to try to finish one. He's going to grab the kill. First blood going over. Zanzara still a force to be reckoned with, but trying to make it out. Flak going to try to pull the spears out in a moment's notice. Will finish one back and exchange, but the solo kill in mid lane. The moment that we miss is Caps takes down VTO.
Caps does indeed 1v1 VTO. I think maybe VTO was looking bot and trying to roam down. We'll see the replay in a second. 1-for-1 bot, but Caps stepping up already in game 3.
Wow. I was just about to praise Misfits and how well their bot lane was playing, and then Caps does Caps things, finds a massive kill and a much needed kill for G2 as Misfits was slowly starting to take control.
It's very surprising to see an Azir solo kill an Ahri at 6, especially when Ahri has ult and flash. It's really hard. Maybe it's VTO who opted into the fight, and it's Caps
even has
who
his ult
closed
still.
it out. Does he still have his ult? Let's have a look at this again. So VTO level 6, Caps level 6. What happens here? VTO's trying to crash the wave. Does walk forwards, missing the charm. Dashes away with his ult. Dashes back in.
Oh
no. This is just...
That is
Caps
just...
has Q up again, I presume.
Honestly, that is just such a massive misplay from VTO. He played right in the middle of the soldiers, 2 of them nonetheless, and Caps just straight up punishes him for it. Really well played there by Caps.
Really indeed well played, and then the knockup tries to connect. Neon spell shields in, so then they're onto the Braum, but Jankos has no flash. Exhaust already propped onto him. Heal comes through, ignite onto Mersa, but the spears are stacking into Zanzara to make this a 1-for-1. Who flash forward to help out in that 3v3.
Yeah, and I think that was the important thing. The fight, while it looked like Misfits had the numbers advantage, because Mersa was forced to flash out, it ends up just being a 2v2, and Sivir just doesn't have that much damage this early on into the game, and Flacker was able to, at the very least, get something back. So, not the end of the world for G2 by any means. They keep the gold even, mid and AD carry, securing a much-needed kill.
Herald is up as well. We'll see if Misfits want to crash this bot wave, try to get Neon up there. Jankos on the way to contest his red. Has the level 6 advantage. No flash on Zanzara. E already used. He's going to spite it away.
Level 6.
Takes the red buff, and now it's a 1v1.
Yeah, but he's got to keep an eye on who is moving on the map. He sees Caps already on his way. Says, you know what, I can't afford to take this fight. Irrelevant. Making the same call. Broken Blade is in a position to assist. Both supports have made their way up towards the mid lane with the Herald alive and well. You imagine that both teams are looking to contest, and here comes Neon from the bot lane.
Yeah, 5v4. Neon's here first, but Targamas is going in.
Targamas potentially overcommitting here, leaping out instantly, flashing to safety. They're questionable on the engage there, but the collapse is Flacken now coming up on the way there. Flacken now locking down Broken Blade, looking for the stun, denying the Q over the wall. It's clean play. Broken Blade locked up. Broken Blade taken down. Man advantage for the side of Misfits.
Mersa might be in trouble. Cap still has the ult. Ult goes wide from Mersa. Does VTO dash in here? Jankos is going to use his escape. Caps as well. That's going to be a 4v5, but they're lacking ults here. Misfits. Mersa is low. Maybe G2 want to fancy themselves a fight here.
Fake's call, but Targamas has no flash, so if they go in, they cannot get out. Charm connecting on the Caps and Massive. Look at the instant follow-up. Misfits know they have the advantage and they push it forward. They're going to get the Herald too.
And Misfits once again come up clutch in the early game. Irrelevant following up on the charm from VTO was a must-needed play, and Zanzara showcasing why this champion is so well known for him.
Still fighting here. No flash on Jankos. Irrelevance here too.
Goes pulling away.
Takes the blue.
Flacken on the way forward. Fate's call has now been used. Irrelevant still has the stun prep. He needs to dash out over the wall. They've got enough CC to lock him down, and they will take him out. G2 firing back.
Massive bot wave stacking as well in favor of G2. Whoever bases and catches that will be the beneficiary of this whole play. It's a 5v4, but it's VTO who sets it up with the charm flash, I believe, or so it's just a dash forwards charm. It was irrelevant to flash forwards with the stun. A lot of follow-up from Misfits, and they have so much single target CC. The charm, the Renekton W, the Brown passive when it procs, the Skarner E. The second one person gets locked down, there's a lot of follow-up.
And then, of course, Zanzara thought that he could contest the blue buff, and at the time he could, but the collapse from the rest of G2 was too good, and Irrelevant lost his life as a result.
And Misfits reassigning their bot lane to the top side, or at least Neon for now. Makes sense when you see how strong Flack it is in the 1v1, but Broken Blade, has he been caught out here?
4 seconds, 3 seconds.
Working with the ulti waiting, they wait for Broken Blade to leap away. He can walk in, he can drag him right under the tower if he wants to, but Broken Blade buying as much time as possible. Now pulling him in, the chain CC is going to start too. That's the concussive blows. It's going to take a little while to cut him down, but Broken Blade will fall. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, G2 firing back.
This is 3 kills on Neon this early in, though. The Sivir 3-0. They have Herald too, so as much as G2 will respond by getting these bot plays, Zanzara can use the Herald top if he wants to match the tempo on this tower and maybe even get a step ahead. G2 going to respond with that pick with a dragon of their own. VTO just hovering out of vision just to make sure anyone of G2 tries to defend top. He will roam down there. Does Broken Blade TP top here? I think he's going to have to avoid it and run towards mid. He will get dove if he commits into this.
All of this money will be funneled into Neon. The cross map is happening from G2. This should give Misfits a slight tempo advantage. You can now see Broken Blade coming back out onto the map. The main thing delaying G2 right now is the fact that they are yet to secure this Drake. Misfits should be able to push in a wave, and they're going for another tower.
Yeah, if this crashes, they're going to get 2 towers here. Jankos is on the Drake. They hear the dragon die, and they know that he's bot side, and VTO can hover top. They can just siege this tier 2 down. Flacket's showing, Targamas was showing. This is good macro so far by Misfits.
This last plate just takes a year to kill. It takes so much time for Flacket down here to take it. He will finally knock the tower down, but the tier 2 will fall in favor of Misfits, and now there is so much money in the back pocket of Neon. And remember, when Misfits were doing okay, they were doing solid last season, were making their way into playoffs, it was VTO the lone carry on this team. This time around, however, Neon and VTO both rising up in the regular season, rising up in the second half to bring them to where they are, and that is Neon in Game 2, a story that's continuing here in Game 3.
I mean, we had a super contentious AD carry pool based on who is actually top 3 in the region, and I think that, like, it was hard not to put Neon in the conversation, right, because of how much he has stepped up throughout the year. He obviously had a very solid spring, but it feels like he's gone an even level above here in summer, and it's often why the conversation around Misfits is not simply that this is the VTO show. Neon has definitely been alongside him in terms of taking on that carry role.
And the AD carry pool in Europe has shifted and grown. You know, you think of Comp and Unforgiven and Neon. These are fairly new names to the league. Flacket as well. When in the past times you think of Upset, Reckless, and the likes of Hansama and such, right? So the AD carry pool is shifting and evolving and so contentious right now for the top spots. AD carry Neon 3-0 on the Sivir now has his Mythic building towards his second item. Most gold in the game. A lot of funnel from him, from Misfits into him, and a lot of setup around him with the Skarner, the Ahri, and the Braum. It's on him to play these team fights well and execute them.
And what makes me laugh is often when we think about jungle support, it's always around mid, right? It's jungle support mid, it's that synergy. But when we look at this scoreboard and when we look at this team, it's jungle support AD carry, right? It is Neon that is always the beneficiary, at least in this series, of all of these kills, these objectives, these resources. And you can see that so far, jungle support AD have been involved in all 4 of their kills. If stuff is happening, it's around these 3 for Misfits.
See if they can keep this momentum going. So much has been done to weather the early game storm of the Callista. Will still be difficult for the Renekton or the Skarner to lock her down as she gets more items under her belt, but we know what the Sivir can do if we go late enough.
And I think the Sivir will struggle a little bit against Caps and the Azir here. A lot of range on this champ. That's why Caps picked it into the Sivir, because Misfits fairly low range. Yes, they can single out one champion, but the Tahm Kench pick should help avert things like the Skarner ult and the flash forwards from Renekton. Misfits putting themselves in a 1-3-1 situation here with this Ahri. Renekton just trying to get their bot lane mid, contest these waves, get them in. No neutral objective for a minute 30 seconds on that Herald.
And big that Misfits have held on to their lead, because G2 obviously would love to be in a position where they had come out just a little bit on top in the early game. So buying something like a QSS to mitigate the impact of a Skarner would be a more viable option. But when you're already behind in gold, spending 1,300 on a QSS is so crippling to your damage output in fights. It's a difficult position for G2 to be in, at least for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
Now, the game naturally slows down. No real objective on the map to play for. A minute until the next Herald. G2 just testing for a little bit of vision, but it's mainly just a back and forth of wave players. Zantara looking for a pick though.
They have Kalista ult. He needs to be careful not to overcommit. If that was any other AD carry champion, maybe he could have flash ulted there and secured some topside vision, but of course the Kalista is on the enemy team. He needs to look for the Kalista. Targamas and Flacken need to hold each other's hands, because they can both bail each other out of a Skarner ult, right? The Kalista ult, the Tahm Kench ult, they should be pretty safe if they stay together. It's only when they split up that maybe Zanzara can find that target. So we'll track how well they hold hands together. Cap's going to get the blue buff, 30 seconds on that second Herald, which could crack open a mid tower. I think both teams want to fight for it. Irrelevant will catch this bot wave. DTO push out top, ding over to level 11. And now the top side begins.
Ursa, good sidestep, good pull back. Doesn't hurt G2 to fish for that one. Would have liked that to connect, maybe get something a little bit more there, but Zanzara already in the area. Caps continues to push out on the top side, has the crown, the luxury of the extra safety from the initial burst to come out from anybody.
Just keep my eye on the map and seeing where everyone is posting themselves up right now. Irrelevant will be alone on the bot lane. The Herald has now spawned, and G2 with their numbers advanced just in a better position with already having control of the river. Irrelevant now making his way up. Does have the TP if he wants to, but no real wards to teleport to. Misfits definitely looking to contest this, but I think they're a little late on the play.
There's the TP, VTR from top side, G2 pins through, but they turn.
Against the Kalista, it's so hard to make anything happen. Zanzara immediately gonna get deleted. No, making out safety, maybe just barely. Zanzara running for the hills. The rest of Misfits trying to hold on. Zanzara burning down to the backside of the fight. Keep your eyes on VTO. Maybe he can get something done. Irrelevant now running. The fourth stack waiting for that last auto. Getting over the wall just barely, but it is G2's fight. It will be G2's Herald. Irrelevant flashing, but he just gets cut down.
Really good turn there from Broken Blade and Targamas straight onto the Skarner, straight onto Zanzara. Misfits' main kind of force of engage, most biggest threat on the map. Neon's just going to abandon topside, run and try and push out bot. VTO will do the same in mid. TP from Broken Blade towards his bot side to stop this bot tier 1 from falling. It's all G2.
It was G2 that had control over the river initially. It was Misfits that was forced to come in to them and try to create this pincer attack. But Broken Blade with his initiation onto Zanzara was so clutch that it basically removed one of the initiations from Misfits right at the start of the fight.
Yeah, it's Broken Blade with the Q ult to the side, and then it's Targamas who follows up with the knock. Caps is there with the push. Zanzara dies to the ticking red smite, I believe it is, in the ignite. Mersa goes in, but he just gets melted by Caps, and Irrelevant and VTO are just two splits from Neon, who gets zoned away by Jankos. That there's no front to back alive for Misfits left.
And you talked about the strength of the Tahm Kench. Targamas with a clutch eat there to keep Flacken alive, to allow him to heal up to continue auto-attacking. He was on the verge of death. If he had gone down, that would have been a big shutdown in the back pocket of Misfits. But really everything going in favor of G2 in that play.
Certainly did, and you can see the damage coming out from the carries of G2. While it hasn't resulted in a massive gold lead as of yet, securing that Herald and securing that fight definitely evens up the game a lot more. When you look at Misfits' composition, you keep your eyes on Neon. You see he's still yet to die. He is this massive hyper carry, and as the game goes on, he's only going to continue to grow as a threat. But Caps is level 12, 2-1 and 2, continues to mount items on this Azir. Flackhead on this Kalista. Now secured the Rage Blade as well. We're in for some very hectic fights, and I feel like these are the fights that we were looking for. Game 1 was a stomp from G2, Game 2 is a stomp from Misfits. Now we're tied, pretty even, as we get to the mid-game, and it's all going to come down to these big dragon fights, these big neutral fights, as Misfits look for a pick.
Caught out is going to spin, now leaping away. They're waiting for him to reveal himself. The second spin now coming out, bringing him back into the team. But Targamas there with the E. Devour down, Jankos ulti down, but there are no major objectives to play for, so it doesn't really cost G2 anything unless G2 can press their advantage, or Misfits rather.
That's exactly it. They had to invest the flash ult from Tahm Kench, and they had to invest the Wukong ult, so Misfits should be able to get this mid tier 1. There's not a lot of threat on Misfits. They see Cap's bot, they see Broken Blade pushing out top. They have 5-member split. Tower will fall, so that's the objective they'll get for that attempt on a pick. VTO will go catch side waves. Irrelevant will do the same. But no objective yet for a minute 48 on that Baron.
I like
Still
this.
3 minutes from the Dragon. Yeah, the Herald mid smart because they still have to catch side waves on their solo lanes. Irrelevant can afford to give it up because top tier 1 is down and there's a long way away for that wave to crash. GTO will push out and he has TP of his own. Now it's G2's turn to group up as 5 and try and get this mid tier 1. Does Misfits want to engage? GTO's off to the side.
So they're not super confident in this, but Targamas no flash, remember.
Potentially going to get locked up. Fate's call, where's he going to go? Taking their time. Yanko's now turning back into the fight. Has to be careful. Uses the clone to disengage. G2 playing a bit on the edge here. Looking for an opportunity. Looking for a window for now. Just going to take away the blue buff.
Not too much burned on either side.
But Misfits back into the mid lane. Now they're the ones setting up for the push. I doubt they're going to convert this into much. People need to reset. A lot of health has been burnt and a lot of money still needs to be spent, but Caps back in the side lane once again. Level 13 now. Highest level in the game. He's done a great job of catching these waves whenever he can. 215 CS at 19 minutes. Caps are just continuing to scale up to be this monster.
I mean, 1.2k individual advantage. No surprise to see Caps when he's given this carry, when it's not something about utility like the Twisted Fate, that he can take that role very easily onto his shoulders. Just continuing to CS here, maybe hoping to bait VTO forward, but VTO no mana will be forced to retreat. Important to note, G2, incredibly fast Baron, Azir, as well as the Callista, shred through it very quickly. Misfits have to be careful around that objective.
Definitely, and I think that Caps is, of course, 1 level up over VTO now. Very close to that level 14. He has a Crown of the Shattered Queen, he has a Tamken Sheet, he has an Azir ult. There's so many peeling tools that he has on top of the range that he has over Neon. That's going to be really tough for Misfits to actually get on top of Caps and make that pick happen. They're going to have to flank him from a different angle or have Irrelevant look for some kind of TP ward behind them or something, because Caps will be relatively safe in these fights. Misfits going to struggle against the Azir the later that game goes, despite having that Sivir scaling.
Caps is literally about to hit level 14. He's going to catch this wave, tick over once again.
Highest level player in the game by a decent margin. It is a terrifying prospect, of course, with Azir. It's all about getting set up first. If you can lay the Sand Soldiers down, if they're fighting into you, very easy fight to play out. Misfits, of course, with the Sivir ultimate have the luxury of that extra movement speed. Zanzara with the Chem Tank ready to run forward. If they can find picks, maybe they can start a fight off on their terms. But if Targamas can save that E for Caps in a fight, it is so hard for Misfits to do anything.
It's always fun watching Caps play champions like Azir because I feel like he plays them somewhat differently to many other Azir players. He's always looking for that opportunity to make the highlight play, kind of swing the fight in his favor. On the Crown, you do have that initial window at the start where you can mitigate some of the burst, and then you have the ability to disengage with both your ultimate and the Tahm Kench as well, and there's good follow-up. So I wonder how aggressively he's going to play this champions. Now both teams posturing around, trying to gain control over this mid lane. Dragon spawning in 40 seconds. Irrelevant did get the push in bot. VTO has the TP, but it looks like G2 are going to be first on the objective once again.
Who's going to pull the trigger first? Jankos could be the main form of engage next to Broken Blade. TP from VTO on the top side of mid to get this next mid wave in. G2 are in the bot side river. Misfits will be first to this wave. It's just a question of how can Misfits face check this. There's only 2 members here. They have to be careful here. Mercy and Irrelevant, they're very split.
They already used the W, has to back off, using the E pretty early. Yanko's poking for a bit of extra damage. Yanko's still going to get knocked up. They can instantly look for the follow-up. Yanko's now going to be in trouble. The E coming out very early, and instantly they shift their attention onto the Callista. That's going to be massive. Flacco trying to flash out to safety, but there's just too much damage. Misfits coming in the clutch. They do not hesitate. They find their window of opportunity. Caps holding on, but Neon flashing in fearlessly. It is Yanko's first VTO and Irrelevant at the final moments. He may have survived the initial burst, but he will not survive the final exchange. Misfits take the fight.
They're going to get an ace, and they're going to get a dragon as well. A very uncharacteristic mistake there from Jankos, going a little bit too deep, which means the Eats was gone, the Tamken Schult was down, and Zanzara was very quick to punish that.
He certainly was. Wow, Zanzara, he had his eyes on his targets. As a Skarner player, you've always got to think carefully, who can I hook, and when is the time to do it, and just watch his reaction speed, because this is the mistake you're talking about, Caedrel. Jankos aggressively going onto the Braum, just sets up for the re-engage from Misfits.
Yeah, Braum ult was fantastic. Running from W to follow. Watch Zanzara here, instantly flash onto Blackett, and then it's Neon who dishes out so much damage, all of them clumped up. Watch him on the Sivir here. First he steps forwards and takes out Blackett. Then he takes the next member down of G2, which is Targamas, who's next to hit in his face, the closest in range, but then it turns into a 1v1 almost. It's Caps versus Neon, and Neon flashes forwards on top of him to take him out, knowing that the only way they lose this fight is the Azir lives. And I think he might have if he could get a little bit more distance from this top and mid lane of Misfits. Irrelevant VTO on the Ahri and the Renekton, but no, Neon just flashing forwards to make sure that kill comes through.
What's crazy is how much damage Neon was actually doing passively. Like, if you watch the bouncing boomerangs,
Caps like lost half his health without really being involved in the fight, and it was just because of how easily it is for this Sivir boomerang to hit onto the backline. You can see it on your screen right now. 5,000 damage. Zandara finds another hook.
Locking up Jankos. Jankos leaving back in the team. They're going to try to burst him down before he manages to get anything done. He has to retreat. They know they cannot use the Tahm Kench Eat one more time on the Wukong. They will lose the fight if they devour Jankos. Jankos going to get taken down here. There's no way he makes it out. Goes Golden. Caps waiting for an opportunity. Broken Blade trying to leap his way out of the fight. It's a split exchange. It's a split skirmish, but Misfits turning back towards the Baron.
Yeah, they know that Caps can peel there with the Azir. It'll push Zanzara in a relevant way. They can't finish off the stopwatch, but Jankos is too low to contest this. We talked about G2 having a fast Baron, but Misfits have a 3-item Sivir. This is going to get melted. Jankos won't be in the vicinity. G2 need to stop this 4v5. They have to engage.
Jankos, you want that clutch play from Caps. You need to see it now because this should be theirs. They take it. Jankos, can they find the follow-up fight? Misfits on the retreat now. Torga's managing to lock up 2. The Braum response. Flacking up to the side. Untouched. G2 finding out more than they can chew. Caps off to the side. Irrelevant leaps over the wall. They get one pick on the back end of the fight. Mercer has to be careful. Caps sweeping in. Neon goes Golden into the waiting arms of G2. Jankos looking to cut him down. A shutdown under the Sivir, but VTO still standing. VTO still clutch, maybe enough, but he does not have the ultimate. He can't make it out. The charm going in, but the spear from downtown and a triple for Flacket.
And Caps comes up clutch once again. He's able to find the play that even at a numbers disadvantage ends up working out for G2. While the Baron does go down, G2 are the victors.
So the Baron does go down indeed. Misfits pick it up, and it's a 1-for-1 exchange to begin with. Irrelevant gets chunked out a little bit, and it's Broken Blade who loses his life first. Targmas going in with him. The Fate's Call saves him. Versa, I believe, dies too, or no, it's Zanzara, sorry, who dies. And then Misfits try to run away. Cap says we can't let them get out with this Baron. Neon stopwatches the Azir, maybe thinking he's going to get pushed into G2. Perhaps could have saved that to kite back a little bit, but nevertheless, G2 stack up, they get the kills, and they manage to get Neon down. And once he's down, Caps can run up towards this top side and live. VTO tries his best, but the spears are there. And Flacket gets the triple.
I feel like there was a bit of hesitation there from VTO because he had the flash, he saw the HP from Caps. He maybe even had cooldowns, which is why he didn't go for it, but you could see he was thinking in his head, if I can just flash onto Caps and use my W or my Q, then I can turn this fight, I can actually win this for us. But wasn't able to do it, ends up losing his life. G2 walk away with all 5 members dead on the side of Misfits.
Yeah, Baron buff gone off of Misfits now. We're sitting at a 400 gold lead for G2, which doesn't really mean much at this point in the game. 2 minutes on the next dragon. Both these teams so evenly matched. 2 stomps in the first 2 games either side, and now in game 3 here, very close, intense game. 25 minutes in, I don't think anyone would have really expected this out of Misfits.
Misfits definitely showing us more than initially expected. A very tense game 3, as you highlighted, Kadril. No QSS is coming out for the Skarner quite yet. Looks like a GA being built for Flacket. Wants some survivability in the fights to come. Similar story for Neon on the opposite side. He's already used his stopwatch, however. PTO with the cleanse as well as the TP. The next few fights are going to mean so much. Baron down, yes, but the Dragon spawning in 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Let's not forget that last year, Misfits was 1 game away from Worlds, and they fell short to Inspired's Viego. Then they had to deal with the Fnatic Miracle Run all the way through the lower bracket. Again, they went to the full 5 games, and then a nail-biter. They were 1 game too short of qualifying to the World Championship once again. This series, if they win, they will lock a spot at Worlds. They will lock a spot at Malmö. And they want to be able to have that opportunity as the organization's last stance to represent Europe at the World Championship means so much to this organization. And you can see it in how they play. They're going toe-to-toe with the current reigning champions in Europe. This team, since their loss to Fnatic, has not lost a best of 5 here in Europe. They went 3-0, 3-0, 3-0, 3-0. What a feat it would be is if they are able to upset G2 and secure a victory in this best of 5.
And Misfits the team, the first team to take a game off G2 domestically since Fnatic in round 1 of spring. In a best of 5, that is. Have to see what they can do. The GA now completed. Pressure on for both sides, no doubt. G2 get the luxury of knowing that they're already qualified for Worlds, yes, but you want to be top 2 in that qualification. You want to go directly to groups. You do not want to have to fight your way through play-ins. For Misfits, guaranteed top 3 seed. If they make it out here, guaranteed ticket to Malmö, as you highlighted. Pressure rising for both sides as we get ready for this fight. G2 trying to play through the bottom lane, looking to get as much setup as they can.
Dragon spawning. VTO will have to... He did actually TP onto midwave and will push it in. Now it's on G2. Caps just goes forwards, gets Neon and Mercer's flash already. Will wait for the cooldown rotation. 11,000 HP on this Dragon. Let's watch Jankos as well, because he has flash of his own. He can get on top of Neon if he wants to.
VTO on the side as well. Both sides fishing for a flank for any opportunity. Jankos, AK health. getting lower, getting burned through very quickly. Callisto Wrench should make this an easy steal.
Zara's looking.
Zara locked up. They're debating where do they want to go. Yang goes into the backside onto Neon. The knockup is coming in, but Neon's still standing strong. The front line standing strong. Caps is not able to hit the back line quite yet. They're trying to burn through. Targum is buying time. Zanzara now taken down. The Dragon 3K getting lower. Misfits, are they going to commit for this one? It's absolutely psychotic. Caps! They stay in. Caps! Just like that, scoops up 3, and is the difference maker for this team. But Neon still stands strong. Neon gets one back in return, but he will back away. G2 take the Dragon. G2 take the fight.
And it's all Caps. He does so much damage from so much range, chunks out Misfits constantly, and then eventually when they're low enough, he strikes, he pounces, and shuffles 3 of them into all of G2.
You could see how tense of a fight it was. Everyone was waiting for someone to pull the trigger, and Zanzara is looking for a target. Broken Blade throws out his ultimate initially to buy a little bit of time, but also keep your eyes on the Fate's Call here. Jankos, as he dives onto the backline to generate pressure. Irrelevant is getting zoned away by both Caps and Broken Blade, and then you can see here this 3-man knockup comes through from Targamas off the back of Flacket as well, and then Caps comes in to clean up the fight.
He does indeed, and we'll see it right here as he's going to dash forwards and just scoop 3 of them up as they try to re-engage here. VTO, he flashes the charm to the side and then re-engages knowing that CC is down. Manages to get all 3 of them, misses Neon, yes. No, Neon actually spell shields it, would have got 4 really clean from Caps. And going back in that fight there, Zanzara actually ulted the clone of Jankos, didn't actually land on top of Jankos himself, so made the fight a little bit different. Could have just got the jungler down and then maybe the fight would look different, but good play there by Jankos, and you can see the damage out of both these carries.
You know what this game is about.
Versus Caps.
Yeah, absolutely. Could not have told it better myself, this damage graph. Doing the game justice. The Sivir versus the Azir. Caps versus Neon. 8, 2, and 5 to the 3, 3, and 13. Caps not afraid to throw his body into the midst to be the playmaker, even if it costs him his life.
I wonder how much gold Caps is sitting on. He had the exact same items when that fight kicked off. He got a couple of kills, so he must be really close to a Rabadon's. Sitting on 900 now, he needs to get that Rabadon's death cap. Once that 4-item power spike comes in for the Azir, I think he's going to be unmatched. Neon trying to get towards that Lord Dominic's, try to shred through the front line of G2, which is building slightly towards armor. We got a Frozen Heart on Broken Blade. I think trouble here, Irrelevant. Looking for some kind of pick with the W. Misfits going to reclaim some topside vision. Want to start up this Baron perhaps, or look to bait it.
Got control for now. In the area though, Mercer has to be careful. Getting poked at, leaping backwards. G2 no vision whatsoever, but Misfits haven't started it yet, using the Sentinel there. Callisto W coming in clutch. Rare that I get to say that, but there it is.
Yeah, we'll spot out a bit of vision. You saw the Ari charm just miss out of Toggle 4. Broken Blade, of course, not running the flash. Misfits is going to start it up, but I think G2 will know. They should have blue orbs. Nice little chunk there from BT onto Targamas. G2 stepping forwards. Misfits need to have a bloody good turn if they want to win this fight.
Crazy. Keep your eyes on Mercer. The E is going to be everything to stop the engage. BTO off to the side, hoping to get something that's
Irrelevant's just getting killed.
Irrelevant getting chipped away at. He needs to take the fruit. No, Caps finding the kill before the fight even breaks out. It's absolutely split. BTO off to the side, getting picked up by Jankos, but keep your eyes on Neon. Neon is the one that matters. It is Neon versus Caps, and right now Caps is winning. Flacket coming in, dealing so much damage, but he cannot finish the kills. Neon off to the side, uncontested for now. They're trying to take down Caps. Caps looking for 2v1, no, a 3v1.
No,
Caps versus the world, and it is Caps who will come out on top, still standing, as Targamas takes down VTO. Neon still standing. Mercer there to try to body block, try to bait them in.
1 versus 4, Neon.
Neon, can you do it? He's got the GA. Jankos invisible. Neon takes down 1. Maybe Neon is enough. No, there's no way. Broken Blade in. Neon down. The GA coming out. Good night, sweet prince. G2 will take the fight.
Oh boy, Caps is stepping up massive for G2 in this game, single-handedly winning them the fight. Targamas clutch as well with the Eat. Caps, he knew he went too deep, and Targamas was there to save him.
Just in the replay, just watch Caps. Just watch how he uses his range to bully Misfits inside the pit. VTO tries to find a flank, but again, just keep your eyes on what Caps is doing here. He's putting soldiers over the wall, and he's just chipping away at Irrelevant. He's basically solo killing the Renekton before he gets involved in the fight, and with Baron helping as well, he then finds that initial solo kill, and the fight breaks out.
And this is where Caps maybe goes too deep because he gets ulted. Watch Targamas here. He sees after the Callistos, just goes on top of them, eats Caps up straight away in the Sky ult, spits him back out. Caps continues doing Caps things next to Flacket, who's also having a fantastic game. Singles out Zanzara. VTO tries to peel, but in the 2v1, dodges away from the charm, fights Zanzara. VTO's combos down. Targamas is back here to help his buddy out. And Neon can't find a target. The fight's just way too split. He needs a front to back. He needs people in front of him so he can actually hit targets close to him on the short-range Sivir, but it's Caps that's making the fight so messy.
Remind me, Dracos, how do they spell God?
CAPS, Vedius. CAPS.
Oh my god, what a performance from him. Zanzara, though, on
for the pick. Waiting for Jankos, is going to pull him back down to the team. They can stun him down, they can lock him up. He's
Wait a
spinning,
minute.
he's spinning. Maybe they can get it done. Jankos buying a brief moment. The GA now about to come up. Now Tarkmas looking for the re-engage, can just eat him up right now. Flacken off to the backside, completely untouched. Irrelevant trying to stop Caps from getting anything else done. It's a scrappy, it is a messy fight. Neon still standing. Irrelevant tries to take down Caps, but he is not ready for the 1v1. Neon untouched for now, slowed briefly. Neon flashing forward. Neon absolutely fearless. What is he doing? Cut down. He throws it all away. He sees a window of opportunity, and the window closes right in his face.
Neon does everything that he can to try and win the fight for Misfits, but it is just not enough. Flacket and Caps are ripping through these team fights, and with 27 kills to 16, G2 will secure another dragon, another tower, and they're looking to break the base of Misfits.
On Dragon Soul point now as well, looking for that Infernal Soul. TP top by Caps, like you said, to get that top tower. Flacket sitting at 10-1 and 13. Caps sitting at 7-3 and 16. The carries of G2 stepping up, the front line going forwards, and Caps is just making a montage in this game.
And while Caps is making the montage, you're right, we can't underrate the contributions of Flacket and Targamas especially. It was one hiccup, one mistake on the Devour. Since then, it's been clean in every single fight. While Caps is diving in, fishing for plays. Maybe he can get a little bit more. Crown falling away.
Wow, I mean, you hit the nail on the head, Dracos. Like, when you really think about what it is, I mean, let's watch Flackhead and Targamas in this play, because the initial pick comes down onto Jankos. Good use of the clone to buy a little bit of time, but he also has the GA. Broken Blade doing what he can to also buy time with the ultimate as the rest of Misfits funnel in, but Caps is yet to arrive to the fight. Then you'll see Flackhead use bringing in the Tom Catch, throw him into the fight, and then just dishing out whatever damage he can.
Yeah, Reven's trying to buy time. It looks like Jankos' clone was the one that saved him there after he got spat out. Targamas falls. He's the hero for G2 there to make sure that their jungler lives, and it's Flackhead on Caps on the backline. Neon knows he has to make a hero play here. Thought he could get enough damage out, but the shield bow and heal comes through. The spell shield slightly early maybe, because maybe could have used it for the stun off. Sejuani manages to take out Jankos. Zanzara flashing on top of Caps. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there from Misfits. Caps quick to punish.
You know, I think the Neon was slowed by something, because it looked like when he flashed over the wall, he wanted to get auto into the Q off.
The rend, I believe.
Because that slow, I really think made the difference in him being able to get that kill. You could see the idea in his eyes. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite pan out for him. Misfits now backs against the wall as G2 have their eyes on the Nexus and game 2.
No Baron buff though, so Neon will be able to clear these waves out quite quickly. Zanzara looking for Jankos again, might find himself another pick. W will be used, Targamas in the vicinity, Flash coming up soon, and 6-item Sivir, almost a 6-item Azir, 6-item Kalista. We're in the late game right now, so all of these builds will be finished soon. Guardian Angels picked up for Irrelevant, Jankos will be back up soon. G2 definitely favored now with this gold lead.
And it's just so hard for Misfits to play this game out. Mersa obviously is going to feel good in so many situations. He's going to limit what the Kalista can do, but the Azir soldier is so happy to just ignore so much of Braum's defensive utility. Cap such a hard man to lock down.
Melts these towers.
Walking up.
He has the blue pod as well.
Oh, he's just absolutely obliterating the structures of Misfits. Misfits holding on for a final stand here.
Observers, can you very quickly click on Caps for us? Let's see how much ability power he's currently sitting on. 703 with the attack speed that he gets from the Nashes as well. He just melts through any objective that's in his way.
Yeah, and even if you kill Caps, Flackhead is sitting on 6 items, 10 kills Kalista, so he's dishing out a lot of damage on the front line too. It's just Caps with the range can dish out a little bit more DPS than him. Now they're setting up on this mid wave. The problem Misfits have is they don't have any poke. How do they proc this Crown of the Shadow Queen of Caps? Luckily for them, the Sivir Q actually lands onto Caps there, so he might have to be a bit more patient in the way he approaches these fights, but the poke isn't there for Misfits to crack it before the important fights kick off. 1 minute on the Baron. G2 are just going to keep up the pressure until that objective spawns. See if Misfits want to defend. If they do, then they'll play a little bit further back. If Misfits make one little mistake, they will take that tower down.
Caps killed by the Braum Q. Zanzara, though, he doesn't have his flash available just yet. Caps does. So does Jankos. Targamas as well. So Targamas will be able to dive in, grab someone to safety, and disengage if he needs to. But G2, they're going to back off for now. Misfits have been able to hold the line, but the Baron spawns in 45 seconds, and G2 are going to use this window to get a bit of vision, steal away what they can, and set up for that next big objective.
And it's so easy for Caps to play incredibly aggressive. He has the crown, he has the stopwatch, he has Targamas waiting. Eat him up if he overextends. For Misfits, it's so frustrating because they can take away the crown. They can hit it once or twice, they can take 30% of his HP, but they know that if they overcommit trying to punish him, and the Tomcat E comes through, they will lose the fight.
Definitely very G2 favored right now. Misfits' only last hero is Neon. 100% kill participation right now. Has the Guardian Angel back up. Flash coming up as well soon. So the team fights are extremely hard for Misfits. The only shining light right now is Neon. If G2 make a mistake, They can get a good Skarner ult, a good Ahri charm onto one of the key targets. Neon will clean them up.
Mersa in trouble. Mersa going to be picked off. A clean flash over the wall. Zanzar debating if he wants to flash and follow up. Mersa retreating back to his team. Just a flash out from the Braum. No other major cooldowns.
That was a Wukong ult and a Sejuani ult used. The Misfits would see that. They want to fight now.
Zanzar now stepping forward, looking to lock the credit. Oh, Caps whiffs! We sing his praises, but in the clutch moment, maybe he comes up short. Will it be enough? Caps still standing. Caps locked down. Misfits find the fight. All it took was a single mistake. Yanko's launched off to the side. He will get taken down. He goes into GA. He's called down. Now it's Flacket versus the world, but they're getting chipped. They're getting ripped to pieces. Flacket is so strong. But they don't need to bet it all here. They're backing away. They're playing this one out slowly. Misfits fishing for an opportunity to fight Flacket, but they cannot afford to overextend.
Broken Blade could TP in the base here if Misfits go towards the Baron. Flacket could buy time. The waves are coming in. He could go for the backdoor if he has Demolish. Flacket and Jankos might just buy time so he can look for it. But VTO has based. Irrelevant has based. They know that the backdoor is an option. They have TPs just in case.
Down. They want the
Dragons up. Yes, they do.
They see Jankos.
They turn this one back. Waiting, 2K getting lower and lower.
They've gone for the Drake. They've gone for the Drake instead. The question is, can Misfits get there in time?
They have to sprint there. They have to run there. They have to use any TPs that they've got. There's no wards down here, though, so they can't TP in.
Jankos has
they need to
ulti.
collapse. 11k HP. Zanzar's face checking.
Walking backwards, getting knocked up. Neon now going to be in trouble trying to flash out to safety. Mercer buying as much time as humanly possible. Spellstorm coming in a little bit early, but here comes Flacket. VTO going wide on the snare. Maybe he has enough damage. Just maybe, but no! Flacket too strong. Yanko's off to the side. Irrelevant now coming in. Maybe living up to his namesake. There's a TP top. G2 looking to close it out here. G2 going for the throat. They will not give Misfits any more time. Yanko's moving in to cancel the backs. He might give his life to Irrelevant, but it is G2 with their sights on the Nexus, their sights on the win, their sights on match point as they move in, looking to close this out. VTO whipping on the charm. Will take away the crown. A TP now coming in from Irrelevant. Maybe they can hold Cap stepping forward. Knock back to the rest of the team. Flacket shredding through this Renekton effortlessly. He is monstering Irrelevant. G2 walking away, backing off. Irrelevant gonna get taken down. They're taking their time. Flacket now legendary, and that is it. G2, a nail-biting finish, but they will find the win.
The bait and switch from G2 at the very end, using the Dragon as a way to force Misfits into that fog of war, get the turnaround, and end the game. Zanzara made an incredible play onto Caps. I don't know if he accidentally whiffed his R or if it was intentional, because you saw him flash in, stop. Then after the ultimate came through, that was when he ulted onto Caps. And like, it was truly incredible, the fact that they were able to shut Caps down like that and secure the Baron. But then G2, they just one-upped it and they turned the game around again.
It was such a clutch play, but then we see the power of the double carry threat. Flacket was doing so much to keep G2 alive, buy them time so that they could disengage, lure them into this Dragon, and then go for the Baron at the base.
And I think that's what's so incredibly clutch, is that when your first carry makes a mistake or stumbles, that the second carry is there, ready to step up in that key moment. That is what we wanted to see from Flacket. That is what we saw in that game from Flacket. This has been Huey, Dewey, and Louie. But to break down some of those crazy fights we just witnessed, here's the Danish duo, Goldberg and Broxa.
And thank you very much, Dracos. Yes, I am standing by my Danish brethren. Broxa here to break down some plays from that game, but I mean, I don't even know where to start. Like, we have some team fights ready, but nothing compares to what we just watched. This game has been insane.
That final fight, the Zanzara playing Caps, and then that still wasn't enough. What a banger.
I can't believe it. Honestly, can't believe it. Well, we start out with the first fight here. You can get the overview. So what we're going to be seeing here is the fact that they're taking control from the side of Misfits, finally around the Baron area. The game has been so back and forth, but finally they start to have the priority. You can see it on the minimap where the members are currently located from G2 and Caps down towards the bot side. They don't have the members here to facilitate the vision control you need around the Baron. So into it, as we continue the play, you can see that Misfits, they're going to be the one taking charge here as we continue the play. And there we have it. And I think what's really clever this time around is the fact that Jankos is the one getting a hit immediate here, but they don't want to use the Targamas ultimates that we have currently, because what we see earlier is actually the fact that Jankos died because the Targamas ultimate was used on him, and then they couldn't use it for Flacket. So they buy space here. I think Caps is really crucial, as well as buying time and keeping Jankos alive.
Like Jankos just baiting out the scanner ult was so huge, they didn't even kill him, and now Misfits immediately go to the Baron, but G2 is in such a good spot to go on them. It's so risky, because the only one you pushed out is Jankos, and now, sure, they get the Baron. They're trying trying to, you know, fight back a little, but here, realistically, they just have to run for their lives because the fight position is so good. Flag at Caps, they can just hit as much as they want.
And as we talk about it here, what's so crucial in this is the patience from Caps, right? Any mid laner would have probably tried to go in for that Shurima shuffle immediately and try to find the pick there, but he waits for it for the right time, where it's so crucial, where he sees them grouped up completely, which in turn just, yes, they lose the Baron, but despite that, they're still able to continue and pick up the kills, which really put them in a good position. Now we take a look at the Drake fight as well that we had earlier, which really also put them in a peculiar situation where it looked dire in the beginning, but they managed to pick it up. And I think, once again, Cap's such a standout player that we have so often. But as we roll the clip, you can see G2, they are the one finally taking charge here. They are the one finally coming through. But I think really crucial ultimate on Sansara, who's so fully sped up on the Sarah, but they still managed to move forward.
Worth noting that literally no one has their flashes available right now. And now we're going to see Caps in the backline, hitting once again, looking for the angle. Finishing the Drake, playing for the soul. And now we see it. Here it comes. Literally no one has flash. Caps shuffles 3 people, single-handedly wins the fight for his team. And after this, it's so hard for Misfits to play the game.
And you know, it's so funny. As soon as the game ended, I saw a lot of people with the draft going on like, oh, why have they put Caps on Azir? What's he going to be able to do this game now? They really want to lose. Well, I think I had a good idea with it, with that massive performance. This is the reason he's regarded the best European mid laner we have.
It's our stage, you know. Power of Denmark.
Can't take that away.
Right there.
So for next season, if you want that to happen, start to invest in some Danes. But as we look forward to a Game 4, we will be taking a short break, so don't you go everywhere. We will be right back.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC ahead of our fourth game between Misfits and G2. Got a little crazy in that last one, but since we are in match point now for G2, let's dive into a couple of common threads that we've seen throughout the series. Let's start in the bot lane. I feel like Flacket had a phenomenal game, and it was one of the first games where, come kind of the 15-minute point in the game, both ADCs were actually an even keel. They were set to take over this game, but it was Flacket who got the upper hand.
Yeah, I feel like before this game I would have said that Neon was the better AD carry in the series so far, but now I'm not so sure anymore because Flacket on the Kalista ended 13-1, just so dominant throughout the game, and at the same time, of course, still need to give credit to Neon because we see it, the damage he did, almost 1k per minute. That is crazy.
Is it just like, it seems like Flacket just had more of a team around him?
Well,
he
when we
is
look
the
at the
team.
stats, right?
Look at the KP, 97 kill participation for Neon. You have 43% damage percent. He was almost half his own team's damage share. And 97 kill participation of that AD carry.
It's so interesting because when we talked about Misfits before, I would read online like, oh, they cannot stop talking about VTO, and now we cannot stop talking about Neon. It's always something. But if we lay it out, though, in terms of kind of the plan out of G2 coming into this Game 3, Broxa, because they did not win Game 2, and it was a completely different view, not just for the bot lane, but for the team in general.
Yeah, definitely. I think this game, they won on the back of Caps. Like, Caps on this year was so solid. Not a pick that we expect to see from him. We like to see him on the playmakers, but he showed that you can log in there, see the control mage.
I was going to say, you're saying that's not playmaking.
You can log in the control mage, and you can still dominate the lane. You can still be flashy and make things happen. And I think, you know, Caps just made such a huge difference, and G2 as a whole just played incredibly well around him as a team.
I completely agree, and I think that, you know, seeing him off the TF and seeing on something that's agency, it might not be early game agency, well, it still was, he found the solo kill, but despite that, he's put in a position where he just buys so much space for his team in these late game scenarios, and even though the enemy has a Sivir, the range is just not long enough for any one of them to deal with Caps. Every time his positioning in teamfight is near pixel frame perfect, and he's so patient with the ultimate where he just finds the correct one.
Except for once, then he turns from a control mage into a troll mage.
But that's also great by Sansara, I will say, but the face rush coming through there was kind of troll.
Exactly, but I think when we look across the series, which is what we're looking at now, we talked a lot about this mid lane matchup and how two mid laners can have similar tendencies and are both strong points for their team. What is your judgment on how VTO has played versus Caps and vice versa so far?
I feel like both mid laners have played fairly well, but there's no doubt that Caps has been the outstanding one, the clutch factor for G2. And Vitio, he had a little bit of a hiccup at the start of this game, getting solo killed by Caps, making a mechanical misplay on Ahri. It happens. The unfortunate part is that it haunted him for the rest of the game, and he just couldn't really get back on track. But we saw it in some of the games earlier. The Akali, for example, was a great game. He was a big part of why Misfits won there. And I think for him, he just needs to start the game you know, on the right foot. Just get a stable first 10 minutes, get his resources so he can be the one carrying mid late game.
No, but I really agree with that sentiment as well, because even though he dies, like, if you're a confident player and you think you see the solo kill angle, because it was there if the play wasn't kind of screwed over, you should still go for these things. Like, you should still think that you're capable of creating these mechanical outplays, because it's what we've known for Neon in the past as well. So what I'm hoping moving forward is that he's not knocked down by this. Yes, he might have been one of the reasons that they lost this game a little bit, but him going for these plays is what made him so good in the beginning. So sometimes you'll see the high highs, but there will also be low lows, and this was just one of the games.
I guess this is the difference between the two. I'm actually lying, because we've had the Claps meme and the Craps meme as well. So just to be fair to myself here, when we go into this next draft, I didn't get the note, but I'm assuming that Misfits went back to blue side, but I guess we'll hear. Yes, they did. Key picks so far, Sejuani, Sivir, and Renekton. We've seen them every single game. So boring, man, but these are the key picks, so that's what it is.
I just feel like with the Renekton...
They're not boring an sich, it's just, you know, a Renekton
I
doesn't
understand
really...
what you mean. You don't see too much. It's not the Yones.
Yeah.
It's not the ones that's taking...
boring. We can call them boring. I'm okay with that.
I think they bring a lot, right? Having that solid front line on the Sejuani, specifically when the Trundle gets banned all the time as well, just allows it to be such a free pick. Yes, in lane, can struggle a little bit against Renekton when he gets that Blade of the Rune King, but outside of that, we see how crucial this ultimate, having that pickup, even from Sansara in the other game as well, it's not just a top laner, it's a jungler, and it has such a lot of priority for them.
And blue side OP, if there's anything we've learned so far in the EU playoffs and also around the world. So are we just going to see a Sejuani first pick again and see Zanzara have a huge game in this game 4?
Very likely it could even be something that's going to be banned at this point.
Yeah.
Maybe G2 are going to, you know, stick to that bans. It could be an opportunity to change it up, but you never really know, right? Because it has looked so strong. And to be fair, speaking of blue sides, like I remember even when I joined the league in 2017, my coach, who is now the coach for G2, Mr. Dylan, he would usually tell me, guys, if we have a chance to choose a side, we just go blue. Because it's just the way to go. Now we're here 5 years later. Some things never change, I guess.
No, indeed. For Misfits, at least, thinking they were going to go on even keel. So then, Goldberg, you had a 3-1 prediction, meaning you unfortunately have to sign Misfits' death warrant then in this one.
Yeah, but if I didn't have to...
Okay.
I would say that it's about finding a reliable mid laner that can keep up as well with the pressure when we get into these late game team fights. I still think Ari could have been one of them, Silas another one, it was Bandy in the others, but maybe securing that mid lane earlier or keeping the champion pool more broad in terms of not banning too many yourself helps them when they want to get some of these key picks like a Silas, still like the Ari if they want to move forward with it.
We can see that we're not ready to go because G2 is in fact not yet on stage. Also, shout out to all the fans in the studio, especially the G2 ones have been very, very loud. I also think we've got families of both sides of the coin, from VTO and from Caps, today in attendance. So VTO will definitely want to put on a show. When it comes to kind of what hangs over their head and what lays ahead of them, G2 is a team that many people have expected to get to Malmö. They've already locked in their spot to the World Championship. The Misfits now, I think they obviously are getting a little nervous because I think you can say, okay, G2 is a hard team to beat, but you beat them very handily in one of these games. And when you drop down, you were in a super dicey lower bracket.
Let's be real. We didn't even... Okay, maybe you expected it to be close, right? You said 3-2.
He absolutely did.
Yeah, I
so
did.
But did you expect it to be... No, he just said he didn't expect it to be this close when we come here.
But I think most people didn't expect it to be this close. I predicted 3-2, so I figured that it's a best of 5. Misfits actually have a lot of experience after spring. And I think at this point they've shown that individually they can compete with G2, which is the first step. They've also shown that they are able to compete in the late game team fights, which we've already seen now. It's just like margins like between them. It's so close.
It is. Let's see if they can bring us to a game 5 and 4 silver scrapes. Once again, let's get into our draft with our casters.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are the Phantom Menace remake. There's Darth Maul. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I'm Qui-Gon Jinn. And we will be bringing you this game 4. Honestly, blue side looking pretty OP. But G2 in that game also, I feel like they're getting progressively scarier as we've moved on. That said, that was still our closest game we have had yet in this series, so a lot is up in the air.
Yeah, I've had a lot of fun with this series. The first 2 games were kind of non-competitive in the sense that they were just 2 stomps from either side. And then in game 3, we really got a neck-and-neck battle, which is kind of what I expected. I expected these 2 teams to be much more centered around the team fights, and we had some crazy team fights. The question is, will these teams index more, or will we see more of the trends already? We're about to jump into draft, so without further ado, let's get into it.
Draft time. Misfits on the blue side, swapped it up. They won game 2, of course, on blue. We'll see similar sort of bans come out here. I think Yumi down, Draven down. We're looking at things like a Poppy as well. Jarvan as well was something that Misfits was targeting.
And have to see if the Sejuani first pick remains king, or queen rather, in this series. The Trundle's been banned a little bit earlier. See how G2 want to mix things up if they do it all. Misfits willing to let the Lucian through some games. Will they be willing to let it through this time around?
There's the Senna ban. There was a response to the Sivir that Misfits have been playing. We expect Sejuani first pick to come in now with a similar sort of bands. Does Misfits want to go for it? Renekton, Sejuani, Sivir, the prior picks we've seen this series. There's a Sejuani. What's G2's response? They're going to be the ones picking away the Renekton. Not going to go for the Lucian Nami. Also going to take a Lulu as well. So that opens up Lulu, Zeri, Aphelios Lulu. Opens up Sivir Lulu on 3 here. How does Misfits respond? Do they want to play something like the Lucian Nami themselves?
And I like that they're picking up the Lulu because in the previous game we obviously saw it banned away from Mersa, and Mersa into the Nami matchup at least was really bullying Targamas out in the early game. So like taking that option away from them, limiting the potential power of the Lucian Nami duo. G2 could just take a page from Misfits' book here, try to shut that lane down. But it looks like Misfits have their eyes on the proverbial prize. If the prize is Sivir, and after Neon's performance, you can certainly see why it might be. But what support will they pair with it?
To be, I believe it's 4th game on Sivir now. Yep. Like, he's played Sivir every single game.
Yes.
And the question is, what will they pair with it? Whenever I see Lulu, I always wish teams would be more open to picking Thresh. But no one ever does. They always match the range support into range support. This would be a nice shift up, though. Okay, so we are going to get a little bit more engaged coming out from the Misfit squad. And Mumu, in the support position, is very good at locking down thanks to his large AoE ultimate and the double bandage toss that he has. Can be a little bit weak in lane, but a little bit more aggression coming out from Mersa.
A lot of options here for G2. They could go Sylas here on 3, would be really good into their champs. Could pick up the Zeri, could pick up the Wukong as well. There's a lot of discussion on stage there. But it's going to be the Zeri Lulu for G2. Top and bot lane picked for G2. Flex of the Sejuani and bot lane picked up from Misfits. And we see mid lane being the contested kind of pool now on the 4 pick. We see Ari's on 4, we see Sylas on 4, we've seen Caps as a 0 already.
And of course, I like that we're seeing the Amumu come out early. G2 hesitating a bit on the Zeri, maybe because of how positive some of Amumu's tanky interactions are into the Zeri. But that said, still expect bot lane to be controlled by G2 as they have the double range advantage. For now, though, Gnar being taken off the board. Respecting Zanzar's potential to play that one in the jungle, limiting some of the safer picks on the top side for Irrelevant.
I wonder what Irrelevant will pick top into that Renekton. They can obviously just go to Sejuani.
Yeah,
Gwen is open as well, if he wants to go for something like the Gwen. We've seen his Shyvana, we've seen his Ornn as well.
Aatrox is also an option. It's not the best matchup, but it definitely can be fine. I think he was over in the LCS. I saw it being picked up last night. Yeah, I think ultimately Irrelevant has a lot of options. I'm curious as to what direction Misfits will go for mid lane, because they've actually just banned away the Sylas. Of course, we know that VTO did play the Ahri last game. Will they choose to ban away Caps' Azir?
I wonder. I mean, the Sivir is pretty short range. Their dive is a little bit better already with the Sejuani on their side and the Amumu. Sylas on 3 could have been good for G2, so good ban there from Misfits to deny these big ults from being taken away. There's the Vi ban from G2. I think they're setting up for probably a Wukong on 4 here. Maybe better to just go for the best jungler that they can find and then counter pick mid on 5. Ahri blind could work. Talia we've seen as an answer sometimes.
Yeah, I was also thinking that Misfits could go Ornn here as well. With Sylas and Akali band. I'm just thinking about what direction they could be thinking of. It makes sense rather that G2 would look for the Wukong right now. Another engage tool. Right now, G2 don't have a lot of reliable engage, or at least access onto the backline. So by bringing in the Wukong, it will give them a little more tools to do that.
Any Malphite enjoyers Irrelevant? I mean, of course, Ornn, Sejuani, Malphite, Sejuani. It's a lot of topside tankiness next to Amumu. They need DPS. Does VT want to bust out something with a little bit more reliable DPS? We've seen Corki bans yesterday, but we expected the Wukong to be picked up. We also saw his Akali blind in this similar sort of draft. It is going to be the Ornn Sejuani as you identified, Betty.
Has VTO ever played Azir?
Not this split.
But like,
I can check for you
when I think about VTO, like I just can't ever remember him playing an Azir game. But I think Azir could be so good here.
Like, he has no Azir games this year. And he has one Azir game, which he lost.
Ooh,
there's the Corki.
Now that makes a little more sense.
Backup Azir.
Yeah, backup Azir.
Yeah, I expected something like Corki because you have so much frontline engage that you need DPS. You can't play something that's just a bit too bursty like an Akali. You need DPS next to Sivir. The problem that Misfits have is their comp is very AP heavy. Corki, Ornn, Sejuani, Amumu, Merc Treads will be the name of the game for G2. Renekton Rise is a very good classic push mid dive top combo which Corki won't be able to respond to.
And we're in an interesting position for G2 Esports. That might just be a Renekton mid.
Yeah.
They needed a source of reliable magic damage, something that could shred through tanks, and in this case, Gwen does fit the bill because while Misfits were mostly magic damage, G2 were mostly physical.
Broken Blade was laughing there. Oh no, maybe it's going to be Gwen mid. I wonder if G2 are just having some giggles here and they're swapping between the two. We have seen Caps on Gwen mid, but into the Corki will be a bit annoying early with first strike.
Do you remember what happened in the Caps Gwen mid game?
No.
It wasn't good.
Yeah.
I remember very little, but I remember it was not very good. Okay, there we go.
This makes a lot more sense to put the Renekton mid, of course.
But does it? Like, Like, how do they beat Corki Sivir late game with this?
Well, they play for early. I think Renekton can try and get the push. They have a really strong topside 3v3 for Herald. And Zeri Lulu is their late game insurance. If topside falls apart, I presume is the thought process here for G2. Maybe like an Azir on 5 there is the reliable, standard,
That's kind of what I would
thing.
expect,
But it's
yes.
G2, and G2 love to play these shenanigans with Renektons and Gwens.
I really don't
and
like
Flexes.
this draft from G2. I'm not a massive fan of putting the Renekton in mid. Like, I'm happy to be proven wrong, and G2 have proven me wrong many times before. But I think what Misfits have gotten for themselves, especially with how last game showed that as long as things don't go too crazy in the early game, the team fights are just going to be crazy. I think Misfits is just better set up for success when it comes to those 5v5s.
Certainly are completely set up for better. I mean, Sejuani, Amumu, Ornn, there's just so little room for the Renekton, the Wukong, or the Gwen to do much of anything, assuming that the Corki and the Sivir can deal damage. That said, Game 1, Game 2, both decided by early game control, snowballing massively. We'll see who comes out on top. Match point, Game 4, G2 versus Misfits.
Before we go into the Rift, I have a couple questions for Dylan Falco here. The casters were debating whether Renekton in the mid lane is a good pick for G2. Give me some insights about the champion.
Renekton mid is like extremely strong early game. There's a lot of like ability to dive enemy mid laner, to win 1v1, maybe even get some solo kills. So I would say it's like an early game focus pick and should allow us to maybe even get Herald or get other early game objectives.
All right, nice strategy. But when you think about the game, I think most people were expecting a bloody series, which we had, but not especially such a close one. Anything that surprised you so far about the games?
I think in like a couple of the games we played, we had, I think, winning bot like 2v2, 3v3 scenarios. In the games where it went well, it was good. But there was, even in last game, enemy Sivir had a lot of gold, and it just makes the game, I think, a bit harder to close out.
All right, thank you for the insights. Let's see if you guys
Thank
close
you.
out the series. Casters, back to you.
Thank you very much, Lore and Dylan. Fantastic to have that insight. Is Vitio spotting a couple of secret agents there in his own jungle, laying down a bit of information as Misfits are moving in to contest this blue buff early on.
Yeah, I think the Misfits, I'll hold my breath for a second as Mercer was trying to blast cone target.
Nope, 2 charges!
Spider-Man and Mumu there. I think what Misfits realized is they're going to invade top side with Gwen Wukong, and we're going to lose our blue. So let's invade their bot side just in case.
Targus cannot go bot lane. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Glacial Oakman. Has to pop the heal. We are, of course, having some technical issues with the overlay. We'll try to get that resolved as quickly as possible. But nevertheless, I think Dylan Falco saying, of course, Renekton really powerful early, can get those solo kills.
Nope.
He's running the PTA. He's running Ignite on Renekton. He wants to get early kills. And we expected it to be around Herald, but they want to group up this top side 3v3. Winning top, pushing mid, split the map top side and just try to dive this Ornn. Looks like the idea for G2 right now. It's a question of can Misfits respond with a play of their own. The Ornn will fall behind. Can you get the Zeri behind?
It's a big gamble, for sure, but G2, they love taking gambles. Let's see if they can make it work out. Gamkos has his eyes on mid lane right now.
Here comes the first dive. Caps is going to get level 3. He's going to save this Fury, you imagine, for a Flash W Ignite, and Jankos will finish it off. Can he crash the wave, though? He might have to Q here.
Pings are coming down.
I think Vitio is aware of a dive. He might try to W over this Raptor wall if he gets engaged on, but Caps does have a lot of CC with the Flash W. Jankos is going for it.
Vitio on his way out.
He reads the play. Really good response there from Vitio.
Still gets the cannon, too. That's about the best you could hope for in that situation.
It's really awkward, though, because they have so much mid-push that now Jankos can go into his bot-side jungle here. Zanzara's going to have to respond. Maybe Mercer is going to have to move up soon as well, because they know they're going in here. Misfits could set up a trap if Mercer collapses. Jankos is looking for Zanzara.
Zanzara does not win the extended trade. He gets a little bit of burst damage down, but now he needs to get out of here. Cap's already on the way, courtesy of that mid priority. Yanko should be able to see her Scuttle Crab, but Zanzara still content to fight back because Mercer now coming in to make sure that he can secure this Scuttle.
Okay.
Amumu is such a funny champion.
And he's a teapot.
He's scaring away the giant crocodile and the monkey, and you can see why. Stuns from big range. Cap's getting burned down. Ticking Ignite, burning, walking away, but he will survive.
There goes all the early game power of the Renekton, though. You need to set up early dives. You need to get these solo kills, but Vitio has TP advantage. Caps has no flash. The wave's pushed in. He can even save TP here if he wants. Zanzara might get double crab too. We'll see if Jankos can get around here in time to contest this, smite it away. E forwards, maybe get the smite. Broken Blade's on the way. Yes, he will. and now he'll go to his top side jungle. So even though the game's in an even state, summoner spell-wise, pressure-wise, given the champions, Misfits are sitting pretty happy.
So this is why I was really concerned about this Renekton pick, because it is such a massive gamble, because you have to play through it. And Vito, his awareness was so good, it was almost like he's played against this before, right? Where he's seen a Renekton mid and he's like, I know what you could do to me, I'm not going to even take the risk. And even if he sacrifices a bit of CS, it doesn't matter. But what Misfits did that was very good was that they pushed in bot, and then they rotated Mercer up into the mid lane, only at level 2, to just make sure that that wave gets underneath the tower. BTO can get a good base off, and now he can start stacking up that tier.
And traditionally, the Lulu would get the push, but because of the split map, they couldn't actually get the push themselves there, G2. You can see the trades from the Renekton with BTA are quite powerful. Caps can use the Q to try and crash this wave in and try to see if they can get some roams off.
That's a really great point, Kidril, because let's not forget, Targamas had to burn his flash at level 1, right? Because he tried to get information on what was happening on the blue. So all of these small things that G2 needed to go perfectly in the early game did not go very well.
Relevant fighting in the creep wave. This could be very bad for Broken Blade, but Jankos is on the way up. Relevant overstaying, but he's gonna get the kill!
He has ult as well.
Level 6 Ornn. Jankos can't even commit.
Oh, they're going on to Caps with no flash. Zanzara has no flash of his own. Caps is going to have to dash over this wall, but massive step up there from Irrelevant, getting the solo kill onto Broken Blade.
Oh, that's a big slow. Zanzara.
Red buff.
Not gonna commit. He's just gonna be a pain.
Flacket now seeing that he has to go in right now. Spell shot already down. Neon might have to flash out of this one. Already burning the ghost. Just trying to walk away. Trying not to burn the flash. Flash out. Lulu not quite able to finish it. G2 responding.
Trades across the board, but let's not forget this Gwen was a last pick for G2 to counter the Ornn, which has now just got solo killed against Irrelevant here. They have bot push. Caps is playing Renekton with no numbers around him. They might look for a dive. Mercer will spot out the Jankos now. Targamas is on the way up. Zanzara can queue over this wall. Could be a bit risky.
Who's a little teapot, short and stout. It's Mercer and he's looking for a bout.
Bars. Caps needs to hit level 6 as quickly as he can. That is going to be the big difference maker. Jankos and Targamas now on the way up, pushing them away.
Broken Blade's on the way down. Zanzara no flash. They might just single out the Sejuani here, who has a blast cone. He's going to see Broken Blade now. He's going to blast cone over
the wall.
Broken Blade went over the wall already. He can queue away as well
swap here.
I think he was scared of Ornn. Broken Blade's only level 5. If he actually commits to that by blast coning over, he has no way out of his own.
I really love this early game. A lot of action isn't necessarily happening, but there's a lot of tense moments. And look, G2, they're going to keep the action going. They have Caps making his way into the enemy jungle. Zanzara doesn't have smite rather.
Mercer now running. He is a little teapot, but Caps is a level 5 Renekton, and that's going to be more than enough to shatter him. Porcelain about to break, but no. Flashing out to safety.
Ignite down for Caps, though. That makes VTO's life a little bit easier. That's exactly what Misfits want to do this whole game long. Just keep roaming mid, make VTO's life as easy as possible to get to 2 or 3 items on this Corki. Level 6 for Caps now. Targamas hovering around, Mercer hovering around, both ADs farming in isolation.
Neon, some alone time on the bottom side, as you highlighted, already level 6. Targamas just taking over to level 4. Mercer a little bit behind, but I think in the early game, very much favors the Amumu if it's all about roaming. His level 1, even with 2 Qs, much more relevant than Lulu up until about the level 6 point. It's not in-lane trading. See where they get their EXP from. For now, just a battle of coal farming on the bottom side. Irrelevant, he's ahead in the 1v1, just a little bit. But of course, Gwen's still a massive threat as long as she's not super low.
A lot of pressure on Flacket here. If the top side does collapse, that's the win condition for G2. I mean, Dylan talked about it, Herald fight. That's what they want to look for. Right now, looks like they're slightly behind on the Herald fight. Caps' Ignite might be up for it if they can stall it out. He will have the level 6. It's just on supports to roam up there to contest the Herald. If Misfits get Herald in this game, it's a disaster for G2. And Flacket will have to be the next line of defense.
That said, G2, while they did fall behind in terms of kills, obviously one on the board, and have mitigated a lot of, or Misfits rather, mitigated a lot of what G2 want to do. Level 6 for both the Gwen, the Renekton, the Wukong, around that Herald. All massive, massive spikes in the game. Something that will have to be respected by Misfits. But as you highlighted, it does feel like G2 are playing on a timer. Betty, you said it in draft. If we go late enough, Misfits obviously just have so many more tools to come out on top of this team fight.
Well, I don't even think it's that late, right? I think even at 2 items, G2's comp just becomes really hard to play. The only saving grace, as Kadra mentioned, is this Zeri, and we've all seen the Zeri moments. We've all been, we've all experienced them firsthand. The question is, can Flacket make a Zeri experience of his own? But that's not to say that G2 are down and out just yet. They still have time. They still have opportunities.
They have a couple more shots, and look at Targamas. He wants Herald. Caps wants Herald, wants to push in mid. Jankos wants Herald, and I think Zanzara said, look, we could contest this Herald, but if we throw it away and fall behind and give this Renekton a kill and a way back into the game, it's going to be a big snowball that we have to deal with. Let's just get Dragons, scale up, stack up, and try to buy as much time for the team as possible, so Jankos will get this pretty much uncontested. They're looking for some kind of cross map, though. It looks like Zanzara wants to threaten some kind of dive onto Flacket, zone him away from these waves, but Caps is quick to match. Black is trying to block the Q here for Zanzara. But he will
Zanzara
get
going
it.
to make it out over the wall. Just a bit of poke damage. Neon grabbing a plate in the meantime. So 1 plate, as well as the Dragon, now traded in exchange for the Herald. A lot of local gold in the back pocket of Jankos and Broken Blade.
How will VTO use his package, I wonder? He won't have it for another 50 seconds, but with Dragon and Herald down, it might be worth to just invest in it and look for some kind of mid to top or mid to bot here. That's Misfits' only real window to contest this 2v2 in terms of finding their own plays in this early game.
Keeping my eyes on where the junglers are right now. Jankos stealing away the Grom. You can see Zanzara securing his Croaks, going to make his way back towards the Scuttle Grab. He should be able to secure this one. The question is whether or not he believes Jankos to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. But 3 members now heading top for G2. This is the game plan. Use Caps and Jankos to help set up a dive onto Irrelevant. Then they can use the Herald, open up the tower, open up the map, and start snowballing the game. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Irrelevant needs to stop the wave. He needs to stop the wave from crashing. He might have to ult the wave here if he spots G2.
Sees Caps now. Tries to ult, it might be too late. They've got more than enough CC to stop him. Flashing away, looking for an opportunity to knock him back, but he will not get it. Irrelevant out from under the tower as well. It's an absolute disaster.
But a clean dive from G2. There's very little that Irrelevant can do to really stop that from happening. He committed his flash to try and get away from G2, but with the health bars that they have with Renekton, Wukong, and Gwen, it's an easy dive for G2 and an easy kill.
That's 300 gold. They'll get another plate. That's 420 gold. The question now is, how much gold can VTO get back and Neon get back on these plates? They're going to Herald this tower full. They're going to zone them away from this bot tower. They're going to get a lot of gold on that top tower themselves, but VTO's roaming down.
Trying to lock up Blackett. Blackett now cleansing. Mersa waiting on the ulti. They're leaping away. Caps is here, and Caps is massive. Mersa trying to buy as much space as possible. Has the Glacial Logman to try to get something done, but Mersa just getting shredded. Neon in trouble, flashing over the wall. VTO off to the side. Caps hungry for a bit more blood, and it looks like it might just be a Zeri moment. Not a champion you can lock down.
And G2 respond to the dive perfectly. Caps is in the right place at the right time, and G2 have suddenly opened up this early game. It was a big gamble to lock in this Renekton, but Caps is making it work.
It's been blown wide open. Caps makes the top dive happen, doesn't even run mid, runs bot to cover this dive. VTO will get 160 on that plate there, but it's just Zanzara in between towers. Thinks, oh, it's 2v3, let's dive. All of a sudden, Caps appears out of nowhere. He flashes away, but Mersa doesn't have a flash of his own, so he gets singled out as a target, tries to peel for his team. VTO is a bit slow to the play, while stacking up and crashing mid-waves, and it's Blackett who comes out with a couple kills.
And you can see Zanzara and Neon actually a little bit indecisive there because VTO's on his way. They're saying, we have 4 members, we can make a numbers advantage. That's a really big ultimate, but because they hesitated, that means that they had no room to escape. That means that G2 get kills top, they get kills bot, they got a full tower top, and now they find themselves with a 2k gold lead.
You can see the elation on the side of the G2 support staff because they know this comp needs to win early game, and it is now winning early game. 2K in the favor of G2. Team that's showing up clutch even with a bit of a crazy draft. And yes, it is still weighted in Misfits' favor if we go late enough, but we've seen in game 1 and 2 how quickly these games can end once someone starts snowballing.
Look at Irrelevant. He's ran bot. He's hiding in a bot brush. Flackid, no sums. Broken Blade might have to TP to this tower if they commit for a full dive. Irrelevant's waiting patiently in this brush next to his bot lane. There's no tower, so he has a lot of time to waste here and just try to look for an opening. I think G2 knows something's wrong here on the map, but with Flackid stepping forward, he cancels his base, thinking about it. Irrelevant might have to TP to this top tier 2, or at least try to run up there. He's going to TP instead. And that'll give away the fact that he was hiding there, and Misfits will have to give up the spot push.
Now the Dragon is only a minute away, and Broken Blade not only has the push, but also has TP, which means that this should guarantee G2 that next objective. And I think Misfits at this point in the game likely don't want to fight anyway, especially with VTO still stacking up his tier. So G2 kind of holding all the cards right now. If Misfits could have gotten a Drake, it would have done a really good job for them, or would have bought them more time rather to scale. Oh, now Mercy's in danger.
Mercy's going to be in trouble. I like it. The Wukong walking as far forward as he can before using the Lulu Q. Trying to interrupt the base. Again, Zeri. Oh, the poke.
He's dead.
Look, they've literally abandoned him. They've said there's nothing we can do.
Poor little teapot. No, so very fragile.
Friends?
He can't even burn any cooldowns. He just knows he has to accept his fate. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Broken Blade being forced away. Ghost now used. But more gold into the back pocket of G2, and crucially into the back pocket of Flackid. 3-0-1, the scoreline. 300 gold shutdown waiting there on his head if Misfits can find it.
Yeah, they're going to get a full bot tower there, and it looks like Neon's just ran straight top after Mercer was getting dove. Try to get some plates of his own on this top tier 1. Broken Blade could try to TP up, but he has to be very careful of Misfits threatening a dive with Zanzara and Irrelevant in the vicinity. Maybe they can get a plate or two, but it looks like Neon's just running down towards the bot side of the map. He's looking for maybe a dragon contest here. Plates are falling off in 10. They can't get a lot of gold off that tower. They can't get the full thing. And with G2 being down in tempo bot side, maybe they just want to push in mid here and set up for a 5v5.
This is the thing about G2. They're playing ahead. They play so well together. Zanzara looking to fire back, looking to get something done. Quick steal away on the buff. Not a lot, but it does help, and it certainly helps Misfits keep control of the bottom side of the map.
Dragon second.
Oh, hang on. I'm surprised that they're actually able to get this one uncontested. I guess after securing the tower, because it took them so long before they could actually kill Mercer. Misfits were already able to reset and get back out onto the map, which means the G2 didn't want to take that fight at that point. They still needed to spend their gold. And this will give Misfits 2 dragons, which is definitely the best position for them to be in, because it will buy them more time.
Yeah, definitely. And VTO had the package too, so they were a bit scared of taking that 5v5 straight up. Broken Blade wants to push out top, look for this top tier 2, but didn't have a wave in time to contest while the dragon was being taken, so it looks like Irrelevant will be there in time to catch that wave. VTO scaling up right now, 154 CS. Caps gonna threaten him to use the package. Down in gold still Misfits, but of course we've talked about scaling. G2 need to slowly push this lead a little bit further.
Targamas Jankos collapsing on the bottom side, looking to shut down VTO. The other big scaling factor alongside the Sivir. But complete vision control on the bottom side of the map. Caps can just relentlessly pressure here if the team is there to support.
Can indeed. No dive for them. Just going to crash that wave, allow Caps to go to base and pick up that Blade of the Ruined King. Back into this kind of 1-3-1 setup we've seen before, and Zanzara starting the Herald. I don't think he can do that. He's just trying to fake G2 here into walking into River, make sure that they know where he is. A little bit of pressure on them to push out these waves quickly. Caps actually cancelled his base, so now they want to look for some kind of mid dive. It looks like Jankos and Caps off to the side. VTO will move his way towards mid now.
Leon has to be careful here, trying to delete the wave just to make sure that no dive can come through. G2 taking this opportunity to set up on the Herald. And this game obviously just feeling so incredibly tense. G2 at match point, doing an aggressive draft, and it looked a little bit sketchy at first, but now it's been working out for them so incredibly well. 3-0-1 for Black and 1-0-2 for Caps. The plays around the bottom side, netting them such massive advantages. The second Herald now to their names as well.
Yeah, and let's not forget, if G2 win this game, Mad Lions will lock Worlds. Misfits looking to take us to game 5. VTO will push out bot again. And they don't really want to take any fights here, Misfits. They really want to scale and try to get as many items as possible before they run into this death ball of G2 with the 3 melee champs on the top side.
And as a reminder, Misfits are playing for a spot at the World Championship. G2 have already secured it. They will, with a win here, they will be able to lock a spot in Malmö. Misfits will move down to the lower bracket. And then with a G2 win, that will also secure Mad at Worlds.
Yep.
And then the winner of Fnatic versus XL will go up against Misfits. So a lot on the line for a lot of teams.
At the end of the series, we will know 3 of our 4 Worlds representatives, with the 4th to be decided next week in the lower bracket. A lot of pressure, as you highlighted. Kato, you said at the start of the cast, Misfits, they've been 1 game away before. Right now, they are 2 games away from a spot at Worlds. Locking in their first series of playoffs, obviously such a massive opportunity, but G2, a tall task to be overcome.
Jankos going to herald that top tier 2. Looks pretty juicy. 600 gold in the back pocket. G2 just going to push in mid and move here. Not going to get that mid tier 1, just trying to get as much gold as possible. These champs really need as much gold as possible. Not the best scaling to the late game. The Wukong and the Renekton, so as much gold as possible before these dragon fights in 2 minutes time. See if they can crash it onto a tier 3 here.
Walk it down.
Misfits need to respond to this soon. They're looking for this tier 3.
Good damage down. Zeri looking to chip it away. The knock up there, but I don't see much of a follow-up. Zanzara fishing.
They defended.
Nice dash there from Flacket to sidestep Zanzara's ultimate. But this tower is low enough that G2 saying, you know what, we'll stick around, we're fine. But now Neon has arrived. The wave clear is here. Caps goes in.
Caps potentially going to get locked down here. The follow-up on the Ornn ultimate. They're going to try to move. They're going to try to sidestep. Caps flashing away. Now using the ult. They're looking to turn back in. Jankos instantly into the backside. Neon flashing out to safety. Mercer waiting, holding onto the ult as long as possible, but he will use it now to lock on Caps. VTO off to the side, but G2 pressing their advantage. G2 looking for more. G2 tearing through Misfits. Jankos going in. They're trading tower aggro left and right. They take down the inhibitor tower. VTO, the last source of damage. Neon finding a kill back, and G2 breaking into the base of Misfits.
They're going to have to back away, though. 3 kills is nice. They can't get this inhibitor. It's too early in the game, and Misfits are respawning too fast. Neon is going to heal up on the fountain. Misfits lost 4 flashes in that fight. G2 dominating on the turn. It looked like Caps had made a mistake, but the backup from G2 was there. They were ready. Broken Blade TP's in, and with Dragon in 40 seconds, I think G2 can reset and set up for that objective.
Just like last split, Flackhead is coming up clutch. His positioning was flawless. Playing on the back line, consistently dealing out damage, and Jankos finds his way onto Neon, forces him out. The polymorph thing comes through, stops Neon from being able to offer any additional damage. And then Flackhead alongside Jankos are able to just mow down whoever's in front of them. With the arrival of Broken Blade, it's all but a one fight, and Misfits are forced to run away as they lose already a tier 3 tower.
Vito a bit too late to that fight. Perhaps if he was there as it kicked off, he could have been the difference maker for Misfits. Dragon's up in 15 seconds. Base is coming in for Misfits. Corky on the top side still hasn't base. I think they're just going to give this one up. But G2 with this lead, we've seen them start Baron on spawn as well, so maybe they want to set up for that too.
G2 continuing to stack more and more in their favor. Misfits front line not tanky enough. Misfits back line not doing enough damage really to come out on top in these fights. We're not able to find the kill. Caps in that exchange, 1-8 the kill score. Third Dragon feels like it's all but guaranteed to go over to G2. Zanzara can fish for a cheeky steal, but dying here might just mean an immediate Baron start for the side of G2, so really has to be careful. Every gamble you make at this point could lose the game, could lose the series for your team.
Maybe if he had flash, he could try to Q over, smite it and flash out, but he doesn't, so if he Qs over, he will die. VTO is just going to push in top, try to get as much creeps as possible. G2 are overgrouping slightly, but you can understand why. Contesting midway is getting these objectives. Jankos looking for engage, no flash.
Neon using the ulti, running. Spell shield blocks a little bit of damage. Caps on the chase. Flacket on the chase. Good ulti. Slow G2 down, but so many major cooldowns utilized may just give G2 access to the Baron.
G2 continue to look very good. I was skeptical around their draft, but they are making it work. They are punishing everything that Misfits tried to do. And they're showcasing that their early game is not something that you can afford to underestimate. Broken Blade gonna easily secure this tower. Let's not forget, back during the regular season, Broken Blade on Gwen, he was a large part of some of their massive wins. He was solo carrying a number of games on this champion. Definitely one of his comforts. Definitely something that he can dominate with on a side lane. That's 2 tier 2 towers down now. G2 make their way into the bot side jungle of Misfits. They're gonna clear out some of this vision, and they're going to control more and more of the map as they set up for this tier 1 in the mid.
G2 continue to push that lead. And I'm nervous for Neon. He's only got 2 items, and Caps is about to have 2 items too, but his second item is Prowler's Claw. And a Prowler's Claw Renekton is a very, very scary thing. He's going to die in 2 seconds, or he's going to kill you in 2 seconds, and there is very little in between. And sadly for Misfits, with how far behind they are, burning all those cooldowns on Caps could cost them the fight, because Flacken and Broken Blade, as you highlighted, are still so damn strong.
They are, and I guess the only good thing for Misfits is VTO's been on a side lane the majority of this game, so he's got quite a hefty CS lead. He's level 14 right now. Caps is very close to level 13, but a big level advantage for the Corki. Time is all Misfits need, but G2 will not give them any. I think after this top push, and with Zeri coming back out on the map, with TP on Broken Blade soon up, I think G2 will look to start forcing this Baron if they can get this mid tier 1, which is so crucial, so they can push Misfits this tier 2 and buy themselves more time on the Baron start.
You can see VTO knows this could be the last fight. Maybe would love to have an opportunity to build something like the Ludens. Instead, has to get the stopwatch here. Knows that surviving in this fight, finding an advantage here, not giving up the Baron, might be Misfits' last chance to take us to a game 5.
Jankos will find Zanzara. Doesn't decide to commit to the engage. VTO hovering around, trying to poke them out, trying to defend some vision in their own jungle. G2 now setting up for that Baron, now hovering all onto this top side. Bot wave is pushed in. Jankos still fishing for an engage. VTO playing very safe. Neon on the side.
Getting a little bit of poke back, but really not too much overall. Zanzara has to wait for that passive to come back up. Will be now, so can't start to walk into the area. Spell shield down for Neon. Again, these small windows could be capitalized on by G2.
Mid push from Neon, trying to contest Blackhead. Make sure that they can't get the wave into tower so G2 cannot siege. Still, G2 trying to look for some vision here. Bot waves will slowly bounce back into Broken Blade, so he's happy just sticking around here. Threatening, looking, fishing for something. Jankos now hiding on a bush, will get spotted by the rocket. Damage connecting, irrelevance here too.
Good bit of poke.
And G2 can slow the game down a slight bit here, waiting for Flacket's Infinity Edge. He's very, very close, and we'll put him on that 3-item spike.
Mersa fishing for an opportunity on a Caps. Caps going to double dash out. Jankos off to the side, getting chipped lower and lower. Zanzara now starting to feel a little bit more confident to fight back. A lot of recalls coming out, but Misfits seeing an opportunity to push forward and contest Vision.
Irrelevant's gonna have to base here and catch bot tier 3 waves. Broken Blade base a little bit earlier on to run down there. Vision contest in favor of G2. They hold the line. Misfits get a couple sneaky wards down in their own jungle, but nothing will come out of that. Misfits Dragon in 1 minute 20. Do they fight it? I think they're waiting for Infinity Edge on Neon as well. Flacket's just picked his up.
Pressure.
It looks like that. Well, Misfits, I think they can be pretty happy right now. Obviously, you find yourself with an 8k gold deficit, so happiness may be a bit of a stretch, but they're just buying time.
You can find yourself alive right now.
Yeah.
Difficult situation to be certain.
You have to imagine the pressure only continues to mount for Misfits. They were 1 game away from Worlds last year, and they fell short. It was to Inspired Viego. And then again, they fell short to Fnatic. Now they have an opportunity to bring themselves to a match point against G2, a game 5. Something that very few teams have been able to do domestically.
Fnatic last spring, the only team this year to take a best of 5 off of G2, and domestically, that is.
And I think one team fight will decide the game. Either G2 just wash Misfits away and get a Baron, and that's basically it. Misfits have no time left, or Misfits find a miraculous fight, get the Baron, make a huge comeback, even up the gold, and then the scaling carries them through. Jankos looking for Neon's flash there, gets the on the hunt out of the Sivir. VTO still 2 levels up on caps. You can see him constantly moving towards mid to try and help his team to make sure he's there and ready for the engage, but VTO slowly getting further and further ahead, building towards something like a Guardian Angel. Jankos again fishing for an engage, pushing Zanzara out of his own jungle.
Just poking left and right, using the ult. VTO off to the side. He needs to turn here onto Caps. Power's Claw already used. Caps getting chunked so incredibly low. TPing out now. Flacking to try to do as much damage as he can, but he's just fishing. They're looking for an opportunity. No! Just barely escaping. And in the meantime, the Dragon has now already been started by Misfits. A brief moment of chaos maybe going to be enough, but Neon now caught out by Broken Blade. The rest of the team on the way. Mercer ready to step forward at a moment's notice. The Mist already used now. Moving out to safety. The Ornal from downtown. Maybe, just maybe they can take down Broken Blade, but that is going to be so difficult. The Gwen, incredibly powerful. Maybe. No, Broken Blade buying so much time. It is G2 on the Baron, as you highlighted, Cadril, the ones who can find the advantage. It's a split map, it's a split fight, it's absolute chaos. VTO moving in, moving back onto the map. Jankos now looking for the fight, looking for a bit more, and there's the package! But VTO caught out, locked up mid-air! VTO gonna get taken down, there's just no way. There's nothing he can do, he's got the W up, he tries to leap out to safety, but G2 just dissecting Misfits. It's absolute chaos, but chaos is where G2 thrive.
It's exactly that. Dracos, G2 just dominate Misfits all across the map. Caps looked like he was going to lose his life, but really he was just buying time. Broken Blade in a 1v3 on the bot side of the map. Able to walk away with what was a small victory, results in a massive Baron for G2 and likely the series.
It was split decisions from Misfits. VTO TP's out, Neon starts Dragon, Zanzara's contesting Baron, Mercer and Irrelevant trying to peel to help this Dragon go down. Broken Blade was the hero of that play for G2, pulling so many members down to this bot side so they could force this Baron and pick it up. They're going to get the Dragon too. Broken Blade really close to that Rabadon's Death Cap too. And with VTO investing in a Guardian Angel 3rd item and then losing it straight away, that stings so much in the scaling department. We'll see that again because I think Caps' W gets cancelled by VTO's package W into the brush. No, he actually doesn't connect it. He still has it up. So TP comes out. Goes towards mid-tier 2, and he's healthy enough to take another fight, but it's Neon who starts Dragon, interesting enough. Broken Blade almost solo kills him. Nice movement from Neon to dodge the R2, but then he has to flash away nevertheless because the auto-attack clicks a blue orb. But now it's 2 tanks up against Broken Blade while the rest of them are on Nash. VTO's in base, Neon has the base, it's just Zanzara on his own.
And Misfits not finding a single opportunity to fight as 5. Fighting without their front line. And everything's starting to fall away. Broken Blade confident to step forward here. So difficult to take him out, but maybe they've got enough CC. The Mist now coming down. Broken Blade on the retreat. G2 ready to collapse. Their siege is pretty bad. With the Baron, it's okay, but should be okay for Misfits for now to hold the line.
Blanket though, level 15. Same level as Ornn, and only 1 level behind Broken Blade. As long as he can get onto those towers, the damage will be real. He's been involved in 10 of the 11 kills. And you know, we did talk a lot about Jankos in game 1. We talked a lot about Caps in game 3. Flacked, he's doing exactly what he did last playoffs. He's really leveled up. And last playoffs, low expectations of him, but he always manages to go above them, and he's doing the same again here. 1 more win will lock G2 in top 3. Will lock them a spot at Malmö. And they will continue their dominance here in Europe.
Ornn upgrades coming through, level 15 Irrelevant right now, but VTO doesn't have a Mythic, so he can't upgrade the Cork. He's going to have to upgrade someone else for now as he builds towards that Ludens, but Neon has the 3 items, but it's a massive gold lead for G2 right now, and Flacked can dash on top of Irrelevant.
Oh.
And we've got a pause.
That was very dramatic, Daniel.
Oh, I heard it in the crowd. I kind of just followed the leader. Good job, guys. Have a break. Here's my question, Berlin.
Hit us.
Dear audience, not as much for you guys. You guys can
Okay,
answer
cool.
too. I've heard the G2 fans. G2 fans, I appreciate you. You've been here all night. Misfits fans, where are you? Because if there is a time right now that your team needs you, it is this time. They need you now. Backs against the wall, 10K deficit. Feels like a nigh unwinnable situation. But if they hear you, maybe, you have to know.
That's what G2 fans do.
That's the thing. We're getting back in the game. It's a peripheral issue. Misfits fans, I hear you. I hope they can hear you too, because the G2 fans, they want to take everything from you. Even your crowd cheers, they will steal and turn into an opportunity to support their team further. We'll see if the G2 team can do the same, continuing to extend their lead, continuing to push forward. As it is Misfits, again, backs against the wall. Elimination game in the series, but not elimination series, as they will get a chance next week. They will face the winner of Fnatic versus Vitality next week if they fall here.
Excel.
Yes, sorry, Excel. Wow. You can see how surprised I was by that result. Anyway, Blackett pushing forward, and I think this might just be it. G2 are too strong. Yeah, their siege isn't great, but if they play on this many lanes, it's just easy for them to start to break down these towers. Mursa, the little teapot that could, just trying to find an engage, trying to find an opportunity. They're throwing everything they have at G2, but it's scattered. It's chaos. Oh, no. Misfits, they needed coordination. They needed team play. VGO with the Rockets maybe can do enough to slow this down, but all of the ultis going wide is not what Misfits needed.
3 inhibitors down. G2 will own the map all game long. The super creeps will start to pour in, and G2 can just sit and wait, and Misfits will have to make some kind of miraculous engage if they want to hold on, if that. So G2 will just back away, wait for those creeps, match them, lock Misfits in their base, and close this one out.
Hey, Kedrol, you were around when Reckless was a pro player, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Sivir 500 CS win condition?
Oh, Veddy, you're coping too hard.
What do you want from me, man? What do you want from me? He's got 3 inhibitors down, okay? If Reckless can do it, why can't Neon do it, huh? You know what I mean? I gotta sell him what I can, you know?
Yeah, you sold me for a second. Until I realized how big this gold lead is and how strong G2 are. I mean, they just have to shepherd the waves in. We'll see them just run straight
That's
mid.
an infinity edge on Sivir. You know what I mean?
It was there before. It was before. It was there before.
I mean, okay.
Also,
BF sword
VTO
as well,
is now
eh?
buying Lightning Jewel, so he will not have a mythic probably ever in this game.
No.
Difficult situation to be sure. He's still hitting like a truck, though. Still a scary boy, but
like 3 trucks, but yeah.
He needs to hit like 3. No, he needs to hit like 3. He's currently 1 truck. He needs 3 trucks worth of damage.
Here comes.
There are 3 trucks flying at him right now. One of them's called Flackhead, another one's Broken Blade.
Yep.
Caps right behind him.
Here's the waves. Here's G2. Misfits on their best wave clear.
That's a lot of
tower
wave clear,
defense.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, they need to wait for bot waves here, G2, so the 3 can crash at similar sort of times. Because, of course, Sivir and Corki have good wave clear, but G2... I mean, the waves are getting blown up, aren't they? Misfits.
My name is Sivir.
Surely these waves will be able to crash so that G2 can look for a dive. I mean, they're coming in 1 by 1.
Jankos fishing for it, sees an opportunity, hits both the carries, and immediately they get into the back line. The final march for G2 as they barrel down the bottom lane, as they move into mid. Misfits know it is done. G2 have secured their spot in the top 3. They have secured a place in Malma. They will face Rogue to see who will stand atop the bracket as we head into the LEC finals.
Fantastic game out of G2.
I was worried.
Yeah, a little
I
bit
was
of doubt
worried.
on the Renekton. Can they make it happen? Early game looked a little bit shaky. You know, the Renekton losing sums, not actually getting that first dive off. Corki having a pretty safe lane phase, but then it's just all exploded and G2 got a couple kills and ran away with it.
The top dive into the bot protection
Yeah.
from Caps, everything from that point on was just flawless from G2. They really did dominate with their early game leads. And they're looking like a force as they will be going up against Rogue in that best of 5 next week. Misfits definitely showcased a lot. I think that Neon in particular really stood out today. He's obviously had a great split. But when they go up in their next matchup next week, this is definitely going to be a team that you have to keep your eyes on.
Certainly will. And of course, they'll be fighting for the final world spot alongside the victor of Fnatic versus Excel. 3 teams now locked for the LEC at the 2022 World Championship. Seeding yet to be decided, but it will be G2, Rogue, and Mad representing us in North America.
1 spot left.
But an incredible series from G2. 1-2 back and forth. Game 3, G2 weathering the storm, even the Misfits had some of those advantage fighting back. In Game 4, again, the G2 show felt like outside of those first early game moments where BTO was able to survive, it was G2 from start to finish.
And I've got to say, like, yeah, a lot of the conversation for us was between Jankos and Caps, but Flacken had such an incredible series really throughout.
Yeah.
It was only his Lucian game where he kind of got shut down, but aside from that, a really strong performance. And I look forward to seeing what he can do throughout the rest of the playoffs. He really did step up last split. He's already doing the same thing again. And G2 is definitely looking like a strong team and already strong contenders for the title.
Yeah, and you just look at the 80 carries that we are sending to Worlds now. Comp, Unforgiven, Flacket, an entirely new generation of 80 carry talent. No Perks, no Reckless, none of the other big names from years past. You highlighted in the cast. I think it's just an exciting time to see what the LEC will be able to do internationally. Of course, getting ahead of myself a bit as we still have so much more domestically to resolve, but an exciting thought nonetheless.
Yeah, and Misfits putting up a bit of a performance I think not very many people expected. So they're going into the lower bracket. Maybe they can pull off that best-of-5 win, their second chance to make it to Worlds. Fnatic XL, we'll see them tomorrow, see who their competitor will be up against Misfits.
Elimination series, a big pressure. Pressure on you now, though, audience. Key player of the series at LEC on Twitter. Who are you going to vote for? Jankos, Caps, Targamas? What are your options?
Well, it's probably Caps, isn't it?
I think it might be.
I think it might be.
I think that's a safe bet.
Yeah, Caps is a pretty safe bet.
I'm not gonna lie, gentlemen. We're setting up for an interview. We have a brief moment, but I've run out of red, blue, and green references. I found Lega Ninjago, which I know nothing about, but like 7-year-old cousin told me about it once. If you want to, I could be Lloyd, you can be Nya, and you can be Kai Smith. I don't know if that means anything to you.
No, it doesn't.
Just hope the Zoomers get it.
I also thought that we could have been flavors of ice cream, you know, like your lime.
If ice cream is this color, I'm very concerned.
But lime ice cream is kind of that, isn't it?
It's like on a person, it looks good.
Mint,
on
maybe mint.
Lettuce,
no, I'm mint. Surely.
No, mint? Is
Oh,
mint blue?
Mint is not blue.
Is
bro.
it not blue? I mean, I only eat vanilla. What do I know?
We've learned a lot today. We've learned that Jankos and G2
Well, we don't
stand
have to
above
fill
Misfits,
anymore.
and Venius is colorblind. But it's time for an interview. Laura and Caps.
Thank you, guys. And Caps, thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Congrats on taking down Misfits today. I have a couple questions about the game itself, because it looked like Blue Side is really OP right now, but when you look at the games, Sejuani was first pick on Blue Side each and every time. What is your take on that and the fact that it's harder to draft on Red Side right now?
I mean, I think there's like the meta always changes every week, it feels like, and some weeks Blue Side might do better than other weeks. I think this week there was a lot of especially our series, there was a lot of Sejuani Prio, and it was kind of the key pick this series. So then having Blue Side and making sure you can secure it is really important. But maybe next week will be something else.
Feels like team have a hard time adapting to this Sejuani first pick. What was easier for you, especially in this game 5?
Wait, what? I'm sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, it feels like you had the answer to this Sejuani first pick, especially in game 5. So tell me how you tackled this one.
I mean, we kind of knew the Sejuani was coming, right? At least if they were going for the same draft, which makes sense since they won the last Red Side draft. And then we had a bunch of ideas of what we want to do, and we just decided we're going with this one, the Renekton flex. That felt like it was something that would give us a lot of help, I guess.
In the game. I have to talk about the Renekton mid lane, because even though Dylan gave me his analysis on the pick, I think that LS was losing his mind over the champion, so tell me about it.
I mean, for sure, he's not the biggest fan of Renekton. I mean, it's always fun to play Renekton, especially when you can play with Ignite. I didn't really get that much done early. We didn't really get any fights. Usually, in the past when I played it, there was always a lot of early game fights. This time around, it wasn't really the case. Or at least we didn't win them when it happened. So it was a bit sad in that way. But luckily, we had a lot of hyper carries and a really strong team. So we just won out in the end anyway.
Teamwork in the end. But about you had a fantastic series, and there's something about Caps in playoffs. So I want to ask, what is it going to take for you to get the right to earn back the capital C on your name?
That's a good question. I mean, I think the first step was winning the spring split, and we made it. We unfortunately didn't have the best performance at MSI, but I think now we are bouncing back. We've had ups and downs in summer split. And I think now we are starting to do a lot better the last few weeks. And as long as we win summer, go into Worlds, have a really strong performance, I think that's just the performance I want from me.
That's what we need. But you had the lower bracket buff in spring. Now that you're in the upper brackets, looking at the finals, you'll be playing in Malmö. Do you feel stronger now than you were in spring with G2 and yourself also?
Yeah, I mean, for sure we're stronger. I think we're I mean, I think at this point last split we were already in lower bracket. I think that we learned a lot, especially from MSI. I mean, our performance was not the greatest, but we learned so much. I think we scrimmed against a lot of really strong teams, and we learned things around our team that we're like utilizing now in this playoffs, and like hopefully at Worlds we can show up even bigger and actually beat the Asian teams. So I think that's for sure the goal.
Finally. That's what we want as LEC fans, of course. But focusing on Malmö, you're going to be playing in front of a huge arena again. What are you the most hyped about when you think of finals?
I mean, I'm just hyped to have a crowd in front of me again. I think today already there were so many G2 fans here.
Always.
I mean, you can see around, so it's just awesome. I almost feel bad for Misfits. I feel bad for who we face in Malmö, because having the crowd's favor, it just is awesome, and it helps us so much in this series. So thank you guys so much, and I hope to see some of you in Malmö.
It has been a bit one-sided in the studio for the past few weeks, but it's favoring you guys, so props to that. Caps, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on advancing to the next stage. And we're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back in a couple minutes for post-game lobby with Flackhead and Targu. Stay tuned.
See you next week.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some... no Kit Kat for Barrett.
Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm joined by Flacket and by Targamas. After beating Misfits now, G2 is in the next round up in the winner bracket, going to be facing Rogue next. But yeah, let's talk about this matchup. 3-1. Targamas, is that along the lines of expectations for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we kind of expected to win the series against Misfits. Like, of course, they are a good team, and the match was like really important for them because it was like a world qualification. So we knew that they were going to be really hungry to win, but at the same time, we knew they have like so much limits when it comes to drafting and when it comes to gameplay. So we were confident. I think we expected 3-0, but we was one game.
Yeah, I mean, same. Like I was talking to Targa that yeah, like it was like expected for us to win, but I still think that Misfits played like really well. I mean, I think, of course, like it was expected to win, and we, of course, expected to win, and we expected like 3-0. Game 2 happened, but yeah, overall, I think they played well, but I think we just played better.
When it comes to the limits you say in drafting, what is that exactly, or what do you identify as the biggest limits?
I think like they came in the series with like Draven ban locked every game, and then game 1 they banned Lucian, which they changed to Senna ban after the game 1, right? So then it's already like 2 bot lane bans, which are like, I mean, Senna people don't really play. I think it's only us. But when you start to ban like Draven, Lucian, I don't think they've ever played Kalista either. It like makes everything harder for the bot lane. And yeah, it showed, right? They were just picking Sivir really high every game, and I think Sivir is a good champ, and we had a lot of troubles closing out the game 3. But yeah, it's not optimal, I think.
Okay, not giving them maybe enough room to pick different things. We were just talking about the amount of souls you got in game 1, and even Flacket was surprised.
Yeah, I don't know. Like even I was surprised when I pressed at some point during the game. I pinged my soul and I was like 160 at 25 minutes or something like that. I don't know. It really felt like solo queue game. Like usually when I play Senna in competitive, I don't get that many souls, but this game I was just like staying on the map so much without basing, and I was just doing heavy camps with Jankos, and then I was laning mid with caps and then going top to collect the souls, and at some point I just had so many souls.
Yeah, impressive, right, from your support?
Yeah, I mean, I think my Senna is still better, but he didn't play. Okay. He didn't play but Senna.
I had to play Yasuo, but
yeah, actually, at the beginning, he really wanted to play Yasuo. Oh. And I thought he was memeing, but he was actually like being serious. I was like, there's no way I'm letting a support playing, like, okay, Senna might be fine, but there's no way I let a support main play Yasuo. Like, there's no way. There's no way.
In other regions, they play Yasuo, the support is playing Yasuo.
Yeah.
It's fine. Maybe I will earn that trust at some point, I hope.
Maybe. I think we have to make like a sub-ranking of all the the people who play all the different champions, like the Yasuo ranking, the Senna ranking, the Sejuani ranking, the whatever. Maybe Flacket would just be the best all the time. Maybe.
No, maybe. I don't think so.
I mean, Sejuani ranking for Sejuani.
I mean, no. What do you mean, like Sejuani?
Okay, no, shut up. You're Sejuani is like... Okay, it's fine. Like, Sejuani is decent, but Jankos is just like really good on Sejuani.
Yeah, that's true.
Let's put it that way.
I mean, Zanzara was also pretty good in game 2.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
That's true.
In the Illusionary game...
Yeah, let's talk about that.
A bit scary.
I mean, I don't want to talk specifically about that, but it is cool that you guys, you play like a Senna Yasuo, then you go for Lucian Nami, then you popped off on the Kalista as well. You had the Lulu. In terms of kind of the teams that are still in playoffs, and in terms of what you guys are willing to pick and the styles that you're willing to go for, do you think you're the team or the bot lane that has the most in your kind of arsenal?
I think we always tried, like it's something since the beginning of the year that we always try to be as flexible as possible for the team. Like we were really good at playing weak sides at some point in spring splits, but then we went to MSI and some stuff were happening. So then we kind of had to learn how to play stuff like the Kalista, stuff like the Draven in the summer. And I feel like right now we're really confident on almost every draw. I think right now the meta on bot is a lot of combos, like Lucian Nami, Kalista with Renata or some engaged support. The Senna lanes, like it's just and the Lulu lanes, of course, like it's just only combos. I don't think there's really room for some other stuff. But I feel like we are really practicing hard, like every combo to be as flexible as we can.
I mean, you picked Yasuo in game 1 of the playoffs, but whatever. But Flacket, when it comes to your performance as well, I think we had similar conversations at the end of spring and in playoffs. You just go up so much when it comes to your performance, which is very good in the regular season, but it does seem that you kind of add an extra gear. Is that specifically something that you notice as well and that you kind of keep also in your back pocket?
I mean, it is true that, I mean, of course, we want to win as many games as we can in regular season, but as well, like thanks to our staff, like not only coaches, but as well managers like Romain and Bruff, they really help us to, like, we want to play really good in regular season, but when we want to spike is when it matters, right?
Yeah.
And I think like we tried the same for MSI, but there were some issues in MSI.
The spike can only go for so long, you know?
Yeah, but like, I mean, for sure, we always try to stay in the best conditions when it matters the most. Like, I mean, for example, me, you could say like last week I played like 130 solo queues in a week, and you know we try to keep our routine and our lifestyle like the healthiest as possible. So,
I mean, I'm thinking about your Twitter. And I think about healthy lifestyle.
Okay, yeah. Okay, at least the body, the body we try to keep it healthy. The mind is something that is like harder to keep healthy. Yeah. But yeah, I think we like us and coaching staff and like managers, we do really good like work, so we can like spike in when it matter in the games that mattered most, and as well, it's just. I really like playing best of 5 or best of 3. It just gives you like more confidence and more like safety, and you can try a lot of stuff. Like best of 1, I feel like if you know you can get cheese or you can aint something, and then game looks really rough. But yeah, for sure when it matters, we perform better.
Yeah, we love best of 5s. Also, Targamas, the games started. You had to be here at 4, I think. Now, last time Flacket was here, he said that you get up at 4. So I'm wondering how that works.
Well, obviously, I just woke up before the playoff, right? No, the thing is, our team, our coach really wants us to play some warm-up before we play the game. So, I have to wake up before the warm-up. But I think it's not fair because I'm not the only one doing that.
Actually, true.
Last
Okay,
time
true.
on TGL, I got mega. I don't even know how to say it. Mega snitched by
exposed. Let's say it's exposed.
Even though some other players in the team are really abusing late night schedule as well.
Okay, actually, I'm gonna be honest. Today, Darga woke me up. He did wake on me.
No, and not only today, the whole week.
Yeah. Okay. It wasn't my best week. Okay. But it's true that yeah, like it's not only Darga. The one that, like usually it used to be Targa, and then people joined him.
It is interesting that. Oh, now it's his fault.
No, people joined him. I mean, I'm not saying it's his fault, but people joined him.
Okay, people joined him. People joined him. I like it. Another thing, when it comes to supports, you know, our rookie of the split was Junghoon from Astralis. He had some insane plays. Yeah. And a little bit of a discussion was between Brox and Goldberg, where the words were uttered that support isn't the hardest role. So then when someone innovates and stuff, it's very impressive. I'd love to know what your ranking is.
Completely. Mega based.
Mega based. What is your opinion, actually? Because it changes also throughout the years, right? What do you think, Targo, in defense of support?
I mean, I think this split, it was really special because like the most OP support for the enchanters, like Lulu, Renata, champions like that, which are not the most flashy champions, of course. And usually when people are trying their luck at some other champs like Nautilus, they would just look like Inters. So then I think a lot of people, this split, a lot of support look like Inters.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Junghoon he played really well, right? He was also trying some other stuff, which brought a lot of spotlight on him, because when 9 out of 10 support are playing Lulu and then you just have a guy that picks Spike or Bard, then everyone's going to talk about him when it comes to support. I do think that sometimes he was maybe griefing a bit.
Yeah, montage player. Right,
yeah, it was doing a bit of montage.
One outplay, 7 deaths.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. But I don't know, for support, I think it's people can say it's easier to play, right? I also think in the team we have kind of this meme of like the food chain.
The food chain, yeah.
The food chain and support usually at the bottom of the food chain. So you need to be careful about not dying, especially when you play those champs like Lulu. You can see a difference when there's a Lulu that just keeps getting caught, and then when there's a Lulu that's 0 deaths and that's just always reliable.
So
right?
you have to look at different things. And what's the easiest? What's also in the bottom of the food chain then?
I mean, usually it's bot lane.
Yeah,
Bot lane, the whole
it
bot
goes
lane.
legit like top jungle, mid, AD
What?
support. Yeah.
So-
Top inventor
Top
of the
is
food
at
chain.
the top of the food chain.
Top is
by
the
far.
inventor of the food chain. Is the creator of the food chain.
Is this because of the, well, in your team, the priority that BB gets in terms
No.
of his picks and stuff?
No, it's
Every game.
based on solo.
Every
Based on solo queue, based on competitive, based
Rox
on
also
everything.
said that he found top the easiest role.
Yeah, like top laners, they complain that the role is like uses. It's so cringe. It's so broken.
cringe?
I see
So
Gwen. I
That's
choke.
why you play things that they also play in top. Just
Yeah, I mean that's why I play Yasuo, right? You can play top lane, which means mega broken. Like for example, you can go. I mean, you can go if you want a field stop, but it's not gonna bang. But you can play Yasuo, bot lane, bangs, Yone, bangs, maybe top lane, yeah, Ornn, Sion, fucking Sion, mega bangs. Yeah. But then you play AD top lane. Oh, jungle top, Thatch, food chain. It's food chain. It's food chain. It's a food chain.
oh, you're a meme machine. Let's talk about the Kia player of the series. It was Caps.
I mean-
Surprises?
I mean,
he played great.
yeah.
Did
I
you?
think for the game on Azir, he kinda solo won the game, and I almost solo lost the game by not hitting him because my Sejuani is just too big. I can't click on him when I shoot.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what happened.
The fight on Nash, yeah.
Yeah, of course, I didn't mean to hit my Sejuani. I meant to hit my Azir that was getting ulted by Skarner, but unfortunately,
So we didn't know if it was or Caps made a mistake or Zanzara is a genius or apparently
me
it's option
trolling.
3. It's
Yeah.
Stargama's trolling.
I mean, my Sejuani did queue in as well when I was eating, but like usually I should just play it safe. I can always click on the portrait to make sure that I cannot
Yeah.
misclick. But yeah, when
Super,
the
yeah.
Sejuani standing on top of Azir,
That's a hack you can only get from watching PGL. Click on the portrait when you're Sejuani. But top of the food chain, so she's going to be big. It's going to be hard to click on.
Of
So
course.
what to do? Regardless, though, great performance by all of you. Let's take a look at the bracket. I feel like we've talked about nothing concerning the playoffs, just about random stuff. But hey, that has to happen sometimes. We've got G2 versus Rogue, and then we've got Misfits versus the winner of Fnatic XL, and then Mad versus that winner to see who plays. And the winner of that will play the loser of G2 versus Rogue. But first off, you're going to Malmö. We were talking a little bit before about how big the arenas were that you were in. Malmö is definitely going to be the biggest one that you're in, Targa. How excited are you to play on stage?
yeah, I'm really excited. Of course, I think it's with Worlds the thing I was looking forward to. Always like looking up at when I was watching LEC, right? Like when LEC was doing roadshows. I went to Paris also when they did in 2017, I think, something like that.
The roadshow.
Yeah.
It was a great one.
Yeah, and then I mean, it's just something you don't get to experience very often playing in such a big arena. So of course, it's all, like I hope we're gonna enjoy it.
Yeah, like it?
I mean, to me, it's like I didn't have like any experience on like playing in like big crowds. I did play in like small stages. Like I don't know, like I don't think it got even to like 1K people. It was like pretty small, and it was like already really hype. So I hope in Malmo is gonna bang.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see? There were so many G2 fans already today. I can only
Yeah,
assume
it's so
that,
crazy.
Yeah, I
It's
mean,
so crazy.
CS:GO. There's also a lot of fans, but often they don't do as well. So they're just all gonna come to Malmo so they can use their jerseys for a change. Now let's talk about the bracket a little bit. I want to chat about your matchup versus Rogue specifically. It was really hard for us to say at the beginning of the playoffs who was going to be the best, which is, I guess, normal. Where do you think you stand in comparison to Rogue, Flacket, and how do you think that match is going to go?
I mean, they did play pretty well against Mad Lions. I didn't watch like entire the games because of course we were
That's why you
screaming.
say that.
We were screaming.
Yeah.
But I mean, for sure, I did see they kinda reverse swept. I mean, it wasn't like from 2-0, but it was 2-1, I think. But yeah, I think Rogue is playing fine as well, and I think the most hype matchup is gonna be probably in bot lane because I think they I think if Comp is having a good game, it's like really easy for them to win and stuff. But yeah, I mean, we will see, right? Like I think it's gonna be a banger match, and yeah, I'm not sure about much.
What do you think? You want to say anything?
Yeah, I mean, I think we always had the upper hand on Rogue this year, except in the regular spring split. But I think we're on a small win streak against them. I feel like our top side is always going to be like way better, and then on bot, it's always really interesting to play against them because I think they are the bot lane in EU that plays the most stuff apart from us.
Yeah.
Like I think right now, if you look at the meta, they are able to play like every combos, and also they have like the pocket pick Caitlyn, right?
Yeah.
And we have the Senna pocket pick, so it's like kind of even when it comes to champion pool, and then I think we just have to see which bot lane shows up on the day.
Yeah, cool. I'm really looking forward to that. You're right, Comp and Trimby were on fire also a lot yesterday. But then we have the lower bracket. Yesterday I was talking to Rogue and they said that they think, must be from Scrimson, that Excel might make a little miracle run there. Oh no, Placket is laughing. You don't agree?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if we can say it though. I think we can. No, it's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I mean, yesterday.
So you were scrimming for Excel?
Yeah, yesterday we scrimmed Excel, and let's say they looked kind of strong.
Strong?
Yeah, pretty strong.
Really strong. So you got stumped?
Pretty strong.
You got stumped?
I mean,
that's the world of the street,
there's like a different point of view, right? Like you can say we got stumped, you can say we learned a lot. And we learned like so much. Like we learned so much from them.
Hey, between MSI and the scrims versus Excel.
I mean, honestly, their meta read is that good that they made us win today. Like,
yeah,
we can say.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Ah.
Thanks, Excel. Like, yeah, like legit.
I can't tell if you're trolling or not. So does that mean that tomorrow they might beat Fnatic then?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, I think they're gonna beat Fnatic. Yeah.
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 Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna ask anything
I think
more.
Fnatic is gonna learn a lot tomorrow.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
You know what? Out. That's enough. That's fine. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Everyone for tomorrow. That is an elimination game. It is no longer, you can go to the lower bracket if you don't make it. Fnatic or Excel will be out. Thank you guys so much. This was a very entertaining PGL, as always. Let me take a selfie. Placket, you have like, I don't know, what do you call it? A subscription to PGL. You're here all the time.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
But it's nice
mega
though.
banks. I'm chilling in the
sofa. It's really fun. It's really fun. You guys want to get up or? Yeah, here we go. Nice. Awesome. Thank you guys. That was all from us here tonight. We do have 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid, a huge matchup in the LCS. That is a little bit later, but we'll see you tomorrow for Fnatic versus Excel. Let's go. Bye. Thanks. Welcome everyone to day 2 of the LEC Summer Playoffs live from Berlin, Germany. G2 and Misfits are going to fight for a guaranteed spot at the finals weekend in Malmö and a battle against Rogue next weekend.
When you come into the best of 5s, teams are often very different. And the question is, will Misfits be able to go toe-to-toe with G2, who are largely considered the favorites? We are about to jump into this best of 5, our second of the weekend.
Locked down on the mid laner, taken out. No Zanyas for VTO. Caps now on the hunt. This man unstoppable, about to be legendary. Another kill coming down. Flacket will not go down so quickly. Irrelevant does not have the damage to finish the fight.
12-0-12 on the Ari. Caps here in game 1 of playoffs.
Misfits need to rally coming into game 2. They still need to show us more in this second game. Waiting, going over the wall, and so just gonna try to blow them up. Irrelevant does so much damage. Look at the combo. Oh, they've locked up VTO, but everyone else might fall. Broken Blade still a solid ultimate. VTO buying a bit more time by going golden, now leaping backwards. G2 getting routed around the pit. Mercer chasing forward. Irrelevant, just about unstoppable. The snare landing. Oh, the Chemtech.
Misfit come back and clap G2 after such a disastrous game 1.
1-1 right now. Let's see what happens in game 3 between G2 and Misfits.
Waiting for Jankos, is going to pull him back down to the team. They can stun him down, they can lock him up. He's spinning. Maybe they can get it done. Jankos buying a brief moment. The GA now about to come up. Now Tarkmas looking for the re-engage, can just eat him up right now. Flack it off to the backside, completely untouched. Irrelevant, trying to stop Caps from getting anything else done. It's a scrappy, it is a messy fight. Neon still standing. Irrelevant tries to take down Caps, but he is not ready. G2, a nail-biting finish, but they will find the win. Match point, game 4, G2 versus Misfits. Caps, potentially going to get locked down here. The follow-up on the Ornn ultimate. They're going to try to move. They're going to try to sidestep. Caps flashing away. Now using the ult. They're looking to turn back in. Jankos instantly into the backside. Neon flashing out to safety. Mercer waiting, holding onto the ult as long as possible, but he will use it now to lock up Caps. VTO off to the side, but G2 pressing their advantage. G2 looking for more. G2 tearing through Misfits. G2 have secured their spot in the top 3. They have secured a place in Malmö. They will face Rogue to see who will stand atop the bracket as we head into the LEC finals.
before.